Chapter 794. Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi to a spacious hall in the theater, which aroused Pai Lupi's interest. Zio, in this hall, what are these tables for? Pai Lupi pointed at the tables. If there was a transmigrator, they would naturally know that they were a few billiard tables. To be precise, they were a few snooker billiard tables. This was naturally Li Wangyu's new toy. Billiard was actually very simple to make. In Europe, the history of billiard was at least 600 years. Therefore, it was not difficult for Li Wangyu to find a craftsman to make it. The cue and countertop of the billiard table were easy to make. He directly let the craftsman lay the ground with polished stone and then spread a layer of flannelette. Then, there would be a high-quality countertop that would not be deformed. The only thing that cost a lot of money was the billiard balls on the table. In the beginning, the billiard balls were also made of wood. Later, billiard balls made of ivory appeared. Finally, in modern times, they were made of synthetic resin. Li Wangyu, the nouveau riche, did not care about the wooden billiard balls. He waved his hand and took out a lot of copper coins. He asked people to buy ivory from everywhere and use ivory to make a batch of billiard balls. Snooker required 1 white ball, 15 red balls, and 6 colored balls. A total of 22 balls were needed. A single tusk could only make 5 billiard balls. Just one snooker machine required at least 3 elephant tusks to make. Moreover, the quality of the billiard balls was high. The roundness had to be round and the weight of each ball had to be the same. Therefore, for this batch of ivory billiard balls, Li Wangyu spent a lot of money. Fortunately, there was no animal protection now. Otherwise, Li Wangyu's extravagant practice would be criticized by many people. However, Li Wangyu did not feel guilty about this. Anyway, even if he did not use the ivory, the elephants would still be slaughtered by Europeans in the future. After all, in history, European nobles slaughtered at least 10,000 elephants every year for ivory billiard balls. Compared to this, the ivory that Li Wangyu used paled in comparison. As for whether Li Wangyu would follow his example of bringing the billiards to the Tang dynasty and hunt those poor elephants, it was none of Li Wangyu's business. In fact, Li Wangyu was not very proficient in billiards, but he was bored in the Tang dynasty, so he naturally wanted to find some fun for himself. That was why he spent a lot of money to hire a craftsman to make these billiard tables. In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu smiled and explained the rules of billiards. Uncle, this is a billiard ball made by your nephew. The game was very simple. Hit the white ball with the cue stick, let the white ball hit the other balls, and hit them in the holes on the 4 corners of the table and on both sides to score points. Different colored balls are worth different points. Red balls are worth 1 point, yellow balls are worth 2 points. As Li Wangyu explained, he took the cue stick and demonstrated it to Pai Lupi and the others. After his explanation, Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other big shots became interested. Zio, this thing is very interesting. It's somewhat similar to Chuiwen. Come, how about playing around with me? Pai Lupi understood Li Wangyu's explanation and immediately waved for someone to pass him the cue stick. He imitated Li Wangyu's posture just now, lying on the table and gesturing. In response, Li Wangyu naturally did not refuse. He signaled to the maid beside him to arrange the balls on the table for them, and then made a please gesture to Pai Lupi, inviting Pai Lupi to start the game. In the future, although Li Wangyu was not good at billiards, he was still considered skilled. Against a rookie like Pai Lupi, he was naturally at ease. After a round of snooker, he won rather easily. This ignited Pai Lupi's competitive spirit, and he actually pulled Li Wangyu to continue. Li Wangyu naturally could not disobey the emperor's order. However, he did not give Pai Lupi any face, and unceremoniously won another round. This made Pai Lupi so angry that his face turned black. Thus, Li Wangyu, who wanted to continue showing off his skills, was rudely chased off the table by Pai Lupi, and replaced by Zhang Sun Wuji, who was already envious, to continue playing with him. The result was self-evident. After a round of pecking between rookies, Pai Lupi, who had 2 rounds of experience, narrowly won against Zhang Sun Wuji, and finally laughed heartily. Not bad, this thing is very interesting. Mito, bring a billiard table back to the palace for me. Pai Lupi did not hold back at all. He did not even greet Li Wangyu, the host, and turned his head to instruct Mito, who was beside him. Li Wangyu almost choked with anger, but he had nothing to say. He could only secretly curse the shameless Pai Lupi in his heart. Was there still any law in snatching other people's property so openly? However, even if he had any opinions, he could only keep them in his heart. After all, the world was big, and Pai Lupi was the biggest. Pai Lupi had his fill of billiards, and then he toured around the Tang Dynasty Theater with Li Wangyu. He was very interested in the various entertainment and leisure facilities, and he also praised Li Wangyu. It was not until noon that Li Wangyu ordered the servants to treat the big shots who were having a great time to a meal. In the theater, there were many boxes with different decorations, which were specially built to entertain guests. Li Wangyu respectfully invited Pai Lupi and the others to a box called Dongfeng Pavilion. Pai Lupi looked at the words Dongfeng Pavilion on the box, and could not help but ask curiously, Zio, what is Dongfeng Pavilion? Li Wangyu was waiting for Pai Lupi to ask this question. He immediately coughed softly and said loudly, Uncle, this is taken from a poem. You will know when you hear it. Oh. Read it. The sun and moon are shining in the sky, and the mountains and rivers are strong. Peace is not repaid, and I am willing to send a letter to the Dongfeng Pavilion. Li Wangyu immediately read the poem shamelessly, but Pai Lupi could not help but be a little stunned. Behind him, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots had strange expressions. It was no wonder that they had such expressions. It was really Li Wangyu's poem that was too shameless. The poem that Li Wangyu read was written by Chen Shubao, the successor of the southern and northern dynasties. After he became a prisoner, he wrote a poem to flatter Emperor Wen of Sui. The Dongfeng Pavilion referred to the Fengshan Pavilion. Chen Shubao's poem was praising Emperor Wen of Sui, saying that Emperor Wen of Sui should go to Mount Tai to do the Fengshan Pavilion. Li Wangyu shamelessly used this poem to flatter Pai Lupi, which was why everyone's expression was so strange. Uncle, the world is peaceful now, and it is all because of Uncle Saint Aura. At present, my great Tang is undergoing a new era and is thriving. The common people all sincerely bow to Uncle. Uncle is the son of heaven, and your achievements surpass the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I think Uncle is worthy of the Dongfeng Pavilion. That is why I boldly named this pavilion Dongfeng Pavilion. In fact, Pai Lupi had never been able to do the Fengshan Pavilion in his life. However, at this time, Pai Lupi was in the prime of his life. Naturally, he yearned for the Fengshan Pavilion. Li Wangyu's blatant flattery made Pai Lupi very happy. However, he was too embarrassed to say anything. He just coughed dryly and said, Zio is thoughtful. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others were not as shameless as Li Wangyu. It was not easy for them to say anything about this topic. They could only laugh dryly and follow Pai Lupi into this Dongfeng Pavilion. Chapter 795. During lunch, all the guests, including Pai Lupi, were naturally happy. Lai Hot's delicacies were well known in Chang'an. The only thing that made Li Wangyu unhappy was that the old hooligan Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these old fools, had drunk too much. They were almost about to go crazy drunk and tear down his theater. Even Li Wangyu was forced to drink a few cups of wine by these old bastards, making his face and ears red. If he didn't run away quickly, he reckoned that today's opening ceremony of the Tang Dynasty Theater would have been ruined by these old bastards. After lunch, Li Wangyu hurriedly told the maids to bring the guests some hangover soup. After resting for a while, he prepared to enter the main topic of today's opening ceremony, which was to go to the theater and watch the performance. Li Wangyu had put in a lot of effort to build this theater. Not to mention other things, just the huge circular ceiling was enough to give the craftsman, who had never built such a building, a headache. The theater was able to accommodate 300 people. The stage was about 2 meters high and was completely made of wood and stone. The bottom of the stage was empty, which could hide all kinds of mechanisms, props, and actors. The curtains behind the stage could move and change according to different plots. What gave Lee Wang-yu the most headache were the two problems of sound amplification and lighting. After several discussions with his beautiful boss, in addition to using the semicircular theater to amplify sound, he also ordered the craftsmen to make many sound amplifiers with copper sheets. The principle of this kind of copper sound amplifiers was actually the same as Chinese clocks. Using the hollow metal material to produce resonance, it played the role of amplifying the sound. After experimenting, Lee Wang-yu confirmed that even if he was sitting in the last row of the theater, he could still clearly hear the music and dialogue on the stage. Only then was he satisfied. However, this was also the reason why the theater could only accommodate 300 people. No matter how big the theater was, the sound amplification effect couldn't be guaranteed. As for the stage lighting, because there were no light bulbs, Lee Wang-yu could only make do with what was available. He ordered the craftsmen to make a concave copper mirror to be plated with silver, and a large oil lamp to illuminate the middle. This was basically a replica of the story of Edison using a mirror to reflect the light of a candle to illuminate the doctor so that he could perform surgery on his mother. Although the story about Edison was fake, it didn't affect Lee Wang-yu's ability to use the concave mirror to illuminate the stage. The effect of this simple lighting setup was not bad. The characteristic of the concave mirror was that it could actually project the effect of a spotlight on the stage. Lee Wang-yu even used the gunpowder he created to design a lot of fireworks for the stage. Lee Wang-yu was sure that today's performance would definitely shock Pai Lupi and the other country bumpkins of the Tang dynasty. The seats in the theater were all made by Lee Wang-yu according to the seats in the movie theaters of the future. The only difference was that each seat was very wide and soft. There were also wide armrests, making it very comfortable to sit on. Between every two chairs, there was a tea table for tea and snacks. Lee Wang-yu's target customers were the nobles in Chang'an. If he wanted to take money out of these people's pockets, he naturally had to give them the best enjoyment. The actors in the theater were all singers that Lee Wang-yu bought from Taichung Temple after spending a lot of money and pestering Pai Lupi for a long time. They were given to Aphrodite to train for more than a month. Fortunately, these singers had already undergone professional training in Taichung Temple. Although the rehearsal time was short, Lee Wang-yu was very satisfied after watching their performance. He didn't consider that these singers were all trained by Taichung Temple with a lot of effort, but they were almost all taken away by Lee Wang-yu. Because of this, the chief of Taichung Temple had complained to Pai Lupi many times. There were no male actors in the theater because Lee Wang-yu didn't want to get into trouble. After all, love stories were unavoidable in a stage play. If he let the male and female actors act lovey-dovey on stage, Lee Wang-yu was afraid that he would be scolded to death by those pedantic people. In this way, Lee Wang-yu would rather let a woman play the male role than cause trouble. This wasn't a big deal. Anyway, he didn't want to see men perform on stage. In the orchestra pit in front of the stage, dozens of musicians were busy adjusting the instruments in their hands. In an era without tape recorders, these musicians had to perform the dubbing needed to be done live. Needless to say, these musicians were naturally robbed by Lee Wang-yu from Taichung Temple. Thinking about it this way, he didn't seem to be in a position to say those words when he complained that Pai Lupi robbed his billiard table. The group of guests, under the attentive guidance of the servant girls serving in the theater, entered the theater one after another and took their seats. Immediately, a servant girl brought them tea, snacks, and fruits and placed them on the tea table between the seats. Most of the guests were very curious after entering the theater. They looked around like curious babies. Even the wide seats under their buttocks were new to these nobles of Chang'an. They kept getting up and sitting down. They were full of country bumpkins, and were no different from Granny Lu when she first entered the Grand View Garden. As for Pai Lupi and those old men, they didn't show their cowardice in front of the crowd because they had their own private rooms. Lee Wang-yu imitated the design of the European theaters of the future. On the second floor of the theater, there were all kinds of private rooms. It was to make it convenient for Li Er and the other princes and dukes to watch the show. In each private room, there were specially selected beautiful servant girls to serve them. It was luxurious to the bone. After Pai Lupi followed Lee Wang-yu into the private room, He looked around and was very satisfied. He walked to the railing and looked down. Looking at the stage with thick curtains, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zio, what kind of performance is this? What is the meaning of this? Are there singers performing?" He guessed like this because Li Wangyu took away so many singers from Taichung Temple. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "Uncle, you will know when you see it with your own eyes. I can only guarantee that you and Aunt will have a worthwhile trip." Empress Zhongsun glared at him and said, "Humph, if it's boring, be careful that I will settle accounts with Chongqing." Li Wangyu was speechless. Empress Zhongsun acted like a motherly model in front of others. How could she be so stingy to him? In fact, he also knew that Empress Zhongsun treated him like this because she didn't treat him as an outsider. After chatting for a while, it was time for the performance to start. Immediately, the servants in the theater filed in and extinguished the oil lamps that were used to illuminate the theater. Soon, the entire theater fell into darkness. This caused the guests who had never seen a performance before to burst into a clamor. They did not understand what had happened. In the orchestra pit, music sounded, and the noise in the theater below slowly subsided. On the stage, the curtains were slowly opened. Chapter 796. Of the many stories that Li Wangyu had told her, the blonde's favorite were love stories like The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl and Liang Shanbua and Zhu Tai. Regarding this, Li Wangyu was also very speechless. Sure enough, regardless of ancient times or modern times, women loved these kinds of love stories. No wonder the Korean TV series in the future could earn so many women's tears and money. Because of Avlo's insistence, the first performance in the Tang Dynasty Theater was The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. Everyone knew the story of The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. It was about a hooligan who peeped on a girl bathing and shamelessly stole her clothes, threatening her to marry him. After the girl was forced into marriage, she gave birth to a son and a daughter. Later, when the girl's mother found out about this, she took the girl home and magnanimously didn't pursue the responsibility of the hooligan youth. Who would have thought that the hooligan youth wouldn't let it go and chased after the girl? In the end, the girl's mother had no choice but to allow the hooligan youth to see the girl once a year on Chinese Valentine's Day. This was Li Wangyu's understanding of the beautiful love story of The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. He couldn't understand why a hooligan youth who forced a wife into marriage would become a love classic in the future and even turn Chinese Valentine's Day into Chinese Valentine's Day. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, if his beautiful boss heard it, it might turn into domestic violence. The curtains slowly opened and the singer who played the role of the cowherd appeared amidst the music. The development of the plot soon attracted the attention of everyone in the theater. There was no more noise, and everyone, including Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, stared intently at the performance on the stage. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss hadn't misjudged her. Avlo really was a genius. She had merely watched the performance videos on her phone and listened to Li Wangyu's story, so she could choreograph the entire performance to perfection. The performance that Avlo choreographed was similar to the songs and dances of the future, but the dialogue was also like a play. However, Li Wangyu had to admit that the performance was very exciting and enjoyable. Moreover, the musicians and singers who had been robbed from Taichung Temple were indeed professionals trained by Taichung Temple over the years. Even though they had only rehearsed for a short month, the singers on stage were all professionals in terms of dancing and singing. They definitely weren't something that a regular troupe could compare to. Even he and his beautiful boss were enjoying the performance in the theater, let alone the country bumpkins from the Tang Dynasty in the theater. More than 300 guests, including Li Er, were all immersed in the plot on stage. But when the stage came to the scene of a kind and hard-working male prostitute being chased out of the house by his mean brother and sister-in-law after the death of his parents, there was a sudden situation off stage. Someone suddenly stood up and glared at the singer who was playing the role of a brother and sister-in-law on the stage. He scolded her angrily, "How dare you? Killing your own kind is a heinous crime. How dare you dare? Guards, come. Take these two people down and put them in prison to investigate their crimes." Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the agitated Wei Zheng. Was this old man crazy? Did he actually take the performance seriously? Before he could say anything, Empress Zhongsun also stood up angrily. I think Wei Zheng is right. Erlang, although this concubine shouldn't interfere in politics, this concubine really can't stand this kind of reckless person. Erlang, please issue an edict to give justice to the Cowets and punish the Cowets. The 300 or so guests below also started to clamor, looking like they wouldn't give up until the Cowets and Wei Zheng were arrested. Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old fogies even rolled up their sleeves and wanted to rush up to the stage to beat them up. On the other hand, the two singers who were playing the Cowets and Wei Zheng were so scared that their faces turned pale and they almost collapsed on the stage and burst into tears. This farce made Li Wangyu really speechless. *CK, he knew that this group of country bumpkins was going to do something. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Empress Zhongsun. Auntie, calm down, calm down. This is a play, a performance, fake, all fake. It's just a play. The Cowets and Wei Zheng are only singers. How can Auntie bear to throw them into prison? With Li Wangyu's reminder, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, who were still immersed in the plot and unable to extricate themselves, suddenly came to their senses. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Cough, cough, Maid Guanin's meaning is, those singers who acted well will be rewarded. He turned his head and waved at Mitua, pointing at Xing Yao Jin and the others who were cursing non-stop. Go, tell these bastards not to cause trouble and not to disturb me from watching the performance. Look at what they're like, scaring those girls so much they're about to cry. This group of old men, they're not human. Mitua secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly turned and led the palace guards away, jogging to dissuade Wei Zheng and the others. In reality, Mitua, who had been behind Pai Lupi, was also entranced by the performance and almost shouted along with him. He even felt the same way because, when Mitua was young, he had entered the palace with nothing and became a eunuch because, after his parents passed away, he was bullied by his Cowets and Wei Zheng. They even sold him to the palace. Thus, if Li Wangyu hadn't spoken, Mitua would have almost lost his composure. He muttered in his heart, what kind of performance did the Huxian Count put on? It was really bewitching, but Mitua couldn't help but admit that it was beautiful, really beautiful. In addition to Pai Lupi's orders, he had jogged all the way because he wanted to quell the commotion as soon as possible and let the performance continue. He couldn't wait to find out what happened next. Wei Zheng and the others, who had been stomping their feet and cursing, came back to their senses after Mitua led the palace guards over. After an explanation, they couldn't help but blush. If it weren't for the fact that he was concerned about the development of the plot, Wei Zheng would have covered his face and left. Embarrassing, it was really too embarrassing. However, there were many guests present like Wei Zheng, so no one laughed at each other. After a long while, the theater quieted down again. Li Wangyu hurriedly signaled Aphrodite to let the performance continue. However, affected by this farce, the Cowets acting as the Cowets were trembling with fear, making Li Wangyu feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the plot progressed quickly and didn't involve the Cowets. Otherwise, Li Wangyu would really be worried that today's performance would be ruined. The plot quickly reached the climax. The 7 fairies descended to the mortal world to take a bath. The old bull suddenly spoke human language and told the cowherd to take away the weaver girl's clothes. When the 7 fairies acting as the 7 fairies hid behind props and pretended to take a bath and threw out the clothes one by one, the scene became noisy again. Chapter 797. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! How dare you put on such a filthy show in broad daylight? An old man with white hair and beard stood up angrily, pointing at the performance on the stage and scolding loudly. Li Wangyu was speechless again and put his hand to his forehead. *CK, what he was afraid of really happened. This kind of pedantic old man really gave him a headache. In fact, Li Wangyu also thought about whether to simplify the scene of the 7 fairies bathing. However, thinking about the atmosphere of the Tang dynasty, which was much more open than the Ming and Qing dynasties, he felt that it shouldn't be a big problem. In fact, after the scene of the 7 fairies bathing began, Li Wangyu stole a glance at the expressions of Pai Lupi, Empress Zhongsun, Concubine Yang, and the others, but he didn't see anything unusual. Even Pai Lupi was a little excited in his seat, twisting his body and leaning forward. Obviously, he was looking forward to the following plot. This pervert despised him. Therefore, it was obvious that only a few pedantic old men would be dissatisfied with this scene. Seeing this clearly, Li Wangyu was relieved and didn't want to pay attention to it. This kind of pedantic old man, when he wanted to build the women's restroom, had already been disgusted. He really didn't want to continue dealing with them. Anyway, Li Wangyu didn't believe that the more than 300 guests present would let this kind of person continue to make a fuss and not want to watch the performance. Sure enough, as he expected, before the pedantic old man could yell a few words, Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old men jumped up and cursed angrily. Bah! Where did an old fart like you pop out from? Don't make a fuss over there. If you don't shut your bird mouth, do you believe that I won't crush your balls? Old thing, get out if you don't want to watch. Don't disturb your grandfather's mood. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense? The pedantic old man was a little dumbfounded after being scolded by Qing Yaojin and the others. Before he could say anything, the hundreds of guests in the theater started to make a ruckus because of Qing Yaojin and the other big shots. Get out, you pedantic teacher. If you don't want to watch, then don't make a fuss and disturb us from watching the show. That's right, you're so insensible. County Count who kindly invited you to watch a show, but you're so disrespectful. You're not worthy of being a minister of the Guanglu Temple. Tomorrow at the regular court, this old man will definitely impeach you. The old master, who originally thought that he had the upper hand, was even more at a loss now. He looked around and realized that no one supported him. Even his wife, who came with him, covered her face with her sleeves, looking as if she did not want to know him. The old master was so angry that his whole body was trembling, but he did not dare to say anything. He was too ashamed to stay any longer. He could only fling his robe fiercely and turn to leave. This pedantic old man was the minister of Guanglu Temple, a third-rank official in the imperial court. He was usually in charge of offering sacrifices, court meetings, and banquets. But he had never expected that on the second day of court, several people would step forward and impeach Pai Lupi. Even more unexpected was that Pai Lupi would actually use his lack of manners as an excuse to reprimand him, causing the old man to lose a great deal of face. These are all stories for later, so let's not talk about them for now. After the old man was driven out of the theater, the crowd once again turned their attention to the stage, all of them entranced. Time passed, and the plot reached the point where the heavenly queen mother discovered that the hoodlum young man had taken her daughter for himself. She sent out heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to rescue the kidnapped woman. The curtains rolled back, and the stage scenery and props changed again and again. Amidst the beautiful musical accompaniment and singing, there was a boom. In the center of the stage, a ball of fire exploded, and blue smoke billowed into the air. Several musicians playing the roles of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals appeared on stage, wearing dazzling golden armor. However, this sound gave the guests quite a fright. The ladies among the guests were all scared out of their wits and screamed. The timid ladies were so scared that they fell to the ground and covered their heads with their sleeves, crying for help. Li Er, Qing Yao Jin, and the other big shots laughed out loud when they saw this. They didn't feel any sympathy at all. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to this continuous farce, and he let this group of country bumpkins do as they please. After nearly 4 hours of performance, it was finally coming to an end. The cowherd and the weaver girl were separated by the Milky Way, and could only meet on the Magpie Bridge every year on the Qixi festival. The ladies of Chang'an were all teary-eyed, and the handkerchiefs they used to wipe their tears were wet. In fact, the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl was not a rare story. There were records of the cowherd and the weaver girl in the Book of Songs, and there were legends of the cowherd and the weaver girl in the northern and southern dynasties. But reading the stiff words in the books was not as touching as watching the story performed by the musicians on the stage. The musicians playing the roles of the cowherd and the weaver girl sang the lyrics on the stage. Hand in hand, line up in groups, build the magpie bridge across the Milky Way, and let the cowherd and the weaver girl meet on the Chishi festival. What match, the shackles from millions of years ago, still can't be broken today. No matter who comes to oppose it, we'll never regret it. Empress Jongsun, concubine Yang, and the others in the box started to wipe their tears at this sad scene. Li Wangyu noticed Empress Jongsun's tears, and couldn't help but shudder. Damn it, wasn't this the best time for him to convince Empress Jongsun to marry his beautiful superior? It was said that women were emotional, and he and his beautiful superior were so in love, so what match was there for them? Was Empress Jongsun going to be that hateful queen mother who could bear to break him and his beautiful superior apart? At this thought, Li Wangyu couldn't help but give Aphrodite 32 likes in his heart. This performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl was well arranged. The curtains on the stage slowly lowered and the performance came to an end, but the over 300 guests were still immersed in the story and couldn't extricate themselves. Maids and servants entered the theater and lit up the oil lamps used to light up the theater. Li Wangyu coughed lightly, startling Empress Jongsun, who was still thinking about the story, out of her reverie, and he revealed a flattering smile. "Aunt, I wonder if you're satisfied with today's performance?" "Of course, I'm satisfied. I've never seen such a wonderful song and dance before. It can be said to be exquisite beyond compare. It's been hard on you, Zio." In Empress Jongsun's view, this performance, which was completely different from the songs and dances of the Tang dynasty, could only be rehearsed by a powerful Taoist like Li Wangyu or a reincarnated celestial lord. Hee, it's good that Aunt likes it. But what do you think of the Queen Mother? As a descendant of the heavenly palace, that Queen Mother is narrow-minded and doesn't have the heart of a mother model at all. I don't like her very much. Empress Jongsun was full of anger at the mention of the Queen Mother. Beside her, Yang Fei also nodded in agreement. Everyone didn't have a good impression of the Queen Mother who cruelly broke up the cowherd and the weaver girl in the play. And, do you think that the cowherd and the weaver girl can be considered an immortal couple? Empress Jongsun continued nodding. Ancient poetry is profound. The faraway Altair star, the bright and clear river of Han women, slender and white hands, reading books and writing tools. They don't form a chapter all day long, their tears falling like rain. The river is clear and shallow, but different from each other. It's filled with water, and words cannot be spoken. Zio, the cowherd, and the weaver girl can naturally be considered an immortal couple. Although they only meet once every year on the Chishi festival, their love is stronger than gold and makes people envious. Hearing Empress Jongsun's words, Li Wangyu laughed even more happily. Chapter 798. Li Wangyu rubbed his hands together, his face full of smiles. He asked carefully and expectantly, "Auntie, if I take a fancy to a girl from an ordinary family, would you allow me to marry her?" "No. Absolutely not." Empress Jongsun actually gave the answer without hesitation. Her phoenix eyes stared at Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, don't let your imagination run wild." Li Wangyu only felt that thunder was rolling above his head. His whole person instantly became Spartan. Isn't this double standard too serious? Just now, she was rebuking the Queen Mother with a face full of righteousness. How come her face changed faster than flipping a book? "Aunt, there's really no need for this prejudice." Li Wangyu still wanted to argue, but he was mercilessly interrupted by Empress Jongsun. "Okay, don't talk about this anymore. Ziyu, don't worry. I'll definitely choose a good marriage for you." "No, Aunt, okay, I've said it. I'll make a decision for you on this matter." At this time, in Li Wangyu's eyes, Empress Jongsun no longer had the luxury of being a mother of the world. She had almost become Snow White's evil stepmother. Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't understand why Empress Jongsun was so stubborn and why she was so concerned about his marriage. Pai Lupi didn't say anything on the side. He only looked meaningfully at Li Wangyu, then led Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the others back to the palace. The conversation between Li Wangyu and Empress Zhang's son was naturally heard by the beautiful superior. This inevitably made her expression dim, and she lowered her head in silence. Li Wangyu hurriedly reached out and grasped the beautiful superior, Ri. His tone was unusually firm. Changqing, don't worry. At worst, you and I can just leave here. The world is so big, where is there no place for us to stay? Su Changqing silently leaned her head on his shoulder and said faintly, are you willing to give up everything now? For you, I'm willing to give up anything. Humph, I don't believe you. Su Changqing's fingers gently stroked Li Wangyu's palm. Deep down, she was very satisfied with her man's answer. Li Wangyu was so anxious that he began to swear, I promise. I won't marry anyone other than Changqing. If there is even half a lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning. All right, I believe you, all right? There's no need to be anxious about this matter. Let's take it slow. There will always be a way. Su Changqing gently kissed Li Wangyu's cheek and instead spoke words of comfort. Li Wangyu was also very helpless. He held his beautiful superior's hand and looked at each other speechlessly. Not to mention how Li Wangyu criticized the overbearing Empress Zhang's son in his heart, the Chang'an Theater immediately became popular in Chang'an after its opening. The advance tickets for the theater had been sold for a month. Even so, the demand still exceeded the demand. Fortunately, those who could enter the Tang Dynasty Theater were all nobles and officials in Chang'an. Otherwise, the scalpers would have been born more than 1,000 years in advance. In the future, when blockbuster movies were released, fanatical fans would go to the theater to watch the movie twice and thrice. However, compared with the crazy noblewomen in Chang'an, watching the movie twice and thrice was nothing. Almost all of them, including Empress Zhang's son, had settled down in the Tang Dynasty Theater. Every day, after having lunch in the palace on time, they would go to the Tang Dynasty Theater with concubine Yang and the others to watch the performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl. So far, Aphrodite had only rehearsed this scene. Even so, no one disliked it. Instead, they watched it over and over again with great interest. However, the Tang Dynasty Theater could only accommodate about 300 people. Therefore, those noblewomen who could not buy tickets were so anxious that they almost hanged themselves. For this reason, he cried and made a fuss in the manor, and even wanted to go on a hunger strike and hang himself. He wanted to force his Langjun and father to think of a way to get a precious theater ticket from Li Wangyu, the county count of Hu. Because of this, the doorstep of Li Wangyu's mansion in Kaihua Square was almost flattened by the hundreds of officials. He was so scared that he ran back to Dingzhou village in Huxin County in the middle of the night and shut himself in, refusing to see any guests. He also underestimated the charm of this play. A theater ticket was not cheap at all. It could even be said that it was ridiculously expensive. Even so, it was still difficult to get a ticket. The entertainment programs in the Tang Dynasty Theater were also full. Business was surprisingly good. In just a month after the opening of the theater, Li Wangyu heard the report from Aphrodite and the old butler Li Heng. He was surprised to find that the money he had invested had been earned back. This was not a theater. It was simply a money-sucking treasure bowl. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and express that the people here were stupid and rich. If there were other transmigrators, they should come quickly. After finishing the theater, before Li Wangyu could take a breather and enjoy a few days of comfortable life, Su Jingzong came looking for him again. Earl, the Goguryeo diplomatic mission has already entered the palace to bid farewell to the sage. They will set off soon and return to Goguryeo. What are your next plans? Su Jingzong still did not understand Li Wangyu's thoughts. He followed Li Wangyu's instructions and easily established a relationship with Yun Geiseman. After gifting Yun Geiseman a Kunlun slave, the two of them had become rather close, at least on the surface. They seemed to be close friends. In these 2 months, Su Jingzong often invited Yun Geiseman to Pingkong Square or the Hu Taverns in Shi City to indulge in wine and women. But Su Jingzong, who was spending Li Wangyu's money while eating, drinking, and playing with women at public expense, felt more and more uneasy. He didn't understand what Li Wangyou's intentions were. If he wanted to teach Yun Geiseman a lesson and vent Xing Chumo's anger, he didn't need to use such a method. Su Jingzong even faintly guessed that Li Wangyou was not only venting Xing Chumo's anger, but also trying to take Yun Geiseman's life. But Su Jingzong did not dare to make such a judgment. After all, he also knew that if Yun Geiseman died in the Tang dynasty, not even Li Wangyou, as the county earl who founded the dynasty, would be able to bear the consequences. Li Wangyou's eyes flashed upon hearing Su Jingzong's report. It seemed like it was time for the dagger to be revealed after so many days of planning. That's good. General Su, invite the Goguryeo diplomatic mission to a banquet one day before it departs. I only have one request. You must get Yun Geiseman drunk. Can General Su accomplish this? That's naturally not a problem, but what does Lord Count intend to do? Is there anything you need my cooperation with? Su Jingzong still wanted to get to the bottom of this. Li Wangyou, however, did not reveal anything. It's nothing. As long as General Su can do what I ordered, it's fine. Remember, you must get Yun Geiseman drunk. Yes, this lowly official understands. Su Jingzong knew that Li Wangyou wouldn't tell him the truth, so he didn't ask any more questions and nodded. Chapter 799. After Su Jingzong left with a head full of confusion, Li Wangyou immediately went to find Niu Wu. Niu Wu, have you prepared the things I asked you to find? Lang Jun, I've prepared them long ago. But why did you ask me to prepare those things? They look quite frightening. Niu Wu nodded, but he was also confused. Of course I have a use for them. Let's go. Take me to them. Li Wangyou did not explain. The less others knew about this, the better. It was not that he did not trust Niu Wu. Li Wangyou had absolute trust in this loyal Guanzhong man. But it was better to be safe than sorry. If Niu Wu knew the truth and accidentally let it slip, that would not be good. Thus, although Li Wangyou needed Niu Wu to help him carry out some things, he did not plan on explaining the cause and effect of the matter clearly. Niu Wu was curious about this, but he was smart enough to know what to ask and what not to ask. Thus, he did not say much. Li Wangyou did not lead the other troops of the manor. He followed Niu Wu through the manor of Noda, turning here and there until they came to a remote wooden house. This was originally where Li Wangyou had led the Niu brothers to make gunpowder. Because he was afraid that something would happen, he had moved this wooden house to a remote corner of the manor and forbade other people from the manor from coming here. Niu Wu came forward and pulled open the door of the wooden house. Immediately, a wave of fierce barking came out. There were several large metal cages placed in the wooden house, each containing a crazed dog. The eyes of these dogs were completely red, and disgusting saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. When they saw Li Wangyou and Niu Wu, they constantly thrashed about in the cages, looking like they were going to eat someone. The dogs in the metal cages would occasionally twitch and spasm, appearing rather manic. Li Wangyou knew very well that these were classic dogs that had been infected with rabies. He had asked Niu Wu to secretly collect rabid dogs. His goal was naturally to use the saliva of these rabid dogs to go to Een Death Abyss and Geiseman. Niu Wu, I have something I need you to do for me. Li Wangyou whispered to Niu Wu after observing the rabid dogs. Although there was no one else around the wooden house, he subconsciously lowered his voice. Niu Wu's single eye flashed. Lang Jun, just give me your orders. I dare not disobey. Li Wangyou waved his hand. It's not that serious. We just need to keep it a secret. Tomorrow, you. His voice grew softer and softer. Niu Wu listened carefully. Although he still didn't understand, he didn't ask. He only nodded vigorously to show that he understood. After instructing Niu Wu, Li Wangyou walked out of the wooden house with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up in the direction of Chang, and with a confused expression, the next day, after the drum of dusk sounded, the doors of the markets in Chang and slowly closed with squeaking sounds. Most of them slowly fell into a deep sleep. Peace Square was the only place that was still brightly lit. There was lights singing and dancing, and it was very lively. The Chamberlain of Dependencies of the Tang dynasty had actually been established in Peace Square. It was hard to say which big shot had come up with this genius idea. Because the Goguryeo diplomatic mission would be leaving Chang and tomorrow and returning to Goguryeo, the entire mission was celebrating in Peace Square tonight. Young Gaesaman had been invited by his new good friend, the vice principal of the Tang dynasty's academy, Su Jingzong, to a familiar brothel so that he could send him off with wine. Worthy little brother Suan, after this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again? Come, let's drink. This elder brother can only use this cup of wine to send you off. I wish you great success in Goguryeo. Su Jingzong raised his cup in a toast to young Gaesaman. In a private room, 5 or 6 beautiful courtesans dressed in thin clothing that revealed their cleavage were attentively attending to the two of them, constantly filling their cups with food and wine. Young Gaesaman drank all the wine in his cup and then buried his face in the bosom of the courtesan next to him, greedily breathing in the fragrance of her perfume. After a long while, he finally raised his head. Brother Yan, this little brother really doesn't want to leave Chang'an. The women of the Tang dynasty are much better than the women of our Goguryeo. TSK, they're so tender that you can squeeze water out of them. That's only natural. I don't dare to speak about anything else in Chang'an, but the brothel of Peace Square is unparalleled in the world. Come, let's drink. Today, the two of us must get drunk. Cheers. Young Gaesaman boldly raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. The courtesans in the private room had already received Su Jingzong's orders and were pouring cup after cup of wine for young Gaesaman. They were not drinking the rice wine or wine that the Tang often drank, but the highly concentrated Shaodao wine from Li Wangyo's Shaodao winery. Thus, after 2 hours of drinking, young Gaesaman was so drunk that he couldn't even speak properly. No, enough, little brother, tomorrow, we still have to set out. Today, we can't drink anymore. Young Gaesaman still had a sliver of consciousness left, and he stopped Su Jingzong from pouring more wine. Su Jingzong naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. He had promised Li Wangyu that he would get young Gaesaman drunk today. Although young Gaesaman was already drunk, Su Jingzong was afraid that he would ruin Li Wangyu's plans, so he naturally had to continue pouring wine for him. Little brother Su Wan, what are you saying? Have you heard of a poem written by the famous county count Hu of Chang'an? Laughing in the spring breeze, dancing in gauze clothes, how will the gentleman return in peace if he is not drunk? Today, we brothers will part, but we don't know when or where we will meet again. How will he return in peace if he is not drunk? Come, fill little brother Su Wen's cup with wine. Drink. Under Su Jingzong's constant urging to drink, young Gaesaman finally failed to resist the assault of alcohol. He was so drunk that he collapsed into a pile of mush and fell unconscious in the arms of a courtesan. Young Gaesaman's bodyguard saw that his master was drunk and could only helplessly apologize to Su Jingzong. He then carefully helped young Gaesaman out of the brothel and toward the nearby Chamberlain of Dependencies. Su Jingzong stood by the window of the brothel, watching young Gaesaman's party gradually disappear into the distance. He shook his head, too lazy to think about what Li Wangyu was planning. In any case, his mission had been completed. Su Jingzong felt his entire body relax. In order to persuade young Gaesaman to drink, he had drunk quite a bit. Now that he was relaxed, he felt the alcohol rush to his head. Su Jingzong waved his hand at the young and beautiful courtesans in the room, a lewd smile on his face. Young ladies, it's getting late. Help this one to rest. Today, this one is going to sleep under the same blanket and enjoy the happiness of having multiple partners. After saying this, he pounced on the courtesans, causing them to burst into laughter. Putting aside how Su Jingzong was indulging in wine and pleasure in the brothel, young Gaesaman was being supported by 2 bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right, toward the Chamberlain of Dependencies. In an alley not far away from the Chamberlain of Dependencies, a figure flashed out and directly bumped into them. Chapter 800. Young Gaesaman's 2 guards saw that this silhouette seemed to be drunk and wanted to get out of the way. But the 2 of them were struggling to support the drunk young Gaesaman and couldn't move, so how could they get out of the way? As the silhouette stumbled over, it crashed into the 3 of them. The silhouette was a brawny man, and he reeked of alcohol. His strength was not small, and he knocked young Gayseman's group to the ground. The man himself also fell, and the four of them rolled around on the ground. Young Gayseman seemed to be in pain from the collision, and in his drunken state, he groaned. The two guards hurriedly got up and prepared to teach this reckless drunkard a lesson. However, the drunkard's reaction was not very good. He crawled up from the ground and mumbled something incoherently. Then, he turned around and slipped into a dark alley, disappearing from sight. Young Gayseman's two guards had not even been able to see the drunkard's appearance. Seeing the drunkard run off, they did not dare to pursue out of concern for young Gayseman, who was still lying on the ground. All they could do was carefully help young Gayseman up. After a rough inspection and confirming that there was nothing wrong with young Gayseman's body, the two of them relaxed. They patted off the dust on young Gayseman's clothes and continued to help him back to the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The two guards were worried that they would be punished for their lack of protection and causing young Gayseman to fall. Thus, the two of them pretended that nothing had happened and naturally did not mention it to anyone else. The next day, young Gayseman got up from his bed with a headache from his hangover, but it was already late in the morning. The Gogrian envoy had already packed their luggage, and they were just waiting for the arrival of the vice envoy. There was a fixed time for the diplomatic mission to leave Chang'an. If they were late, it would be troublesome. The officials from the Chamberlain of Dependencies who had come to send them off were already waiting in front of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. If not for the fact that they feared young Gayseman's father's status, the Goguryeo envoy would have already cursed. Seeing that young Gayseman was awake, the Goguryeo envoy sighed in relief and hurriedly urged the servants to help young Gayseman clean up and change his clothes. Hurrying, they did not miss the time for the diplomatic mission to set off. By the Ba Bridge outside Chang'an City, the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies had sent off the Gogrian diplomatic mission. After which, they chatted and joked with one another as they rode back to Chang'an City. On the other hand, the Gogrian envoy slowly headed northeast, preparing to report back to Goguryeo. No one noticed that outside the pavilion of Ba Qiao, a burly man wearing a bamboo hat was resting on the side of the road, watching the diplomatic mission leave. If the two guards of young Gayseman were here, they might have been able to recognize that this was the reckless drunkard from last night. Seeing the diplomatic mission gradually disappear into the distance, the muscular man with the bamboo hat also stood up and took off his bamboo hat. If it wasn't Niu Wu, who else could it be? Niu Wu casually patted the dust off his body and jumped onto the horse's back. He bypassed Chang'an City and galloped towards the south. In Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu seemed particularly anxious today. Since yesterday, he had been restless. But whether it was his beautiful boss or Aphrodite, when they asked him what had happened, Li Wangyu would smile and shake his head, indicating that he was fine. Li Wangyu wouldn't reveal to anyone that Niu Wu had gone to assassinate young Gayseman, so he naturally wouldn't tell Su Changqing and the others the truth. But he was extremely anxious. He didn't know if Niu Wu had succeeded or not yesterday, or if some accident had occurred. This was the first time in his life that Li Wangyu had planned a murder, and the target was a rather important figure in history. He couldn't help but be nervous. He hated the fact that there were no mobile phones in this era, and he couldn't get in touch with Niu Wu. Thus, he could only suppress his anxiety and continue to wait. It wasn't until noon that Niu Wu rushed back to the mansion, covered in dust, and secretly gave him a sign of success. Only then did Li Wangyu's hanging heart finally relax. Ignoring everything else, he pulled Niu Wu to that small wooden hut in the middle of nowhere. In the wooden house, the iron cage was still there, but the mad dogs that had been locked up in it had disappeared without a trace. Niu Wu, how was it? Is it done? Li Wangyu impatiently asked as he closed the door to the hut. Niu Wu nodded and gruffly replied, Lang Jun, it's all done. No one suspected anything? No. Last night, I followed your orders and followed Principal Su's group, keeping watch outside the painting pavilion. Principal Su really did manage to get young Gayseman drunk, so I pretended to be a drunkard with them and used the opportunity to give young Gayseman a needle. As Niu Wu spoke, he took out a needle made of bamboo from his bosom. Li Wangyu hurriedly had him light a fire and carefully tossed the needle into it. Only when the fire engulfed the needle did Li Wangyu relax. And after that? Did everything go smoothly? Niu Wu nodded. I followed Langjuan's orders and waited outside the Chamberlain of Dependencies for the night. As expected, I saw the Gogrian diplomatic mission return with my own eyes. Yun Geiseman was among them. Good. That's great. Niu Wu, it's been hard on you. Go back and rest. But remember to keep this matter a secret. Don't reveal it to anyone. Niu Wu naturally knew this and immediately replied, Lang Jun, be at ease. Even if I die, I won't say a single word. Li Wangyu gratefully patted Niu Wu's shoulder and said no more. His gaze subconsciously turned to the northeast. Several months later, news came from Goguryeo. The deputy envoy who had just returned from the Tang dynasty, the son of Yun Taizhua, Yun Geiseman, had suddenly developed a strange illness. He feared light, water, and wind, and the slightest disturbance would make him go crazy. In his madness, he would bite anyone he saw. Although Yun Taizhua had summoned all the famous doctors of Goguryeo to treat his son, none of them could do anything. They couldn't understand what Yun Geiseman's illness was. In his rage, Yun Taizhua beheaded several Gogrian imperial physicians, but to no avail. 2 weeks later, the agonized Yun Geiseman breathed his last. Because of Li Wangyu's appearance, this ambitious and ruthless person who had written a thick and colorful stroke in history had disappeared without a trace before he could even make a splash in the long river of history. When this news reached Chang'an, it didn't cause the slightest stir. It merely served as a topic of conversation for the officials who had received the Gogrian envoy. But when Su Jingzong learned of this matter, he felt a lingering fear. He was sure that Yun Geiseman hadn't died from some strange illness. He would never believe that Li Wangyu hadn't done anything. But Su Jingzong was a smart man. After learning of this matter, he buried it in his heart, not daring to speak of it to anyone else. As for Li Wangyu, Su Jingzong was both respectful and fearful. He didn't know if this young earl knew some immortal art that allowed him to take someone's life from 1,000 li away. After learning of Yun Geiseman's death, Li Wangyu locked himself in his room for several days. When he reappeared, everyone, including Su Chongqing, felt that he had changed a lot. Chapter 801. Spring left and summer came. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. In the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhongguan, when Chang'an city became unbearably hot again, the city became restless again because of a piece of news from the newspaper. Early in the morning drum that resounded throughout Chang'an city had just been beaten. As soon as the gates of the streets opened, all kinds of carriages, mules, and horses poured out of Chang'an city and headed toward the 3 city gates in the south. The imperial guards who were guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate were shocked by the crowd, and they could not figure out what exactly was going on. Squad leader, are we possessed today? Why do I feel like everyone in Chang'an city is running out of the city? Are they bringing their children with them? Are they trying to escape? The squad leader slapped the back of the soldier's head. Serves you right for being illiterate. Didn't you read the newspaper a few days ago? No. I didn't. What's wrong? What did it say? The soldier dared not talk back, but he mumbled to himself, as if King know how to read. You only know how to write your name, why are you showing off? The squad leader took out a folded newspaper and opened it carefully. He pointed at a paragraph on it and said, "Did you see this?" It said that the Saint and Count Huxian built an academy in Huxian. It's called the Academy of the Tang Dynasty, and it's recruiting students from all over Chang'an city. Those who pass the test and are selected to enter the academy are free of charge, and they don't have to pay a single cent for their tuition. Today is the academy's enrollment day, so why do you think so many people are bringing their children out? They don't have to pay for their tuition. They're free of charge. Squad leader, is there such a good thing? TSK, Count Huxian is the god of wealth indeed. How many copper coins did they spend? Nonsense, who in Chang'an city doesn't know that Count Huxian's house is filled with mountains of gold and silver, so this little bit of money is nothing. The soldier looked at the endless stream of people leaving the city and could not help but ask curiously, "Squad leader, I see that many of the people who left the city today are nobles. I saw a few imperial court officials' carriages leaving the city earlier. Why? Do those nobles want to study in the free academy? They don't lack copper coins, right? TSK, TSK. Look, there are also those merchants wearing silk. They are actually running out. Sure enough, the more wealth one uses, the more stingy one is. Why would they care so much about a free academy? Do they still need that little bit of money?" The squad leader was so infuriated that he spat on the ground. "Pfft, Tian Shilang, you're such an idiot. Why don't you think about who County Count Who is?" "Who is it?" "Founding County Count." "Oh, squad leader, are you saying that the merchant is going to flatter Count Who? But that's not right. What are those officials doing?" The squad leader was furious. "Shut up, I'll be angered to death by you sooner or later. County Count Who was the teacher of His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of You, the Imperial Preceptor." "Imperial Preceptor, do you understand? The court's Imperial Censor Ma and Junior Supervisor Yen have also taken County Count Who as their teacher. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. Also, in the Golden Year Spring Imperial Examinations, there were 26 Grand Scholars. Do you know who the third ranker is? Those two had also kowtowed to Count Huxian and taken him as their master. I heard that even the Crown Prince and the princes study in that academy. Think about it, what does that mean?" The soldier finally understood. He was shocked and gasped. "Oh my God, if that's the case, if we study in that academy, won't we become the Crown Prince's classmate?" "Of course. Why else do you think so many officials, nobles, and merchants in Chang and city are rushing to Hu County early in the morning?" The squad leader looked like a child who could be taught. He showed off the information he had learned. The soldier was envious when he looked at the endless stream of people and carriages heading to Hu County. He hated that he was born more than 10 years earlier and did not have the chance to study in the Tang Dynasty's academy. It was a chance for carps to leap over dragons. At that moment, outside Dingzhou village in Hu County, a rainbow bridge had been built over the Gan River to connect the two banks. The land on the other side of the river that was originally barren had a brand new look, and many buildings had been built. Among them, there was even a 20-meter-tall brick tower. It was a magnificent sight. Li Wangyu had a calm smile on his face as he accompanied Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Kang Yingda, and the other big shots on campus. Behind them were Su Jingzong, Sheng Guanyi, Lu Rengui, and the others. Ever since he learned about Yun Geiseman's death, Li Wangyu's state of mind had changed. He was very indifferent to many things and seemed to have matured a lot. He was no longer as impulsive as before. Li Wangyu could not help but feel proud that he had secretly removed a stumbling block for the Tang dynasty when they conquered Goguryeo. In fact, he even felt a little nervous. He and his beautiful superior had transmigrated from the future more than 1,300 years ago. What would happen if he changed history like this? Li Wangyu did not know, nor did he dare to think too deeply about it. But Li Wangyu realized that his actions might leave a deep mark in history, so he could not help but become more cautious. He did not even care about the academy that he had single-handedly created. He had left everything to Su Jingzong and the others to manage. Today was the academy's enrollment day. If not for Pai Lupi's personal visit, he would probably still be hiding in his own manor, unwilling to show his face. Pai Lupi walked around the academy and was very satisfied. The academy had only been built into the primary school that Li Wangyu had mentioned, but its scale had already surpassed the directorate in the Wuban Square. Especially with the help of cement, most of the buildings in the academy were made of a mixture of bricks and wood. Many of them were 2 or 3 stories high. Li Wangyu had also thrown out a lot of copper coins and ordered people to dig out many towering trees from the Qinling Mountains. They spent a lot of manpower and resources to transport them to the academy for planting. The newly built academy was filled with towering ancient trees and was full of vitality. "Zio, I am very satisfied with this academy of the Tang dynasty." "Huh, I've troubled you. Li Wangyu unhurriedly bowed and said, "Uncle, you flatter me." Actually, I did not do much. It was mainly Principal Su and the others who took care of this matter. Hearing this, Su Jingzong hurriedly stepped out in fear and trepidation. He bowed to Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu and said, "I don't dare to accept your praise." Pai Lupi laughed and said, "Haha, that's enough. I will naturally remember your contributions. Don't push it around. Let's go. It's getting late. Take me to see how you choose the students of the academy." His sons, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, were all going to study at the academy. As a parent, Pai Lupi was more concerned about how the academy would choose the children who signed up to study at the academy. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Uncle, the academy chooses students based on their intelligence. They will not let you down." Chapter 802. Pai Lupi and the others were naturally curious about Li Wangyu's words. Pai Lupi smiled and said, "Zio, can you tell me? Is it like the recruitment of assistant lecturers in the academy? What kind of psychological test questions?" Pai Lupi and the others still remembered the strange questions that Li Wangyu came up with in the Imperial College. Although they did not know why, Pai Lupi had asked Su Jingzong about it and learned that the students who were selected to teach in the academy were all kind and gentle people who were very suitable for teaching. Regarding this, Li Er naturally shook his head in confusion, but he could only admire his nephew's unfathomable ability. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head, "Uncle, it's hard to explain in a few words. Why don't you and I go and have a look together?" Although Li Wangyu did not want to take care of things now, he and his beautiful boss had discussed many ways to select students for the first enrollment of the academy. "Oh. Then we should go and have a look. Everyone, let's go and see what Zio has come up with." Pai Lupi naturally would not refuse. He called a group of big shots and prepared to watch the admission test. It had to be said that the academy of the Tang dynasty established by Li Wangyu was very attractive. After all, Pai Lupi was the dean himself, and the crown Prince Li Qingxian, Prince Li Tai, and the others were studying in the academy. How could it not attract the attention of the officials, the rich and the common people in Chang'an City? Before 9 o'clock in the morning, nearly 1,000 people had gathered outside the academy. They were all ready to sign up. Fortunately, more than 100 students had been selected from the students who had landed in the academy. They had been trained by their beautiful boss for several months, and now these students were good enough. Today's enrollment test was mainly for the new students who came to sign up, and it was these hundreds of assistant lecturers. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi and the others to the gate of the academy. When he saw the bustling crowd, he could not help but feel a little absent-minded. This scene was so King familiar. Wasn't this the same scene when those famous schools in the future opened? Li Wangyu, on the other hand, could not help but sigh a little. However, no matter how much the academy expanded its enrollment, it could only take in a few hundred children. Moreover, it had to leave enough places for those who had connections. In this way, the number of students that could be recruited was only a small portion of the total number of people who came to register. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and the others and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Many of those who came to register were civil and military officials of the imperial court. If he led Pai Lupi out like this, wouldn't he be recognized immediately? No matter what, Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. His safety could not be ignored. Moreover, when those officials bowed, the surrounding crowd would definitely know that the emperor had come in person. When that time came, the scene would be chaotic. It would not be good if something troublesome happened. Moreover, Li Wangyu did not want those officials to discover him. If their descendants could not pass the academy's test and could not enter, he would definitely be dragged by a group of people to get in through the back door. That kind of thing gave him a headache. However, since Pai Lupi was already here, Li Wangyu could not drive Pai Lupi away, right? He did not have that much courage. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu had an idea. After apologizing to Pai Lupi, he reached out his hand to summon a troop and whispered a few words in his ear. The troop nodded and immediately ran out of the academy. Pai Lupi could not help but be suspicious. "Zio, what are you up to now?" Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly as he touched his nose and voiced out his concerns. Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest heard this and frowned. They felt that Li Wangyu's words were indeed reasonable. At this moment, looking from afar, everyone could see that there was already a dense crowd outside the academy. At this moment, if Pai Lupi suddenly appeared and the officials bowed again, it would be easy to cause more trouble. Pai Lupi heard this and was a little hesitant. However, he was also very unwilling to leave just like that. However, Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Hee, uncle, you are a precious person. Naturally, you cannot take the risk. However, it's fine. I have an idea. Uncle, please wait for a while. I have already ordered people to prepare." Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the rest heard this and could not help but look at each other. They could not understand what method Li Wangyu had. After a short while, they saw a large group of maidservants coming from Li Wangyu's residence. Pai Lupi did not understand. "Zio, this is your idea? Why did you summon the maidservants from your residence?" Li Wangyu spread out his hands. "Uncle, of course. Makeup." "Makeup?" Pai Lupi and the rest of the elders were stunned. Li Wangyu nodded affirmatively. "That's right. It can also be called a disguise." "Zio, the maidservants from your residence know how to disguise themselves?" Zhang Sun Wuji could not help but ask in surprise. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. The maidservants from his residence definitely did not know any disguise techniques. However, one of the 4 great sorcery of East Asia in the future was the art of makeup. As the city's white-boned fairy and the company's goddess, his beautiful superior was naturally proficient in makeup. When she had nothing to do in the residence, she would teach the maidservants how to put on makeup. After a while, the maidservants in the residence had all become experts in makeup. Li Wangyu thought that since this art of makeup could turn a faceless woman into a goddess, it should not be difficult for Pai Lupi and the rest of the rough men to change their appearances. Pai Lupi and the rest naturally did not believe Li Wangyu's explanation. However, Pai Lupi was in a hurry to watch the show, so he simply let his nephew do as he pleased. Therefore, after the group of maidservants arrived and greeted Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu, and the rest, they took out various makeup tools and powders and started to get busy. After a period of torment, all the big shots, including Li Wangyu, had their appearances completely changed. Li Wangyu had a fake beard glued onto his face, making him look a bit older. He had become a handsome young man. As for Pai Lupi, because his beard was too unique, the maidservants naturally could not shave off his beard. They could only boldly make up Pai Lupi into a black-faced man. Li Wangyu looked at him and found that he looked a little like Li Kuei. He could not help but be secretly happy. As for Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots, they also changed their appearances under the makeup techniques of the maidservants. Looking at their changed appearances in the copper mirror in the maidservant's hand, all the big shots, including Pai Lupi, were overjoyed. They felt that it was really interesting. None of them had experienced this kind of makeup before. Fortunately, Pai Lupi and the rest came to the academy in casual clothes today, so they did not have to change their clothes. Seeing that there were no more loopholes in the crowd, Li Wangyu led the group of big shots towards the entrance of the academy, ready to take a look at how the academy was recruiting students today. Chapter 803. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi and the others, who had changed their appearances, to the entrance office of the academy. The sun was gradually rising, and more people came from Chang'an and the surrounding counties to sign up. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had already expected today's events, so he went to Taiji Palace early to report to Pai Lupi. After getting Pai Lupi's permission, he asked Qing Yao Jin, the old rogue, to mobilize hundreds of imperial guards of golden guards to maintain order. In addition, in order to flatter Li Wangyu, the county government of Hu County sent almost all the local government servants to help. So, although there were many people present, it was still orderly. Yang Quan, the former county magistrate of Hu County, was now promoted under the operation of his teacher, Yu Shernan. He entered the censorate and became the deputy of Wei Zheng, the sheep-nosed duke, as well as a 5th-rank censorate deputy. He could be said to have a prosperous career. Under the deterrence of the imperial guards of Golden Guards, the officials and nobles also knew that the sage was behind the academy of the Tang dynasty, so no one dared to act rashly. They all lined up according to the requirements of the academy. Because the academy had no shortage of teaching assistants, every 4 teaching assistants were in charge of a line. There were 10 lines in front of the academy for registration, so although there were many people present, the speed was not too slow. Pai Lupi and the other bigwigs all ran to the side to watch in high spirits, wanting to see what was going on. They saw that on the tables in charge of enrollment, in addition to paper, ink brushes, and ink stones, there were a few strange things. The children who came to sign up, after registering their names and asking a few simple questions, were led to the side by the teaching assistants to play with the toys. This scene naturally confused Pai Lupi and the other bigwigs. "Zio, what are those things made of wood? Why do they look like naughty toys to me?" Pai Lupi asked in confusion. "Huh, uncle, you have good eyesight. Those are good toys." Li Wangyu nodded and smiled. Pai Lupi and the other big shots looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. Shouldn't new students be tested on their literacy and how many books they could memorize? What's the meaning of playing with toys? Pai Lupi frowned slightly. Before he could ask, he heard a commotion at the registration counter. A man dressed like a gentleman angrily pointed at several teaching assistants of the academy and cursed at them. "You've gone too far. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave. Why is it that my son can write, calculate, and recite scriptures, but you say that he is not qualified? On the other hand, this Tian Shilang kid, other than writing his own name, his handwriting is no different from a dog's. Yet, you say that he passed the preliminary test?" As the gentleman spoke, he shouted at the crowd who were queuing up to register, "Everyone, please be the judge. Are these teaching assistants of the academy unreasonable? Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? Or is there something fishy going on? Or are they cheating for personal gain?" Hearing what he said, many people in the queue began to talk about it. They all thought that this man was right. No matter how they looked at it, this gentleman's son was more qualified to pass the preliminary test. When Li Er and the others saw this, they couldn't help but turn their heads to look. When they heard what that person was shouting about, they all turned their heads to look at Li Wangyu, wanting to see how he would explain. Pai Lupi was even more dissatisfied. This was the academy of the Tang dynasty. As the emperor, he was also the dean of the academy. If Li Wangyu made trouble like this, wouldn't it ruin his reputation as a sage? Li Wangyu was not nervous at all. He spread out his hands and shrugged, "Uncle, everyone, don't think that the teaching assistants of the academy are covering up for someone. These rules were set by me. They are just following the rules." "Oh? Then why don't you tell us, what's the reason for this? Why aren't the children who can write, calculate, and recite scriptures and ancient books qualified?" Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to explain. He just asked Miao Wu to find a few sets of the wooden toys that Pai Lupi and the others saw before. "Uncle, everyone, these are new toys that I made. They are Tangram and Huarong Dao. They are very simple to play. Why don't Uncle and everyone try it?" Li Wangyu had a mischievous look on his face. He distributed the toys in his hands to Pai Lupi and the others, and then briefly explained how to play them. The Tangram and Huarong Dao were traditional Chinese intellectual toys. It was just that they had not appeared in the Tang dynasty, so Li Wangyu shamelessly took the invention rights for himself. The Tangram, also known as the Qiqiao, or the Wisdom Board, evolved from the banquet tables of the Song dynasty. It was originally an indoor game for scholars, and later evolved into a puzzle board toy. At the beginning of the 19th century, the Tangram spread to the west and was called the Eastern Magic Board. Even though it was just a toy, it wasn't easy to restore the Tangram into a complete square. At the very least, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss spent more than 10 minutes before they were able to restore one of the Tangrams. This made the two self-proclaimed traversing elites very tacitly agree not to mention this matter again. As for Huarong Dao, it was even more changeable and never tired of playing it. By moving the pieces, it helped Chow Chow move from the initial position to the bottom of the chessboard and escape from the exit. However, it was not so easy. Li Wangyu had already copied the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, so Pai Lupi and the others were clear about the background of the Huarong Dao game. Pai Lupi and the group of bosses did not care about the two toys that Li Wangyu took out at first. They thought that it was just to fool the children. However, when they began to try to solve the problem and restore the Tangram to release Chow Chow, they suddenly realized that the two toys in their hands were far from as simple as they thought. Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other bosses were known for their wisdom. In the past, no matter how complicated the official business was, they were still skillful. However, Li Wangyu clearly noticed that these bosses were playing with the toys until the sweat on their foreheads was about to fall. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, not to mention solving the more complicated Huarong Dao, no one could restore the Tangram. Pai Lupi and the others felt that they had seen a ghost. Everyone was very sure that the 7 wooden boards in the Tangram were all poured out by Li Wangyu from the square base, but at this time, they wanted to restore it, but they could not succeed no matter what. Li Wangyu snickered in his heart. This was the simplest way to play, and it had already stumped Li Er and the others. It seemed that the famous Du Duan in history might not be the kind of person who was quick-witted. Pai Lupi angrily threw the Tangram in his hand to the ground and glared at Li Wangyu. "Zio, you bastard, what trick are you playing for me again? These 7 boards can't be put back into the square base." Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He only asked Miao Wu to make another trip, but he brought back a poor boy who was dressed simply and looked like a farmer. "Uncle, this child is the one that the gentleman mentioned before, the one that the assistant lecturer of the academy cheated for personal gain. Why don't we let him try? Let's see if my nephew is up to any tricks." Pai Lupi and the others heard this and were stunned. They all looked up at the farmer child. Chapter 804. Being stared at by a group of weird uncles, the naive peasant boy was so scared that he almost cried out loud. Li Wangyu quickly comforted him. "Xiao Lang, don't be afraid. Come, let these uncles play with the Tangram and see if you can restore it." The child carefully raised his eyes to look at Pai Lupi and the others. He felt that the way these strange uncles looked at him was too scary. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, he picked up the wooden pieces of the Tangram and deftly placed them back into the wooden base. The entire process took less than a minute. When this scene fell into the eyes of Li Er and the others, all the big shots' faces darkened. Especially Pai Lupi. His face, which was originally made black by the servant girls, became even redder. It was very interesting. Pai Lupi reached out and took the Tangram that the child had restored. After carefully examining it for a while, he finally confirmed that there was no mechanism in it. It was just the wooden pieces that he couldn't place in it. Li Wangyu indicated for Niao Wu to send the child back. Then, he smiled and explained to Pai Lupi and the other elders, "Uncle, everyone, from what I see, it doesn't matter if these children can read or memorize the classics before they enter the academy." "Oh? Why does Ziyu say that?" Pai Lupi didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. From everyone's point of view, if they could write and draw before entering the academy, wouldn't it be a good thing? Why did Li Wangyu not care about it? Li Wangyu smiled, "Uncle, everyone, I think that as long as they aren't stupid, learning how to read and write before entering the academy isn't a problem. It can only be said that some people start early and some people start later." Pai Lupi pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. "Ziyu's words are reasonable. Then why did you make these toys?" "To test their intelligence." Li Wangyu answered as if it was a matter of course. "Test their intelligence? What is intelligence?" Zhang Sun Wuji and the other elders looked at each other. They didn't understand Li Wangyu's words. It's a test to see if they are smart or not. Uncle, everyone, and little nephew set the preliminary test. It requires the children to restore the Tangram or save Chow Chow from Huarong Path within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Only then can they pass the preliminary test. The reason why the child could pass was because he was able to restore the Tangram during the test. That was why he could pass the test. As for that aristocrat who was making a ruckus, his son obviously didn't do it, and that's why he was eliminated. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi again and said seriously, "Uncle, the number of students that this academy can recruit is limited. Naturally, we have to choose the smart ones. Who said that there is no discrimination in education? However, I think that the limited entrance qualifications should be given to the smarter children. What do you think?" Pai Lupi and the others also understood that the toys in their hands looked simple, but were actually not easy. If they wanted to complete it, those who weren't smart would definitely not be able to do it. From this, it could be seen that although the aristocrat's son could write and draw, he might not be smart. As for the farmer's son, although he didn't study and couldn't write, he was much smarter than the aristocrat's son. If such people went to school, they would naturally get twice the result with half the effort. Pai Lupi finally understood his nephew's thoughts and nodded in agreement. "That's right, Ziyu's words are reasonable. That's how it should be. My academy of the Tang dynasty naturally needs to recruit smart people." His words made Li Wangyu twitch his mouth. "Damn, how did it become your academy? But who asked you to be the boss? I won't fight with you." At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others also understood Li Wangyu's meaning. However, when they lowered their heads to look at the toys in their hands, their faces that had just returned to normal darkened again. Damn, this group of big shots just now, including Pai Lupi, none of them could solve the problem within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. If that was the case, could it be that they couldn't even compare to the child? How could Zhang Sun Wuji and the others endure this? Pai Lupi and the others finally understood that it wasn't the teaching assistant of the academy who was playing favoritism. As for Li Wangyu's testing method, they also felt that it was very reasonable. However, at this moment, the aristocrat in front of the academy's entrance was still making a ruckus, causing the order of the scene to become a little chaotic. Seeing this situation, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. He was naturally unhappy. Li Wangyu hurriedly let Lu Rengui and Sheng Guanyi, who were following behind him, handle it so that it wouldn't affect today's enrollment. This kind of small matter was naturally easy for Lu Rengui and Sheng Guanyi to handle. Without much effort, the two of them explained the reason for the situation in today's entrance test to the crowd. After hearing the two's explanation, the crowd waiting in line finally quieted down. The aristocrat was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He pulled his son and hurriedly bowed and apologized to the crowd. Then, he hurriedly left, so that he wouldn't continue to stay here and embarrass himself. Many officials and businessmen in the registration line couldn't help but start to worry. Originally, they had the same thoughts as the aristocrat. Their sons or grandsons had already been educated, so reading and writing wasn't a difficult thing for them. In these people's minds, it was a piece of cake for their children to enter the academy. Many people even looked at the farmers who came to register with disdain. However, they didn't expect that the entrance test of the academy of the Tang dynasty would be so novel. It made them uneasy. Pai Lupi thought about Li Wangyu's words just now and continued to ask, "Zio, you just said that it was a preliminary test. Are those children not enough to enter the academy after passing this test?" In Li Er's opinion, a child who was able to solve the Tangram and Huarong Dao within the time it took for an incense stick to burn was already considered to be extremely intelligent, but he did not expect that his nephew was still not satisfied and actually still wanted to test. Li Wangyu nodded. "Yes, this is only the preliminary test. The children who pass will have another test. Uncle, would you like to take a look?" Pai Lupi and the others were naturally interested. They repeatedly urged Li Wangyu to lead the way. They wanted to see what was going on. Li Wangyu didn't refuse. He led the crowd to a room in the academy and motioned them not to make any noise so as not to disturb the children who were taking the test inside. Pai Lupi and the others nodded. The group of bigwigs tiptoed to the front of the room like thieves and secretly peeked inside. With this look, everyone was even more confused. There was only one child sitting in the room. No teaching assistant of the academy appeared. In front of the child was a table with a small plate on it. On the plate was a piece of candy with an attractive color. Chapter 805. The strange scene in the room made Pai Lupi very puzzled. He lowered his voice and asked, "Zio, is this the second test that you came up with?" "That's right. Uncle, don't be impatient. We will know the results of this test very soon. Li Wangyu did not explain and continued to keep him in suspense. Pai Lupi and the other big shots looked at each other. They were all confused, but they could only continue to observe patiently. The child in the room stared at the candy on the table without blinking. It was obvious that he wanted to eat it. However, the child seemed to have some scruples. He held back and picked up the candy in front of him several times, looked at it, and then put it down. However, the child could not resist the temptation of the candy. After he picked it up and licked it, he could not hold back anymore and started to eat the candy happily. Li Wangyu saw this and could not help but shake his head. He said to Pai Lupi and the others, "What a pity." The child persisted for half the time but still failed in the end. He did not pass the second test. Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction. "Zio, explain to me clearly. Why did this child fail? But after eating that piece of candy, you did not allow him to enter the academy to study? What kind of logic is this?" Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots all nodded. They obviously agreed with Pai Lupi's words. They also could not understand the scene in front of them. Li Wangyu smiled. "Uncle, everyone, don't be anxious. Let me explain slowly. These children are naturally very intelligent. Otherwise, they would not be able to pass the first test." Pai Lupi nodded. He naturally agreed with this point. Pai Lupi could not help but sigh when he thought about how he, an emperor, was instantly defeated by a child and playing with toys. He thought to himself, what kind of monsters did Li Wangyu select? Pai Lupi was already very satisfied that the Academy of the Tang Dynasty could recruit these intelligent children. He even began to imagine that 10 years later, when this group of intelligent children left the academy to participate in the spring imperial examination, would they shock the entire court? However, in Pai Lupi's eyes, this extremely intelligent child was actually eliminated by Li Wangyu in such a ridiculous way and was not allowed to enter the academy to study. This made Pai Lupi a little angry. Since Ziyu is also aware of this point, why did you say that this child is unqualified? Tell me clearly. Li Wangyu smiled and rubbed his nose. Uncle, the reason is actually very simple. This kind of child lacks perseverance and will not be able to achieve great things. Does Uncle know that Kuang Heng chiseled the wall to steal the light, Sun Jing hung the beam to pierce the stalk, and Zhu Ti danced when he heard the rooster? Without perseverance, it would be difficult to achieve anything just by relying on intelligence. That's why I've designed the second round tests questions to pick out those children with perseverance. Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this. He carefully pondered over Li Wangyu's words and had to admit that what he said made a lot of sense. Whether it was chiseling the wall to steal light, hanging the beam to pierce the buttocks, or dancing at the sound of the rooster, all of these examples showed the necessity of studying hard. He just didn't understand how to tell whether a child had perseverance or not by letting them sit indoors with a piece of candy in front of them. Li Wangyu saw that everyone was puzzled and continued to explain, Uncle, everyone, before this test began, the academy's teaching assistant told these children that the candy in front of them could be eaten. However, if they didn't eat it before the teaching assistant returned, they would be rewarded with an extra piece of candy. And then? Pai Lupi still didn't understand. Li Wangyu shrugged. Naturally, when the teaching assistant returned, the children who didn't eat the candy would be qualified. Those who ate it would be unqualified. What kind of logic is this? Li Wangyu scratched his head and didn't know how to explain it. The tests he did were actually from later generations. In the 1960s, a professor in the United States designed this experiment. The experiment of eating the candy after the test was one of the simplest and most successful experiments in the world. Through observation, the professor found that 1/3 of the children immediately ate the candy after he left, 1/3 persisted halfway and couldn't bear it anymore and gave up waiting, only 1/3 persisted until the end and received a reward. The professor had been tracking these children and found out that 14 years later, these children graduated from high school and entered universities or started to work. The professor continued to conduct further research on these children and found that the children who ate the candy immediately tended to lack self-confidence and didn't get along well with their peers. The children who ate the candy after receiving the reward had excellent communication skills, were opinionated, and outstanding. Even the test scores of the children who waited were much higher than those who didn't wait. Li Wangyo's Tang Dynasty Academy wanted to select the elites to enter. Naturally, he wanted to select the children who were willing to wait and had self-control. However, Li Wangyu couldn't explain these things to Pai Lupi and the other big shots. Faced with Pai Lupi's question, he could only give a vague answer. The children who ate the candy after the test had more self-control and would be able to study harder. That's why I made this choice. His explanation naturally didn't satisfy Pai Lupi and the others. Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Zio, this method of yours seems to be a little whimsical. How can you be sure that the children who ate the candy after the test are people with perseverance? The logic is simple. The temptation of the candy to the children is no less than the temptation of high positions and high salaries to adults. If these children know how to give and take at such a young age, wouldn't they be able to control themselves better when they grow up?" Pai Lupi frowned and thought for a while. Finally, he nodded slowly. Zio's words make sense. Seeing that Pai Lupi had spoken, the others didn't say anything else. They just continued to watch the entrance test of the academy. Li Wangyu had advertised in the international newspaper in advance for the enrollment of the academy today. Therefore, not only was there a sensation in Chang'an City, but there was also an endless stream of people coming to sign up for the academy today. However, the number of people coming to sign up didn't decrease. Instead, it was increasing. In just half a day, the teaching assistants of the academy had tested close to 5,000 to 6,000 children. However, the number of people who passed the two tests was only a little more than 100. Even Pai Lupi and the others were shocked by such an exaggerated enrollment ratio. "Zio, how can I enter the academy to study? In my opinion, it's even harder than the spring imperial examination." Kang Yingda, the chancellor of the Imperial College, was also shocked by the enrollment situation of the academy. Li Wangyu spread out his hands. The academy can only enroll about 500 children. It can't be helped." Although he said so, his arrogance made Kang Yingda, the old man, want to beat him up. Kang Yingda was also secretly shocked when he saw the enrollment of the academy. If the group of children recruited by Li Wangyu participated in the spring imperial examination in 10 years, the students of the Imperial College would have nothing to do with it. However, Kang Yingda was open-minded. Thinking that it would happen 10 years later, he didn't worry anymore. Anyway, the chancellor of the Imperial College would definitely not be his. It was not his turn to worry about this kind of thing. Anyway, out of sight, out of mind. The old man was open-minded. In the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan, the world-famous Academy of the Tang Dynasty opened the curtain to the stage of the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 806. Tang Dynasty, Zhengguan 4th year, early summer. On the official road from Chang'an until Luoyang, a group of carriages was slowly moving forward under the setting sun. The sunlight cast long shadows behind them. "Husband, it's getting late. Why don't we rest at the relay station ahead tonight?" A one-eyed brawny man rode his horse to the side of a luxuriously decorated four-wheeled carriage in the middle of the procession, and inquired. "Sure, you can arrange it." A young man's lazy voice came from the carriage. It was Li Wangyo's voice. As for the one-eyed man, he was naturally Miao Wu. After receiving the order, several horses immediately ran out from the group and headed to the relay station ahead. An hour later, the group of carriages arrived at the relay station. The relay station's messenger was already respectfully waiting in front of the relay station with a large group of postilions. "This lowly one greets Ho." "Oh, no, this lowly one greets County Magistrately." When the messenger saw the group of carriages arrive, he quickly bowed to the carriages in the group. "All right, there's no need to be so polite. This official is going to take up a post in Huayin County and will be staying at your relay station for the night. Miao Wu, give this messenger the official document from the Ministry of Personnel." Li Wangyo's voice came from the carriage. The messenger was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and almost knelt down. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. This lowly one doesn't dare." County Magistrate Lee, this lowly one has already ordered people to clean the room and prepare food. This relay station is crude and simple, so I hope County Magistrate Lee won't mind. Li Wangyo's lazy voice came from the carriage again. There's no need, I'll be resting in the carriage tonight. There's no need to prepare food, we'll bring our own. We'll just borrow the inn's kitchen. As for the accommodation, we'll just stay in the carriage. There's no need to trouble you. Yes, yes. The messenger didn't dare to ask any more questions. He quickly called for the postilions to help lead Li Wangyo's group to the open space where the carriages were parked. The Li family's troops dismounted from their horses. Many maidservants also came out from the accompanying four-wheeled carriages and began to prepare water for cooking. The messenger hurriedly called for the posthouse men to prepare the provisions to feed the horses. He was very busy with his work. The postilions at the posthouse did not understand why their posthouse ambassador would be so respectful to a county magistrate. They also did not understand why a ninth-grade county magistrate who was about to take office would be so arrogant. The accompanying troops, maidservants, and several carriages that were specially used to carry luggage were almost as numerous as the nobles. Some of the posthouse runners who were close to the posthouse runners secretly asked the posthouse runners about the situation. "Boss, who is this Magistrate Lee? Was he that arrogant? Isn't he just a ninth-grade official?" The messenger was so frightened by his words that he quickly covered the courier's mouth with his hand. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention before he glared at the messenger and scolded in a low voice. "What do you know? Do you know who this person is? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. This is the county marquis who founded the dynasty." "County marquis? Boss, you're not talking nonsense, right? Didn't you just call him a county magistrate? Isn't he going to take office in Huayin County?" The courier thought that there was something wrong with his ears. The messenger knocked the courier's head with a chestnut and said, "Idiot, did you forget about the incident that happened in Chang'an City?" After being scolded by the messenger, the courier came back to his senses. He could not help but open his mouth wide and could not speak clearly. This is the county marquis? The imperial tutor of the crown prince? Then why did you call him Magistrate Lee? Isn't that disrespectful? The messenger glared at him and said, "What do you know? This is something that the Marquis of Huxian's troops specially ordered when they came to inform us that we are not allowed to call this person by his title. We are only allowed to call him by his official position." TSK, what's wrong with him? The courier shook his head with a puzzled expression. "Lower your voice, Tian Shaolang, what are you saying? Do you want to die?" Yes, hee. "Boss, you don't have to be so nervous. The nobles don't care about lowly people like us." TSK, boss, look at this marquis. He's really impressive. He actually brought such a large group of maidservants with him when he went out. He even brought along his own cooking maids and ingredients. He really is a noble. Isn't that nonsense? Don't you know who the Marquis of Huxian is? He's the famous god of wealth in Chang'an City. In the entire Tang dynasty, the only person richer than this noble is the emperor. While the messenger and courier were whispering, Afro was massaging Li Wangyo's shoulders in the carriage. She smiled coquettishly and said, "Lang Jun, why do you insist on others calling you by your official position? Is the ninth-rank county magistrate very nice? What's wrong with calling me by my official position? Since someone wants to force me to be a ninth-rank county magistrate, then so be it. It's not like I'll lose face." Li Wangyu looked a little annoyed when he mentioned this. Perrin covered her mouth and chuckled. "Lang Jun, you're the one at a disadvantage if you compete with the emperor." The Perrin of today was no longer the little girl Li Wangyu saw when he first opened his eyes when he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. 2 years had passed and Perrin was now 15 years old. She was even more beautiful. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. What's there to be at a disadvantage about? What do you know? Don't you know that being at a disadvantage is a blessing? Don't be fooled by someone who wants to force me out of Chang'an and become a county magistrate in Huayin County just to make me compromise. I don't care at all. A county magistrate is a county magistrate. I feel more at ease outside of Chang'an. Perrin squatted beside Li Wangyu and massaged his feet. She said coquettishly, Lang Jun, why don't you listen to the emperor and marry Changle? Won't everyone be happy? Sister Changqing said that she doesn't mind. Li Wangyu reached out and pinched Perrin's face. Cut the crap. Do you think I'll do that? How old is Changle? She's only 11 years old. Do you think I'm crazy to marry such a lowly? What's more, Changle is my disciple. If she listens to someone, won't she be messing up her moral code? What a scandal. It was very obvious that the someone Li Wangyu was referring to was the current emperor of the Tang dynasty, the wise and brilliant Pai Lupi. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Aphrodite and Perrin naturally did not say anything more. They only covered their mouths and snickered. Li Wangyu glared at them, but was disinclined to pay them any attention. Closing his eyes, he pondered his own matters. The reason why he had appeared at this relay station was naturally because he had been driven out of Chang, and by Pai Lupi, who had arranged for him to immediately depart for Huayin County and assume the position of county magistrate of the lower 9th rank. As for the main reason for this conflict, it was because of what Perrin had said. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun had actually lost their minds and suddenly wanted to betroth Princess Changle to him. Li Wangyu would naturally rather die than comply. After arguing with Pai Lupi, he was driven out of Chang, and by the angered Pai Lupi. Chapter 807. In the second half of the third year of Zhongguan, many things happened in Chang'an. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the Academy of the Tang dynasty. The Academy's recruitment in August caused a sensation in Chang'an. Everyone rushed to the Academy. Those families who were successfully accepted by the Academy immediately celebrated with a feast, as if their children had entered a famous university in the future. This caused the surrounding neighbors to be extremely envious. In those few days, all the shops in Chang'an that sold exploding rods were sold out. The crackling sounds of exploding rods could be heard everywhere. It was very lively. The appearance of the Academy of the Tang dynasty attracted everyone's attention. It also made people admire County Count Li Wangyu even more. As for those aristocratic families, their intestines were now green with regret. Especially the Wang clan of Taiyuan, who was even more regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have merged with them. These aristocratic families were more and more afraid of Li Wangyu's influence. They restrained their children from provoking County Count Hu. As for the monk Faya of the Mercy Temple, he had also failed. This stupid monk was the same as in history. Due to his jealousy and hatred of Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, he began to spread rumors and claimed to be the reincarnation of Buddha. Because of Li Yuan's secret support, Faya became more and more arrogant. Naturally, he quickly angered Pai Lupi, who ordered the Ministry of Justice to arrest him. As expected, Faya was cut in half at the waist on the streets of Shi City. Pei Ji also resigned and was chased back to his hometown by Pai Lupi. Different from history, because of the conflict between Faya and Li Wangyu, many officials and nobles in Chang and did not think that Faya's death had anything to do with Li Yuan. Instead, they thought that Pai Lupi, the emperor, was venting anger for Li Wangyu. This misunderstanding made Li Wangyu even more famous. Everyone respected him and did not dare to offend him. When Li Wangyu heard about this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Could this be considered as a fox exploiting the tiger's might? However, he was too lazy to explain such things. If the world wanted to misunderstand, then let them misunderstand. There was no harm in it anyway. Li Wangyu lived a comfortable life for half a year. During this period, he only went to Chang'an City to participate in the national games of the Tang dynasty. Originally, in the minds of Pai Lupi and the other court officials, there was no such thing as an opening ceremony. However, how could Li Wangyu let go of such a fun opportunity? Together with Qing Chumo and the others, he asked Pai Lupi to take over the opening ceremony. Therefore, this fellow directly plagiarized the opening ceremony of the Huaxia Olympic Games in the future. Of course, the sound, light, and other performances were naturally absent. The performance of thousands of drummers in unison also shocked Pai Lupi, the officials of the imperial court, and the envoys of the vassal states. However, the most shocking thing was the military parade that Li Wangyu came up with. Anyway, the purpose of Pai Lupi agreeing to hold this sports event was not to strengthen the body, but to awe the world and spread the name of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Li Wangyu simply asked the old rogue Cheng Yaojin and other generals to come up with a military parade with them. When tens of thousands of imperial guards, fully armed in bright armor, lined up in a square formation and marched through the auditorium in uniform steps, the whole Dazhao baseball stadium immediately exploded. Including Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and Li Jing, these big shots, who had never seen such a military parade, all waved their fists excitedly and shouted crazily. More than 100,000 spectators at the scene were also crazy and could not control themselves. As for the envoys of the vassal states, they were so shocked that their faces turned pale and they were dumbfounded. Such a majestic army immediately made the envoys of the vassal states feel that the Tang dynasty was invincible in their hearts. In fact, since ancient times, Huaxia also had a military parade. It was held during major festivals, welcoming and sending off state guests and troops, triumphant returns, reviewing, awarding flags, awarding awards, and large-scale military exercises. It was said in the Zhuozhuan, the major events of the country are in worship and war. Worship could be regarded as a military parade. The earliest military parade recorded in history was from the Zhou dynasty. 800 dukes met in the Alliance Valley to review the troops and hold an alliance meeting. However, how could the military parade in ancient Huaxia compare to the one in modern times? Li Wangyu was also a military fan. He had participated in the military training in school and watched the military parade live on TV several times. Therefore, he was the person who knew the most about military parades in the world. After a lot of trouble, tens of thousands of imperial guards were trained, and they marched in a proper manner. Although they could not be compared to the clone army of Huaxia in modern times, in the eyes of the Tang people, this military style was already a mighty army that could not be matched. After the national games of the Tang dynasty smoothly ended, Pai Lupi did not care about Li Wangyu's young age and directly issued an imperial edict, promoting him to the position of Marquis of the founding county and giving him a salary of 400 households. This matter once again shocked the entire court, but no one dared to gossip about it. After all, although Li Wangyu had not yet become an official, his influence was increasing day by day. Most of the big shots in the imperial court were close to him. Under such circumstances, who would be so stupid as to criticize Li Wangyu in front of Pai Lupi and say that he was too young? After waiting for 4 years for Li Wangyu to reach the age of 18 and mourning for his father, Pai Lupi personally performed the coronation ceremony for him. Originally, Li Wangyu's days were very comfortable. However, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun seemed to see that Li Wangyu was too idle and insisted on finding something for him to do. No one knew what these two were thinking. They actually wanted to recruit Li Wangyu as their son-in-law and marry Princess Changle to him. After learning about this, Li Wangyu was immediately shocked. They wanted him to marry an 11-year-old girl? Were they crazy? Moreover, he and Pai Lupi were uncle and nephew. He and Li Lizzie were also relatives. Not to mention, Li Lizzie had kowtowed to him. Under such circumstances, Li Wangyu was unwilling to agree to such a ridiculous thing. Moreover, he had a beautiful superior. It was even more impossible for him to marry another woman. Therefore, Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, uncle and nephew, began to quarrel over this matter. Li Wangyu refused to give in and nodded. Pai Lupi was even more determined to make Li Wangyu his son-in-law. This matter was quarreled over and over again, from Pai Lupi's family matters to the imperial court. Therefore, the imperial court was divided into two factions. Some agreed with it and some firmly opposed it. For a time, Cheng and city was in an uproar over this matter. After Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi argued, Pai Lupi was driven out of Taiji Palace in anger. The next day, Mi Tuo ran to Dingzhou County Marquis Manor with a strange expression. Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict to appoint Li Wangyu as the county magistrate of Huayin County. He was to set off immediately without delay. Therefore, Chang and City's popular fried chicken, Li Wangyu, Marquis Huxian, was driven to Huayin County by Pai Lupi to be a ninth-ranked county magistrate. Chapter 808. Huayin County was about 200 miles away from Chang and City. It was neither too far nor too close. With the speed of a four-wheeled carriage, it would only take a day to arrive. If one were to speed up the horses, they would be able to arrive in 6 to 8 hours by constantly changing horses at the relay station. Even under normal circumstances, it would be easy to arrive in a day. Pai Lupi was so angry that he forcefully ordered Li Wangyu to become an official, but he only made him a ninth-ranked county magistrate in a fit of pique. What was even more strange was that Li Wangyu's title was not removed. Thus, in the history of the Tang Empire, the first secondary Class 3 marquis who founded the country became a Class 9 sesame official after entering the Tang Empire. After Li Wangyu was chased out of Chang and by Li Er, he was also very depressed. Thus, he did not rush to take up his post. Instead, he dawdled along the way and enjoyed the scenery. The journey that should have taken him one day took him 4 or 5 days on the official road. Because his beautiful superior had to take care of many properties in the mansion, she had no choice but to stay in Chang and City temporarily. She arranged for Afro and Perrin to accompany her, while Niu Wu led a large group of troops to protect her. Now that Lai Ha did not want to collect copper coins, Li Wangyu's family head was appointed as an official, so it was naturally a big matter in the mansion. Thus, groups of maidservants and all kinds of daily necessities were loaded into 7 to 8 large carriages. It was a large group of people and horses. Those who knew would say that Li Wangyu was going to take up the position in another city, but those who did not know would probably think that some prince was going on an inspection tour. The inn that they stayed in today was actually only 40 to 50 miles away from Huayin County, but Li Wangyu still found a place to stay and was not in a hurry to take up the position in Huayin County. A county magistrate was equivalent to the director of the Public Security Bureau in the future. He was in charge of the security of the county and arresting thieves. It was a very small official. Li Wangyu was also angry with Pai Lupi, so he did not allow people to call him by his title, and only allowed people to call him by his official position, which was why the previous incident happened. After Niu Wu finished arranging the accommodations, he went to Li Wangyu's carriage and reported, "Lang Jun, everything is ready." In addition, the Imperial Army soldiers of the Chamberlain of Jin are also camping outside the relay station. Should I send someone to deliver some food to them? The Golden Guards that Niu Wu spoke of were sent out by Pai Lupi under Qing Yaojin's orders to protect Li Wangyu. Although Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, uncle and nephew, had quarreled over the issue of whether or not to marry Princess Changle, Pai Lupi was very concerned about Li Wangyu's safety. Therefore, after chasing Li Wangyu out of Chang'an, he immediately ordered the old hooligan Qing Yaojin to send 100 imperial guards to protect him. Along the way, the 100 Imperial Army cavalrymen followed Li Wangyu's convoy from afar to protect them from any disturbances. Let's follow the old rules and have someone deliver the food. Li Wangyu naturally would not neglect these Imperial Army soldiers. Although it seemed that there was no need for these Imperial Army soldiers to protect him, the public security on the road from Chang until Luoyang was excellent. There would not be any bandits or robbers. Even if there were, it would be impossible for them to be so blind. After all, his convoy had dozens of elite and valiant guards. Rather than saying that these 100 Imperial Army soldiers were here to protect Li Wangyu, it would be better to say that they were here to accompany him on a sightseeing tour. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, the courier at the relay station trembled in fear as he led the courier to send off the 9th-ranked official, Li Wangyu. After delaying on the road for 4 or 5 days, Li Wangyu was finally unable to delay any longer. No matter how long the journey was, there would still be a day when they arrived, not to mention such a short distance. When Li Wangyu and his convoy arrived at the gate of Huayin County, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. At the gate, the county magistrate of Huayin County led the county premier and other officials, as well as 3 groups of bailiffs, to respectfully welcome them. Behind the group of officials and bailiffs, there was also a large group of Huayin County citizens. Seeing this scene, Li Wangyu speechlessly rolled his eyes. "Damn, do you want a yellow dirt road and clean water street? He was just a ninth-ranked county magistrate. Did they have to be so exaggerated? In truth, Li Wangyu didn't even think about it. Even though he was a rank 9 magistrate of Huayin County in name, he was also a rank 3 marquis of the founding county of Great Tang. Furthermore, Huayin County was so close to Chang'an, so everyone knew what was going on in Chang'an City. As for why this marquis came to their county to be a county magistrate, they were very clear about it. This was simply a fight between gods. Who would dare to treat Li Wangyu as a 9th-ranked county magistrate? That would be a real idiot. Moreover, if one day Li Wangyu relented and married Princess Changle, tying the knot with the emperor, what kind of status would he have? As a result, everyone in Huayin County, from the county magistrate to the bailiffs, treated Li Wangyu as a big shot of the court, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Seeing Li Wangyu disembark from the carriage, the county magistrate of Huayin immediately stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Li Wangyu. This lowly county magistrate of Huayin, Shang Zimo, pays respects to the county marquis. Li Wangyu did not put on airs, hurriedly helping the county magistrate up. The Ming House is too courteous. I am now a subordinate of the Ming House. How can I accept such a great courtesy from the Ming House? The Ming House should still address me by my official position. How can this be? As a county magistrate of the 7th rank, how could Shang Zimo dare to be so impudent to a county marquis? Hearing Li Wangyu speak in such a manner, even his tongue was about to curl. Li Wangyu waved his hand. There is no need for the Ming House to speak too much. Just address me as county magistrate Li. Yes, this lowly official understands. This lowly official greets the prefect of the imperial household. Shang Zimo secretly wiped away the sweat on his forehead, inwardly thinking that this marquis was truly difficult to serve. The prefect of the imperial household was the title given to the county magistrate in the Tang dynasty. However, he did not dare to reveal this. Although he addressed Li Wangyu as county magistrate, his attitude became increasingly respectful. He carefully introduced Li Wangyu to the group of county officials and local gentry behind him. The attitude of those officials and gentry was even more respectful. No one would be foolish enough to treat Li Wangyu as a county magistrate. Although everyone followed Li Wangyu's request and changed their greetings, the prefect of the imperial household, their careful attitude made them seem like lackeys. Prefect of the imperial household, this lowly official has already ordered people to prepare food and wine for the prefect of the imperial household. This lowly official hopes that the prefect of the imperial household will grace us with your presence. Shang Zimo bowed and smiled. However, Li Wangyu waved his hand. How can I allow everyone to invite me? Niu Wu, is my residence ready? Niu Wu quickly replied, the housekeeper has already found a residence a few days ago and has already prepared it. That's good. Li Wangyu turned his head and smiled at Shang Zimo. I believe that the Ming House also knows that the delicacies and wine in my residence are famous in Chang'an. Therefore, instead of going to some restaurant, why don't I invite everyone to my residence? How can this be? Isn't this too disrespectful? Shang Zimo and the rest could not help but look at each other. They were supposed to welcome Li Wangyu back. How did it become a group of people going to the Lai Hot for a meal? However, Li Wangyu waved his hand domineeringly. All right, that's it. I'm not used to the drinks in the outer room. Let me be the host and invite the Ming residents and everyone here to try the culinary skills of my chef. Chapter 809. Since Li Wangyu had spoken, County Magistrate Shang Zimo and the other county officials naturally did not dare to say anything else. After apologizing once more, they followed Li Wangyu's instructions. Actually, whether it was Shang Zimo, the deputy of Huayin County, or the officials of Class 3 and Class 6, they were all cursing in their hearts. They were not cursing Li Wangyu. Instead, their resentment was directed towards Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the throne of Taiji Palace in Chang'an City. How bored must he be to send a marquis of the founding county of the Tang Empire to their medium-sized county to be a deputy county magistrate? How unreliable must he be to do such an unreliable thing? This was especially so for Shang Zimo and the county deputy. As the two most powerful people in Huayin County, they were even more speechless. How was this a deputy of Huayin County? This was more like an ancestor. Other high-ranking officials would only stop for a short while when they passed by Huayin County. However, this man was their subordinate in name. Shang Zimo felt that he was really lucky to have such a subordinate with such a status. However, while others were lucky, his ancestral grave was probably black. Shang Zimo was a 7th-grade county magistrate. To put it bluntly, his status in Chang'an City would probably be lower than the housekeeper of the Lord Protector's mansion. Shang Zimo was not wrong about this. In fact, he had overestimated his own status. Li Wangyou's old housekeeper, Li Heng, would be able to take a seat in the Duke's mansion. As for the 3rd and 4th grade officials in the imperial court, they would be extremely polite when they saw Li Heng. Shang Zimo was a 7th-grade county magistrate. If he were to go to Chang'an City, he might not even be able to enter the mansions of the 3rd and 4th grade officials. Shang Zimo and the deputy of Huayin County wanted to hug each other and cry when they saw the dozens of troops following Li Wangyu and the group of imperial guards of Golden Guards. This was too much of a bully. However, both Shang Zimo and the deputy of Huayin County maintained their positions and attitudes. They would serve the man in front of them wholeheartedly. A group of people crowded around Li Wangyou's car and went straight into Huayin County. As for the 100 imperial guards, they also entered the city and headed straight for Huayin County's Shizong Manor. The decree they had received was to protect the Marquis of Huxian while he was in Huayin County. Without a decree, they would have to stay in Huayin County until Li Wangyu returned to Chang'an. Huayin County was a middle-class county with a population of less than 2,000 households. Therefore, the scale of the county was not large. However, Huayin County was the birthplace of the Yang clan under the heavens. There was a saying, the Yang clan under the heavens originates from Huayin, and the Yang clan of Huayin belongs to the East Palace. The former Sui Emperor Wen, Yang Jian, was from Huayin. As such, the small Huayin County was quite lively. Li Wangyu dawdled on the road for a few days, but the steward of the Marquis' estate had already prepared a residence for his Langjun. After the steward of the Marquis' estate took a liking to a wealthy merchant's house, he immediately moved out and sold the house to the Marquis' estate of Huxian. Of course, the steward of the Marquis' estate was not one to bully others. As Li Wangyu did not lack copper coins, he increased the price by 30% according to the market price and gave the wealthy merchant enough copper coins. In the next few days, the 4-wheeled carriages of Shun Feng Carriage Company traveled back and forth between Huayin County and Dingzhou Village. Like ants moving to a house, they transported all kinds of decorations and tools to the Marquis' estate in Huayin County. His beautiful superior even threw out a large amount of copper coins and recruited hundreds of craftsmen from Chang'an City. She directly sent them to Huayin County to renovate the house. After working day and night, Li Wangyu finally reached Huayin County after he was done dawdling on the official road. Within a few days, the Marquis' estate in the county had already been refurbished and everything was ready. While Li Wangyu was exchanging greetings with Shang Zimo and the rest, the accompanying maidservants and most of the troops had already entered the city to make preparations. By the time Li Wangyu and the rest arrived at his estate in Huayin County, everything was already prepared. Shang Zimo, the district deputy and the rest looked at the refurbished estate in front of them and were secretly shocked. They had been invited by the wealthy merchant to a banquet and had been guests at this estate before. Who would have thought that Noda's estate would completely change in just a few days? The newly painted red door had a plaque above it with the words Marquis' Estate of Huxian written on it in gold. On both sides of the door, there were guards of the Marquis' estate who were dressed in martial attire and holding weapons in their hands. They looked like they were keeping strangers away. However, Li Wangyu was not satisfied and instructed Niu Wu, "Get someone to change this plaque. I am now the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Why does it say, Marquis' Estate? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Niu Wu held back his laughter and nodded his head in agreement. However, Shang Zimo and the rest had a weird look on their faces as they thought to themselves, who is so blind to dare to laugh at this master? Li Wangyu invited everyone into the estate. However, they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves coming from the streets. Everyone stopped and looked over. It was a few people wearing dark red official robes riding on horses. They were panting as they rushed over. Li Wangyu did not recognize them, but Shang Zimo and the rest did. Their expressions turned even weirder. There was no other reason other than the fact that the group of officials that came were the provincial governor and officials of Huazhou. Huayin County was under the jurisdiction of Huazhou. Huazhou was the central province of the Tang dynasty, and the provincial governor was a fourth-grade official position. Needless to say, the arrival of the Marquis of Huxian had even caught the news of the Huazhou provincial governor's arrival. He hurriedly brought all the officials of Huazhou over to greet Li Wangyu, the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Shang Zimo and the deputy beside him looked at each other. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. The provincial governor of Huazhou led all the officials of Huazhou to the front. He quickly got off his horse and respectfully greeted Li Wangyu. Everyone exchanged greetings and pleasantries. Li Wangyu naturally knew the purpose of these officials' visit and did not mind. He only smiled and invited everyone into the estate to take a seat in the main hall. With their superior around, Shang Zimo and the deputy district magistrate were squeezed to the back of the queue. As for the exiled officials from the 6th branch of the county yamen, they could only shrink to a corner and did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the main hall, the servants of the Marquis residence continuously brought in all sorts of delicacies and wine. The atmosphere gradually became lively. "Ming House, why did you move so far away? Come, sit over here." Li Wangyu saw Shang Zimo kneeling in a corner of the main hall and hurriedly called out to him. Shang Zimo squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. No need. You are too polite. This place is pretty good. He still had a discerning eye. The people sitting beside Li Wangyu were the provincial governor of Huazhou and the senior officials. Why should he, a mere county magistrate, go and join in the fun? Shang Zimo did not dare to sit beside Li Wangyu in consideration of his superiors, the provincial governor of Huazhou. However, Li Wangyu did not care so much. He stood up and walked to Shang Zimo's side and pulled him over. He, Ming House, you are my superior. How can you sit over there? If this were to spread, wouldn't others say that I do not know etiquette? Li Wangyu pulled Shang Zimo to his side. The moment he said this, Shang Zimo did not dare to say anything. He looked at the provincial governor of Huazhou and the senior officials who were sitting beside him. He was about to break out in cold sweat. Marquis, can you not be like this? Shang Zimo was still mourning for himself in his heart when he saw a servant of the Marquis residence rushing in to report. Lang Jun, the crown prince and king, you are here to visit. The moment he said this, the originally lively main hall suddenly became silent. Chapter 8:10. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was also a bit confused. Why were Li Qingxian and Li Tai here? Immediately, Li Wangyu's face was filled with anger. Summon the two of them in. When he said this, everyone in the hall, including the Huazhou provincial governor and chief clerk, was even more stunned. Many people's mouths were so wide open that eggs could be stuffed in. The crown prince and his highness king Yu had personally come to Huayin County. This was already shocking enough. Not only did this lord not hurry out to greet them, he actually used the word summon. Immediately, some pedantic officials stood up, trembling in anger. They wanted to reprimand Li Wangyu. Did he not care about the etiquette of a ruler and his subjects? What kind of scandal was this? But before they could speak, they saw Crown Prince Li Qingxian and little fatty Li Tai quickly walk into the hall. In the hall, all the officials immediately stood up and bowed to greet the Crown Prince. This subject greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu. Only Li Wangyu sat behind a few tables, staring at Li Qingxian and Li Tai with a cold smile. Dispense with the formalities. Li Qingxian and Li Tai ignored the Huazhou officials and respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu. Disciples Qingxian and Qingke greet teacher. Greetings to teacher. Li Qingxian was already 11 years old, and little fatty Li Tai was already 10 years old. In the eyes of the Tang people, they were already adults. But in Li Wangyu's eyes, they were just two little brats in the 5th or 6th grade of primary school. Li Wangyou's face stiffened, and he asked coldly, "Why did the two of you appear in Huayin County today? Today isn't a day off, so why aren't you studying at the academy? Did you play truant? Niu Wu, go and fetch my imperial ruler. Today, I will let these two know the consequences of playing truant." His words frightened the Huazhou officials in the hall. Many of their jaws were dislocated. What frightened the Huazhou officials even more was that Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Li Tai actually knelt down in front of Li Wangyu. This scene immediately caused the elderly officials' vision to turn black, and they fainted on the spot. Li Qingxian and Li Tai both knelt in front of Li Wangyu, laughing merrily as they replied, "Teacher, please don't take out Father's golden ferule. Teacher, you've misunderstood. The two of us aren't playing truant. We're here on our father's orders to serve teacher in Huayin County and learn from him." Did uncle really send you here? Hee, of course it's true. Li Qingxian and Li Tai both nodded their heads like little chicks pecking at rice, afraid that Li Wangyu would misunderstand. Li Wangyou's expression eased after hearing the two little ones' words. "If that's the case, then stay here. However, you still have to complete your homework as usual. I will check on you every day. Don't think that you don't have to do your homework after coming to Huayin County." Li Wangyou's words caused Li Qingxian and Li Tai's expressions to turn bitter. Ever since the Tang dynasty's academy opened last year, they and the other princes had been sent to the academy to study by Pai Lupi. Originally, the teaching assistants of the academy were all trembling with fear and respect towards the crown prince and the princes. However, whether it was Li Wangyu or Pai Lupi, they had repeatedly requested that the teaching assistants of the academy be strict and treat everyone equally. They could not indulge the crown prince and the princes in their studies. As a result, Li Qingxian and the others were met with a tragedy. After all, the children who were able to study in the academy, other than the children of officials who had spent a large amount of money to enter the academy, were all carefully selected by Li Wangyu. They were all talented and intelligent people. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai had received the best education since they were young, their starting point was much higher than the other children. However, the other children, especially the children of ordinary families, greatly treasured this learning opportunity that was hard to come by. All of them studied very hard. In less than a year, Li Qingxian and Li Tai's results in the academy exam could only be ranked in the middle of the 500 or so children in the academy. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor, he was also a parent. Under the competitive mentality of a parent, Pai Lupi immediately felt very displeased. How could the son of the emperor's first wife not be able to learn better than a group of farmworkers' children? Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not. Thus, whether it was Pai Lupi or Empress Zhongsun, their requirements for Li Qingxian and Li Tai became increasingly harsh. Their daily homework also became increasingly heavy, causing the princes to complain incessantly. Even Li Qingxian and Li Tai's daily homework gave them headaches. They had originally thought that the two of them would be temporarily liberated from their trip to Huayin County, but they did not expect Li Wangyu to pour a bucket of cold water over their heads. "Yes, your disciples understand." Li Qingxian and Li Tai replied weakly. When they thought of so much homework, the two of them felt their teeth itch. Li Wangyu, however, did not care about their thoughts. In any case, he had been tortured by homework since he was young. Now that it was his turn to torture others, how could he easily let it go? Seeing Li Qingxian and Li Tai's displeasure, Li Wangyu felt very pleased. As expected, happiness was built on other people's pain. Actually, Li Qingxian and Li Tai had come to Huayin County with a mission. Li Wangyu had fallen out with Pai Lupi because of Changle's matter. In a fit of anger, Pai Lupi sent him to a remote and desolate place to be a county magistrate. However, this caused Li Qingxian and Li Tai to be in a difficult position. On one side was their teacher, and on the other was their younger sister, the emperor, and their mother. No matter how they chose, they would be wrong. Of course, from the bottom of their hearts, they naturally hoped that their teacher would be obedient and marry their younger sister Changle. In this way, their teacher would become their brother-in-law. Wahahaha. Just thinking about it made Li Qingxian and Li Tai excited. Therefore, on the way to Huayin County, Li Qingxian and Li Tai discussed that they had to find a way to persuade Li Wangyu to agree to this marriage. In fact, this was also the intention of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. Before the two of them left the palace, Empress Zhongsun had called them into Li Main Hall and instructed them for a long time. The meaning behind her words was naturally for them to think of a way to persuade Li Wangyu. However, in front of Li Wangyu, the two of them were smart and did not reveal their inner thoughts. They behaved rather obediently. Li Wangyu glanced at them and scolded jokingly, "All right, stop pretending to be naive. Come and pour wine for your teacher." Li Qingxian and Li Tai hurriedly answered with a smile. They got up from the ground and ran to Li Wangyu's side. One on the left and one on the right, they served him attentively. Those old officials who had fainted were pinched and splashed with cold water by the people around them. When they finally woke up, they looked up and saw the crown prince and the king of Yu serving Li Wangyu. They could not help but cough again. Their vision turned black and they fainted again. In the hall, all the officials of Huazhou did not dare to make a sound. They all did not know what to do. The county magistrate of Huayin County and the provincial governor of Huazhou, who were sitting on the left and right of Li Wangyu, felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They were in incomparable pain. Chapter 8:11. Shang Zimo only felt his heartbeat quicken. He felt as if he was about to faint. He was merely a 7th-ranked county magistrate. Being below the founding county marquis was already difficult for him. At this moment, the crown prince of the Tang dynasty and his imperial highness, the Prince of Yu, were both standing by Li Wangyu's side, pouring wine for him. How could he sit still? In reality, it wasn't just Shang Zimo, a 7th-ranked county magistrate, who couldn't sit still. Even the governor of Huazhou, a 4th-ranked official, couldn't sit still. His forehead was covered in sweat. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. Seeing that the hall had quieted down, he raised his cup to greet everyone. "Gentlemen, why are you all not speaking? For all of you to welcome me today, I am endlessly grateful. Come, come. Gentlemen, let's drink this cup. Don't waste the wine in this cup." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the Huazhou officials in the hall hurriedly raised their cups, trembling with fear. However, they still didn't dare to be impudent. With regards to Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Huxian, only today did everyone truly understand the status of this marquis in the sage's heart. Originally, Li Wangyu, with his status as the founding county marquis, had been demoted by Pai Lupi to Huayin as a 9th-ranked county magistrate. Many people were still muttering in their hearts, wondering if this founding county marquis had offended the sage and would never be able to recover from this setback. Although they had misgivings about Li Wangyu's status as a marquis, the Huazhou officials didn't treat Li Wangyu with much respect. As a result, before Li Qingxian and Li Tai arrived, the Lai Hat's main hall was so lively. Everyone dared to speak with Li Wangyu without holding back. However, Li Qingxian and Li Tai's actions caused the Huazhou officials to suddenly wake up. How was this marquis demoted? It was simply the sage acting in a fit of pique with this marquis. An 18-year-old founding county marquis, nephew of the sage, relative of the imperial clan, and tutor of the crown prince. Which of these identities wasn't extraordinary? If this marquis were to nod his head in the future and marry Princess Changle, joining the sage in marriage, how illustrious would he be? Perhaps even the princes, dukes, and dukes in the imperial court would have to be courteous to this master, right? Those pedantic officials had originally wanted to stand up in front of the crown prince because of Li Wangyu's disrespect towards the crown prince. But now, they were all terrified. Fortunately, he didn't have time to make a sound. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. In the Lai Hot, Li Wangyu's welcome banquet made the Huazhou officials feel as if they were walking on thin ice. When the banquet finally came to an end, the Huazhou provincial governor and the chief of staff hurriedly got up and left. Shang Zimo stood up and wanted to leave, but Li Wangyu grabbed his arm. "Where are you going to Ming House?" "Huh, why don't you stay in my residence today, and we can continue to drink and chat merrily. I'm a county magistrate, but I don't know how to perform my duties. Please teach me, Ming House." "Marquis." "Oh, no, you're exaggerating. Shang Zimo was about to cry. Lord, can you stop fooling around? Who's so stupid to treat you as a county magistrate? Huayin County is only a middle county, and the law and order in this county has always been good. You don't have to worry. If there's anything, I and the county deputy will handle it. Shang Zimo carefully organized his words, afraid that he would anger the Marquis. Li Wangyu waved his hand disapprovingly. How can that be? Since I'm the county magistrate of Huayin County, I'm naturally in charge of arresting bandits and maintaining the law and order of the county. Ming House, don't worry, I'll take up the post tomorrow. Shang Zimo opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He prayed in his heart that if this Marquis really became a county magistrate, nothing would happen. Otherwise, his heart disease would really act up. The night passed silently. The next morning, Li Wangyu changed into a light green rank 9 official robe and went to the county magistrate of Huayin County. To be honest, Li Wangyu was actually a little excited about being a county magistrate. To him, being the director of a county's public security bureau was quite interesting. Catching criminals, solving cases, and catching murderers. Such fun things could only be seen on television in his past life. Li Wangyu had seen Detective D. Renjie from start to end. In the future, he could also say, Niu Wu, what do you think of this? Wahahaha. Just thinking about it made Li Wangyu feel very excited. He had completely treated being a county magistrate as a life experience. The county magistrate of Huayin County had a brand new look. Since ancient times, officials didn't build their own offices. The Along the River during the Qingming festival painting had drawn over 100 buildings. In the painting, there was a 3-room bungalow at the entrance of the city. It was the only government office in the Along the River during the Qingming festival painting, the tax office. However, this tax office looked very simple and was similar to a normal residence. It was much inferior compared to the restaurants and shops along the streets. If a local official built an office without permission, he would be impeached and punished. However, the county magistrate of Huayin County today was different. Not only was the originally modeled door repainted, the dilapidated walls were also repainted with lime. The county magistrate was also cleaned clean. Not to mention rubbish, there wasn't even a speck of dust left. This was naturally the result after the banquet last night. Shang Zimo and the county magistrate had spent the night looking for craftsmen and urged all the officials in the county magistrate to clean the place overnight. Although officials didn't build their offices, it depended on the timing. The Crown Prince and King Yu had both arrived at Huayin County. If they were to accompany that lord and come to the county magistrate to take a look, what would happen if the county magistrate came to take a look? Shang Zimo also believed that no one would be so blind as to impeach him over such a matter. When Li Wangyu left for the county magistrate to work, it was a little scary. Li Qingxian and Li Tai insisted on following Li Wangyu. Not only was Li Wangyu curious about working in the county magistrate's office, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were also curious about it. Naturally, the two of them wouldn't let go of such a fun opportunity. When Li Wangyu took up his post in Huayin County, Pai Lupi sent out 100 Jin Wu guards to protect him. Needless to say, his 2 sons were even more so. The imperial guards and palace guards that followed Li Qingxian and Li Tai were no less than 1,000 people. The small Huayin County naturally couldn't accommodate so many imperial guards. Hence, most of the imperial guards were stationed outside the county. Even so, there were still 100 imperial guards that followed Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Beside Li Wangyu, there were naturally more than 10 guards led by Niu Wu. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was arrogant. It was just that as the county magistrate who founded the country, he should have his own guards. Therefore, when Li Wangyu and his entourage arrived at the gate of Huayin County under the protection of over 100 troops and imperial guards, the bailiffs of Huayin County were terrified. Was this lord really here to take up his post? Huayin County was only a middle county. There were only 30 to 40 guards in the county magistrate's office. Looking at the tall and sturdy troops and imperial guards behind Li Wangyu, the calves of many yamen runners began to tremble. Chapter 8:12. The county magistrate, Shang Zimo, led all the officials in the county office to welcome Li Wangyu and his entourage into the county hall. Everyone exchanged greetings for a while. Huayin County may not be big, but the county magistrate, deputy, and county lieutenant all had their own office. Li Wangyu was led into a spacious office by Shang Zimo. He looked around and nodded his head in satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work in the Ming house. What should I do next? Shang Zimo secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. This office was the most spacious in the county office. It used to be his office, but it was cleared out last night. As the county magistrate, he had to work in the office of the county lieutenant. Shang Zimo did not feel wronged, but he was afraid that Li Wangyu would not be satisfied. Hearing Li Wangyu's question, he quickly explained in detail. In the county office, there were 3 classes and 6 offices. The military and disciplinary offices, as well as the strong and quick offices, were all under the jurisdiction of Li Wangyu, the county lieutenant. Although the county office was small, the 6 offices corresponded to the 6 departments of the imperial court. The military office was in charge of military affairs, while the disciplinary office was in charge of law enforcement and prison litigation. There were 3 classes of yamen runners. The soap class was in charge of maintaining order in the county office. The strong and quick offices were in charge of arresting and guarding. Li Wangyu's understanding was that the soap class was for the bailiffs, the quick office was for the criminal police, and the strong office was for the armed police. In Huayin County, the only officials with ranks were Li Wangyu, Shang Zimo, and the county lieutenant. The other 6 offices were just exiled officials and official officials. As Li Wangyu was the 3rd in command of the county office, all the yamen runners and leaders came forward to greet him. No one who hung around in the county government was a fool. No one would take Li Wangyu as a county magistrate. In addition, Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Prince of Yu Li Tai were standing behind Li Wangyu as a deterrent. Therefore, all the officials in the county government came forward to salute Li Wangyu respectfully and did not dare to breathe loudly. They were so cautious that they almost burned 3 sticks of incense and worshipped Li Wangyu like a bodhisattva. After the ruckus, Li Wangyu led Li Qingxian and Li Tai to his office. Niao Wu led a group of troops, as well as the palace guards beside Li Qingxian and Li Tai. They surrounded the office so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Shang Zimo and the district deputy were like subordinates. They stood in Li Wangyu's office, waiting for Li Wangyu's orders. Ming House, go ahead if you have something to do. You don't have to wait for me here. You two are my superiors. Don't be like this. Li Wangyu laughed. Yes. This lowly official only wishes to see if there are any other requests from the Imperial Financial Affairs Bureau. Ming House, there is no need to be so courteous. We will be together for a long time. In the future, we will certainly trouble Ming House. Shang Zimo sighed in his heart. Thinking of how long Li Wangyu, this marquis, would remain as a county magistrate in this tiny Huayin county, he had the impulse to tie Li Wangyu up and send him directly to Chang and to marry Princess Changel. In reality, when news had first spread from Chang, and that Pai Lupi wanted to betroth Princess Changel to Li Wangyu, there had been many voices of opposition from all levels of society. The reason was simple. Since ancient times, China had emphasized that those with the same surname should not marry. Moreover, Li Wangyu and Princess Changel were of the same surname and lineage. Since the Zhou dynasty, those with the same surname should not marry. Even in the Tang dynasty, the laws of the Tang dynasty stipulated that those with the same surname should be married as disciples for 2 years. Those with the same surname and lineage should be punished for adultery. Thus, Pai Lupi wanting to have Li Wangyu marry his daughter was in reality a complete mess. For the sake of this marriage, not only did Li Wangyu vehemently oppose it, Wei Zheng, that goat-nosed official, was about to spit all over Pai Lupi's face. However, Pai Lupi did not care at all. With a deadpan expression, he argued with Wei Zheng, resolutely refusing to back down. Using Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu had long been expelled from the Li clan of Huxian. As a result, he and Changel only had the same surname but different lineage. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, after marriage, they would be imprisoned for 2 years. However, as Li Wangyu was the founding Marquis of Huxian, he could be punished with copper coins. Pai Lupi's argument angered Wei Zheng to the point that he was speechless. Indeed, as Pai Lupi had said, Li Wangyu had still not been returned to the Li clan by the imperial ancestral temple. Indeed, he and Chang'e only had the same surname but different lineage. If they were truly married, the punishment of being a disciple for 2 years would only be a few dozen caddies of copper coins. However, despite Pai Lupi's unyielding stance, the voices of opposition in the imperial court were still endless. If the imperial court was like this, then there was even more controversy among the common people. Even Shang Zimo, the county magistrate of Huayin, was originally opposed to Li Wangyu marrying Princess Chang'e. Naturally, his reason was that people with the same surname should not marry. As a result, Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Huxian, was resolutely opposed. In Shang Zimo's view, this was absolutely correct. However, Shang Zimo did not expect that because Li Wangyu had refused to agree to the sage's bestowment of marriage, he would be sent to his own county to be some bullshit county magistrate. An ancestor had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Oh, that's not right. Looking at the crown prince and the prince of Yu behind Li Wangyu, those were 3 ancestors. 3 ancestors had suddenly appeared above Shang Zimo's head. No matter who it was, no one would be able to accept this. As a result, how could Shang Zimo care about such bullshit reasons as people with the same surname should not marry? He could only silently pray that the man before him would quickly return to Chang'an and marry Princess Chang'e. Shang Zimo's way of thinking was a classic example of how one's position determined one's head. Originally, whether Li Wangyu married Chang'e or not had nothing to do with him. Naturally, he could stand on the moral high ground and criticize as he pleased. However, when this matter affected him, Shang Zimo did not hesitate to change his stance and attitude. How could Li Wangyu know that the county magistrate by his side had so many inner thoughts? At this moment, Shang Zimo only felt a sense of novelty. He wished that some strange and unresolved cases would immediately appear, allowing him, the county magistrate, to display his abilities and solve the cases and arrest the suspects. After exchanging a few words with Shang Zimo and the deputy county magistrate, Li Wangyu planned to take a stroll around the county yamen and take a look at the barracks and torture chambers. However, a yamen runner submissively walked up to his office and bowed to Niu Wu and company. Langjuns, there is someone outside the county yamen who claims to be a good friend of the imperial chamberlain and wishes to meet with the imperial chamberlain. Langjuns, please inform them. The yamen runner ridiculed in his heart. His imperial chamberlain was truly awe-inspiring, bringing the crown prince and the prince of Yu to the county yamen. There were nearly 100 troops and imperial guards standing outside the office. The officials and bailiffs of the county yamen spoke in hushed voices today. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing the crown prince and his highness prince of Yu. Hearing the voices outside, Li Wangyu walked out and asked the yamen runner, "Someone claims to be a good friend of mine? Does he have a name card?" The yamen runner hurriedly replied, returning to the imperial chamberlain. The person who came did not present a name card. I asked him for his name but he did not reply. Li Wangyu found it strange. He did not know anyone in Huayin County. Why would someone come to the county yamen and claim to be his good friend? Lead the way, I want to see who is trying to mystify us. Li Wangyu had nothing to do so he gestured for the yamen runner to lead the way. He wanted to see what was going on. Li Qingxian and Li Tai naturally wanted to see what was going on. Hence, a large group of people walked towards the county yamen gate. Chapter 8:13. Huayin County's yamen was similar to Chang'an's and Wanyan's, except that it occupied a smaller area. Li Wangyu led Li Qingxian, Li Tai, a group of troops, and palace guards to the yamen, but he didn't see anyone waiting for him. He couldn't help but find it strange and asked the yamen runner on duty, "Where are the people who said they were my good friends?" They returned to the imperial treasury. I don't know either. They suddenly disappeared after sending someone in to pass on the message. I found it strange too. Li Wangyu looked left and right at the entrance of the yamen. He felt strange. Who was playing a joke on him? He shook his head and was about to turn back when he heard a rush of horse hooves from the corner of the street. He looked up and saw more than 10 masked men with weapons in their hands. They were rushing toward the yamen along the street. These masked men waved the weapons in their hands and shouted in a strange voice, "Kill! Capture the county marquis alive!" This scene immediately caused chaos in front of the yamen. Niu Wu, Lai Hot's troops, and the palace guards beside Li Qingxian and Li Tai all drew their sabers and blocked in front of Li Wangyu and the others. Niu Wu shouted at Li Wangyu, "Go quickly, Lang Jun. I'll lead my brothers to stop these thieves." The palace guards were even more nervous. They surrounded Li Qingxian and Li Tai and slowly retreated into the yamen. The yamen runners were so scared that their faces turned ashen. They scrambled into the yamen and prepared to call for help. However, Li Wangyu pressed down on Niu Wu's arm that was holding the knife. He smiled calmly and said, "Niu Wu, don't panic. Get the people to put away the knives. Be careful not to hurt anyone." Lang Jun. Niu Wu was stunned. He didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning. The surrounding troops also looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on. These thieves of unknown origin were about to kill them, but their Lang Jun was telling them to put away their sabers. Li Wangyu separated the troops in front of him and strode out. Niu Wu quickly went forward and wanted to pull him back. Niu Wu, don't panic. Watch how I deal with them." Li Wangyu laughed and waved at Niu Wu. He turned his head and shouted at the masked men, "Brother Chumo, have you played enough?" "What?" This group of masked men were Qing Chumo and his group. Niu Wu and the group of extremely nervous troops were all dumbfounded. They looked stupidly at the slow horses that were trotting over. Following Li Wangyu's shout, the masked men on horseback were also stunned. They pulled on the reins and looked at each other. Then, one of the masked men tore off the black cloth covering his face, revealing a rough face that resembled Qing Yaojin. "Is Chumo's face." "You bastard, how did you know it was us?" "Motherf asterisk her, I said this guy is as smart as a monkey. I can't scare him at all." Qing Chumo dismounted and muttered loudly. The other masked men on the horses also pulled off the black cloth on their faces. They were Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu, Yuchi Baolin, and the others. "That's right. How did you know it was us at a glance?" "It must be Brother Chumo's broken voice. I told you not to make a sound." "Bullshit, I just pinched my throat and shouted. I don't believe Zio can recognize it." Qing Chumo was very dissatisfied with the pig teammate's behavior of shifting the blame. Obviously, this group of foppish men had nothing better to do. They wanted to pretend to be villains and attack the county government to scare Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu laughed and said, "You bastards, do you think I can't recognize you just because you cover your faces with a black cloth? Please, if you want to pretend to be villains, can't you be more professional?" He pointed at the foppish men's clothes and scolded jokingly, "How can there be villains wearing brocade clothes to assassinate people? Are they that flashy? And the few of you, can't you be more attentive and take off the jade sachets from your waists? Even if I'm blind, there's no way I can't recognize those jade pendants on you, right?" The foppish men looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Of course, more importantly, Li Wangyu looked at the foppish men and wondered if he would lower his IQ if he knew this group of idiots. More importantly, can you not wear sunglasses when you pretend to be villains? Damn it, you took them from me. Do you really think I'm blind? After Li Wangyu said this, the foppish men looked at each other. Everyone was wearing a pair of extremely flashy crystal sunglasses on the bridge of their noses. The foppish men were crying because of their own stupidity. This was really embarrassing. Qing Chumo didn't care at all. He walked up casually and gave Li Wangyu a bear hug. "Wahahaha, Zio, your brothers are here to see you. Are you touched?" "Hee, I was just joking with you just now." Li Wangyu naturally knew that this group of bastards wanted to scare him. He rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted at the group of palace guards who had just put away their she blades and his own troops, "Come, arrest all these villains." The palace guards and troops were stunned. Arrest a group of dukes? What kind of game was he playing? However, they didn't dare to disobey Li Wangyou's orders. They pulled out their she blades again and swarmed forward. They pressed down the arms of the foppish men who hadn't recovered from their shock and put the she blades to their necks. Fang Yai and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what Li Wangyou was playing at. Li Wangyou was neither fast nor slow. He pointed at Li Qingxian and Li Tai behind him and said, "Qing Chimo, Fang Jun, Chai Lingguo, the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu are here. You dare to use your weapons without permission. Do you have the intention to assassinate the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu? Humph, you clearly want to rebel and assassinate the king. Although I am familiar with you, I can't bend the law for personal gain." As he said this, he turned his head and winked at Li Qingxian and Li Tai. These two clever little fellows immediately understood Li Wangyou's meaning. Their unscrupulous teacher wanted to take revenge. Li Qingxian coughed lightly and stood out. He said with a stern face, "The Marquis of Huxian is right. You are court officials, descendants of dukes and prefectures. Instead of serving the court, you actually want to assassinate me." Li Tai, the little fatty, also jumped out. That's right, that's right. Not only do you want to kill Brother Crown Prince, you don't even want to let me go. Your conduct is truly vile. Brother Crown Prince, order people to quickly escort them back to Cheng and hand them over to Father to deal with. The three of them echoed each other, causing Qing Chimo and the other foppish men to be dumbfounded. Although they just wanted to joke with Li Wangyou, how could they have expected that the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu would also be here? If the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu ordered people to arrest them and escort them back to Cheng, and because of this matter, not to mention whether they would receive any punishment, they would definitely lose all face. "Zio, we were just joking with you." Fang Yai really wanted to cry this time. Why was this scene completely different from what they had expected? Chapter 8:14. Qing Chimo was also very anxious. He hurriedly begged Li Qingxian and Li Tai for mercy. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the King of Yu, we were only joking with the Marquis of Huxian. Please don't listen to his nonsense. How could we attempt to assassinate Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness the King of Yu?" The wastrels also began to explain to Li Wangyou that they didn't know the Crown Prince and the King of Yu were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joked with Li Wangyou like this. They saw Li Wangyou, Li Qingxian, and Li Tai look at each other. Then, they couldn't help but laugh. Only then did the wastrels realize that they had been King played by this guy. "Qingxian, how do you think we should deal with these bad people?" Li Wangyou looked at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian smiled. "Punishment, they must be punished. And punish them to stay by my side and be my guards for a while. What do you think, teacher?" "Excellent." Li Wangyou clapped his hands and applauded. He was very satisfied with Li Qingxian's attitude. He turned his head to look at the wastrels. "Huh, brothers, this little brother was only joking with you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Li Wangyou waved his hand at the imperial guards, indicating for them to release the wastrels. Qing Chimo and the others knew that they had been tricked by Li Wangyou, but there was nothing they could do. Who told the Crown Prince and the King of Yu to appear here? This was beyond the wastrels' expectations. They had come from Cheng and to Huayin County. They really didn't know that Li Qingxian had also come. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to joke like this. Even if their fathers were all founding dukes and prefectural dukes, this kind of joke still couldn't be made casually. Today's matter wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. If someone with ulterior motives came to the imperial court to impeach them, it would be a big problem. Although they only wanted to joke with Li Wangyou, it was true. They had used their weapons in front of the Crown Prince and the King of Yu. If they were really accused of trying to assassinate the king, Pai Lupi wouldn't let them off easily. At the very least, they would be demoted and their salaries would be cut. Li Wangyou's joke just now was actually to help the silk pants out of their predicament. With Li Qingxian's declaration, it could be said that this group of silk pants had been punished. In the future, there would be no need to worry about people causing trouble in the imperial court. Naturally, there were also smart people like Wei Shuyu and Chai Lingwu among the silk pants. They understood Li Wangyu's intentions and cupped their hands towards him to express their gratitude. After receiving the report from the bailiff, the county magistrate, Shang Zimo, rushed out in a panic with dozens of bailiffs. When he saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Well, it was not enough that 3 ancestors had come. Now, 10 ancestors had come. How could he, a 7th-grade county magistrate, provoke a group of young dukes? Shang Zimo looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and tried his best to hold back the tears in his eyes. It was truly a shame for a county magistrate to be reduced to such a state. After another round of commotion, they finally returned to Li Wangyu's office in the county yamen and sat down. Luckily, this office originally belonged to the county magistrate, Shang Zimo. It was spacious enough for more than 10 people to sit down. "Brothers, why did you come all the way from Chang and to Huayin County?" Li Wangyu asked someone to serve tea and started chatting with the silk pants. Ching Chuma laughed loudly and said, "Wahahaha, we were afraid that you would be wronged in Huayin County, so we came to accompany you." "How is it? Brothers are loyal, right?" Li Wangyu glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. When this fellow was lying, the corners of his mouth would twitch. "Did the saint send you here?" Li Wangyu suddenly asked. Ching Chimo was stunned and subconsciously replied, "How did you know?" Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu, and the rest covered his mouth. "Hee, how could that be? We were afraid that Zio would be taken advantage of in Huayin County, so we came here to share your joys and sorrows. There's no such thing as the saint." "Hee, there's no such thing," Fang Yai flatly denied. However, even a fool would know the meaning behind his words. Li Wangyu was disinclined to investigate the silk pants' intentions. Being used as a lobbyist by Pai Lupi was not a big deal. He had guessed correctly. The silk pants had originally been bored in Chang and County and had planned to find Li Wangyu in Huayin County to pass the time. However, before he left, he was summoned to the Taiji Palace by Li Eryo. Li Eryo gave him a personal lecture. The meaning behind Li Eryo's words was that he wanted the debauches to think of a way to persuade Li Wangyu to stop being so stubborn and hurry back to Chang and to marry Princess Changle. Naturally, the silk pants would not say these words to Li Wangyu. In reality, they were all in favor of Li Wangyu marrying a princess. After all, many of these silk pants had married princesses in the future. Naturally, they would not reject such a marriage. In reality, if Li Wangyu had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty by himself, marrying a princess would not have been a big deal. In any case, he did not have any ambitions to save the world. Marrying a lowly princess was not a big deal. At most, it would just be a game to raise her. However, his beautiful superior had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty with him. No matter what, Li Wangyu would not give up on Su Chongqing. Although marrying his beautiful superior was only a formality, the Tang dynasty would not give him a marriage certificate. However, in his heart, Li Wangyu could not accept the fact that he could not even give his beautiful superior a proper status. The so-called 3 wives and 4 concubines did not exist. Since ancient times, China had a system of 1 wife and many concubines. Apart from the legendary Shun who married 2 wives, a Huang and Nu Ying, the other dynasties all had only 1 wife. Zhuangzi recorded that Lord Ling has 3 wives, and they all bathe together. The so-called 3 wives, the little wife, the secondary wife, the young wife, and the concubine's wife, were just the titles of concubines. If Pai Lupi's daughter, the Grand Princess Changle, were to marry Li Wangyu, it would naturally be impossible for her to be a concubine. Li Wangyu would never agree to having his beautiful superior be his concubine. If Pai Lupi insisted on forcing him to drink, Li Wangyu could only take his beautiful superior and flee far away from the Central Plains. He could go to the western regions or go out to sea, no longer caring about the matters of the Tang dynasty. From then on, he and Su Chongqing would fly side by side, living their own immortal lives. Of course, this was only a choice that could be made as a last resort. At present, things had not reached that point. Li Wangyu cast a glance at the debauches, as well as Li Qingxian and Li Tai, inevitably feeling a headache. This entire room was filled with King Pai Lupi's lobbyists. He straightforwardly stated his thoughts. Actually, this little brother naturally understands the purpose of everyone's visit. It's not impossible for me to agree to Uncle's request to marry Changle, but... But what? Li Wangyu's words caused everyone in the room to perk up their ears. Li Qingxian and Li Tai excitedly stood up. Teacher, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to state them. Li Wangyu unhurriedly extended 2 fingers, waving them in front of everyone's eyes, Huang and Nuing. With these words, apart from the 3 Qing brothers, the Yuqi twins, and Niu Jingping, everyone else was dumbfounded. Chapter 8:15. Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other, not knowing what to say about their teacher. In reality, the 2 of them were ridiculing their teacher in their hearts. His skin was too thick. He actually wanted to learn from Shun and marry 2 wives. Teacher, were you not afraid that these words would reach Father's ears? In a fit of rage, Father would carry a 40-meter-long saber and hunt you down in Huayin County, chopping you into mincemeat? The debauches were even more silent. Each and every one of them looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of worship. You really dared to think and speak too much. Seeing that no one was speaking, Qing Chimo and the others could not help but become anxious. Pushing Wei Shuyu, he asked, what is the meaning of this? Why aren't you speaking? Wei Shuyu glared at him unhappily. It's just that Zio wants the sage to agree. He wants to be like Shun, marrying 2 wives at the same time. Marrying 2 wives is good. Qing Chimo had not yet reacted. Carelessly, he said, the more wives one has, the more children one will have. Zio, after marrying Princess Changle, then. Qing Chimo suddenly stopped talking. He finally realized why everyone else was silent. He silently gave Li Wangyu a big thumbs up. You are awesome. You actually want to marry another wife at the same time as marrying Princess Changle. You want the emperor to put his face where he is? Only Li Wangyu dared to say these words. If it were anyone else, they would have been beaten to death long ago without the need for Pai Lupi to make a move. After Li Wangyu put forward these conditions, the entire room of lobbyists fell silent. Even Li Qingxian and Li Tai were very smart. They did not intend to get involved in this matter, leaving it to the wise and mighty Pai Lupi to make the final decision. The debauches felt that they had completed the task given to them by Pai Lupi. They were disinclined to care too much, peacefully staying in Huayin County to eat, drink, and play. Li Wangyu's conditions finally reached Pai Lupi's ears in the Taiji Palace in Chang'an. After being stunned for a while, Pai Lupi flew into a rage and smashed many bottles and jars in the legislative hall. He was even about to order the cavalry department to capture that bastard Li Wangyu and throw him into prison. Fortunately, after Empress Zhongsun learned of this matter, she rushed over in time to appease the furious Pai Lupi. Guanyin maid, look, what is this scoundrel saying? I want to betroth my most beloved Changle to him, but he dares to raise conditions for me. A Huang vying? I didn't. Pai Lupi suddenly realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly stopped. He glanced guiltily at Empress Zhongsun beside him. Empress Zhongsun acted as if she didn't hear him. Erlang, let's put this matter aside for the time being. Anyway, Changle is still young. Don't worry. Humph, in short, if that scoundrel is so stubborn, then he can stay in Huayin County for the rest of his life. I don't want to see him. In fact, Empress Zhongsun was also annoyed by Li Wangyu's greedy request. She naturally understood why Li Wangyu made such a request. Obviously, it was for Su Chongqing. Empress Zhongsun also admitted that Su Chongqing was very outstanding and a rare woman in the world. However, Empress Zhongsun was not willing to have the same status as her most beloved daughter. The 2 in-laws had the same idea about this matter. Not to mention how annoyed Pai Lupi was in Chang and Li Wangyu was having a good time in Huayin County. Crown Prince Li Qingxian, little fatty Li Tai, and a group of playboys all lived in his mansion in Huayin County. After Li Wangyu went to the county yamen and worked for a few days, he felt really bored. The law and order in Huayin County were really good. After a few days, there were only trivial matters. The strange and important cases that he was looking forward to did not appear at all. Even the trivial matters were all dealt with by the county magistrate Shang Zimo and the county deputy. They did not dare to bother him, the county marquis who founded the country. Li Wangyu was so bored that he did not even bother to go to the county office. Every day, he looked for entertainment with the playboys to pass the time. However, Huayin County was not as fun as Chang'an. In a few days, they had visited all the big and small places in the county. Zio, this Huayin County is so small. It's really boring. Cheng Chumo sat in the main hall of his mansion and complained as he called for the maidservants to bring iced wine. Li Wangyu also felt bored. He thought for a while and said, "Brothers, Huayin County is not far from Tong Pass and is even closer to Mount Hua. Why don't we go to Tong Pass or visit Mount Hua?" Huayin County was only 30 miles away from Tong Pass and was even closer to Mount Hua, only 7 to 8 miles away. Forget about Mount Hua. That mountain is too steep and it's too tiring to climb. Tong Pass is not bad. After the Yellow River is Fengling Pass. It's much more lively there than Huayin County. Let's go now. Staying in Huayin County every day is so depressing. When Xing Chumo heard Li Wangyu's words, he immediately became excited and asked everyone to go now. Li Wangyu naturally did not object. After all, he did not lack money. He would not treat himself badly if he went on a trip. Moreover, he had never seen the Yellow River during the Tang Dynasty. Naturally, he was interested. He was interested in going to Tong Pass and Fengling Pass on the other side of the Yellow River. That Fenglingguan was the Fenglingdu that Mr. Jin Yong had written down. That was where Yang Gua and Guoxiang met again. When they first met at Fengling Pass, they fell in love. If they had fun, Li Wangyu and the other wastrels could even sail east from the Yellow River. During the Tang Dynasty, not only could the Yellow River be sailed, but the Yellow River was also very important to the Tang Dynasty. An endless supply of food was transported through the Yellow River. The boats could also go upstream to Chang'an. The wastrels naturally did not object to this suggestion. They were already tired of staying in Huayin County. Li Wangyu and the others were about to leave when they were stopped by Li Qingxian and Li Tai. "Teacher, we want to go too." Li Wangyu could not help but turn his head. Bringing the Crown Prince and the King of Yu to play? If Pai Lupi found out, would he be unlucky? More importantly, these two little fellows were of noble status. They were surrounded by countless palace guards at all times. Now that the two of them were staying in his residence, the palace guards had already surrounded it. Even a fly would not be able to get in. If he really brought them out to play, there would be a large group of guards behind them. What fun would that be? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. No. No. You two stay in the residence and study. Or you can go back to Chang'an. Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other and shook their heads. We will not go back to Chang'an. We will stay with our teacher. They were not stupid. If they went back to Chang'an, they would definitely go back to the academy to study. In comparison, it was more comfortable to stay in Huayin County. Li Wangyu had said that they had to study by his side. However, he was actually a lazy person. How could he teach Li Qingxian and Li Tai? Moreover, during this time, Li Wangyu was busy playing with the wastrels. Li Qingxian and Li Tai did not have to study. They were naturally happy. Therefore, Li Qingxian and Li Tai did not want to go back to Chang'an. Chapter 8:16. Not going back to Chang'an? Then stay in the manor and study. I'll be back in 2 days. The two little ones looked at each other and shook their heads again like rattledrums. No, we have to follow wherever the master goes. Be good and listen to me. Stay in my manor. I'll bring you gifts when I come back. Li Wangyu coaxed Li Qingxian and Li Tai like he was coaxing children. However, he didn't consider that the children of the Tang dynasty were different from the children of later generations. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai were 11 and 10 years old, they were like little adults. They were quite precocious. After all, when Pai Lupi married Empress Zhangsun, he was only 12 years old. Li Wangyou's words could coax the children of later generations. However, if he wanted to coax Li Qingxian and Li Tai, it was simply wishful thinking. Li Qingxian rolled his eyes and actually threatened, "If teacher isn't willing to take us, we'll tell father that teacher is a county magistrate who doesn't do proper work and neglects official duties. All he does is eat, drink, and play." When Li Wangyu heard him say this, he was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He didn't care about Li Qingxian's identity as the crown prince. He directly reached out and twisted Li Qingxian's ear. "Fine, I'll teach you this unfilial son. You actually want to tell on me? Do you believe that I won't expel you from the sect? Besides, do you think I'm afraid of you snitching? It's best if you tell your father to remove me from this bullshit county magistrate position. I can't even thank you enough." Li Wangyu was a man without desires. He didn't want to be an official at all, let alone a position as small as a county magistrate. Wasn't it good for him to stay in Dingzhou village eating, drinking, and playing? Li Qingxian saw that his strategy was ineffective and hurriedly begged for mercy. "It hurts, it hurts. Teacher, please let go." This disciple was wrong. Li Wangyu naturally wasn't really angry. He was just teasing the two little ones. He let go and laughed. "If you dare to deceive your teacher again, I'll teach you a lesson." Li Qingxian rubbed his ear and simply changed his strategy. He learned from his younger sister Changle and acted spoiled. "Teacher, please take us." Li Wangyu felt goosebumps all over his body. "Stop. Speak properly. Don't make fun of Changle. Teacher, don't even think about leaving me and Qing Ke behind to play with Qing Chumo and the others." Li Qingxian rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. "If you don't take us, I won't allow Qing Chumo and the others to go." "Hee hee, teacher, don't forget, Qing Chumo and the others are now my and Qing Ke's guards." When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He had forgotten about this matter. Qing Chumo and his group of spoiled brats came to Huayin County to scare him. They actually pretended to be bandits and used weapons in front of Li Qingxian and Li Tai. In order to get rid of this group of bastards, he had purposely let Li Qingxian punish them that day, making this group of silk pants temporarily act as the two little ones' guards. He could ignore Li Qingxian and Li Tai, but Qing Chumo and the others could not. Li Qingxian's identity as the crown prince was right there, so how could these wastrels ignore it? Damn, how did these two little fellows suddenly become so smart just to go out and play? Li Wangyu rubbed his temples with a headache. "Qingxian, Qing Ke, I'll tell you the truth. It's not that I don't want to take you out to play, it's just that the imperial guards by your side are too much of an eyesore. With such a large group of people, what's the point of going out to play?" In his agitation, he even cursed. Li Wangyou's words made Li Qingxian and Li Tai a little dumbfounded. It seemed that their teacher was right. They had come to Huayin County with over 1,000 imperial guards and many palace maids by their side. If they took these people out, it seemed that there would be no fun to play. However, the little fatty, Li Tai, was quick-witted. He waved his hand to indicate for the palace maids to leave. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Hee hee, teacher, elder brother, why don't we avoid these palace maids and guards and sneak out? It'll be like how father often goes out of the palace in plain clothes. It'll definitely be fun." Sneak out? A few black lines appeared on Li Wangyou's forehead. Damn, bring the crown prince of the Tang dynasty and His Highness King Yu for a private visit? TSK, it's quite exciting just thinking about it. If Pai Lupi found out, would this overprotective emperor order people to chop him into mincemeat? However, who cares? It'd be best if he pissed off Pai Lupi and drove him back home in his anger. That would fulfill Li Wangyou's wish. It would be best if Li Er was so angry that he would cancel the betrothal. That would be good. Thinking about it like this, Li Wangyu felt that it would be quite interesting to take the two little ones out to play. Thinking up to here, Li Wangyu couldn't help but lower his voice. It's not impossible to bring the two of you out, but once the two of you leave, you must listen to Master. Remember, you must not act on your own. Of course, we'll listen to teacher's orders. Hearing that they could go out to play, the two little ones didn't have any objections and nodded repeatedly. The two of them grew up in the palace. Other than going to Dingzhou village and entering the academy, they were relatively free. At other times, they were followed by a group of people at all times, and they had long been tired of it. Li Wangyu nodded and called the foppish young masters in. He told them about the matter, but it scared the foppish young masters of the Tang dynasty who were used to being lawless. They all say that I'm bold, but I see that you're much bolder than me. Zio, have you thought about the consequences of sneaking out with His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu? If something happens, you'll lose your head. What can happen? Niu Wu and the others are guarding them. Besides, don't we have you guys? Li Wangyu was telling the truth. The troops in his residence were all old soldiers of the Jinwu Guards. The martial arts of the Qing brothers and the Yuqi twins were incomparable to ordinary soldiers. Even Niu Jingping, who was crippled, couldn't be compared to 3 to 5 strong men. So even if they avoided the protection of the Imperial Guards, Li Wangyu didn't think that there would be any safety issues. Qing Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others still wanted to persuade Li Wangyu, but when they saw the murderous eyes of Li Qingxian and Li Tai, they finally closed their mouths. Who cares? Even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. As long as nothing happened to His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu, it wouldn't be a big deal. Wei Shuyu waved his folding fan and said with a smile, Zio, your residence is tightly surrounded by the Imperial Guards. In addition, there are palace maids in your residence. If you want to hide from them and take His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu out, I'm afraid it won't be easy. That's right, His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu. It's not that we don't want to, but it's really hard to do. Chai Lingwu also quickly nodded in agreement. Li Qingxian and Li Tai naturally knew this and couldn't help but look at their teacher. In any case, they couldn't think of a way. It was up to Li Wangyu whether he had an idea. Hee, this isn't difficult. Li Wangyu said with a sly smile, everyone, come closer. Chapter 8:17. In the Marquis Mansion of Nihu County, under the shocked gazes of all the maids and servants, as well as the palace guards and maids who came with Li Qingxian and Li Tai, Li Wangyu fiercely reprimanded Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Prince Li Tai. Take a look for yourselves. How are you doing with your studies? Is this how I taught you? I think you two are too pleased with yourselves. Qingxian, you are the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty. How will the saint entrust the world to you if you are so mischievous? Li Wangyu waved the golden ferrule in his hand as spittle flew everywhere. Li Qingxian and Li Tai lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak after being reprimanded. The servants in the residence naturally didn't dare to say anything. Even Li Qingxian and Li Tai's personal attendants didn't dare to say anything despite their dissatisfaction. After all, the Marquis of Huxian wasn't just anyone. As the Crown Prince's teacher, even if he beat Li Qingxian and Li Tai with the golden ferrule, they wouldn't dare to fart, let alone reprimand them. 2 years ago, the most favored eunuchs by Li Qingxian's side had offended the Marquis of Huxian. In a fit of anger, the saint had thrown them to the Yeting Palace Laundry Bureau. They were still doing hard labor even now. Thus, even though these attendants were cursing in their hearts, they all lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak up for the Crown Prince and King Yu. Li Wangyu reprimanded them for a long time, but he still wasn't willing to let them go. He directly chased Li Qingxian and Li Tai back to their rooms. The two of you are not allowed to take a single step out of this room for the next few days. Reflect on your actions and copy the poems and essays I wrote a few times. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the palace maids. Before this Marquis gives the order, none of you are allowed to enter this room. Every day, the palace maids will bring them food and drink. They won't starve to death. Do you understand? If anyone dares to enter this room and disturb Qingxian and Qingshua's studies, be careful of this golden ferrule in my hands. Yes. I dare not disobey. The palace maids beside Li Qingxian and Li Tai quickly knelt down, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. In front of everyone, Li Wangyu chased the two little ones into the room. Then, he called for the manners guards and told them to guard the door. Without his permission, no one was allowed to enter or leave. After punishing Li Qingxian and Li Tai, Li Wangyu then instructed everyone in the residence, "I'm going out to play for 2 days. Before I return, have the Crown Prince and King Yu reflect on their actions in their rooms. They are not to be disturbed. Do you understand?" After arranging the matters in the mansion, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and a dozen or so troops, as well as Qing Chumo and the other debauches out of the mansion on horseback, heading straight for Tong Pass. Li Wangyu and his group of more than 20 riders rode out of Huayin County and galloped along the official road. 2 slightly thin and small troops rode their horses to Li Wangyu's side and said with a smile, "Hee, teacher, you really did have a good plan. You slipped away so easily." The one who spoke was the little fatty King Yu, Li Tai, and the other person was the Crown Prince, Li Qingxian. The 2 little ones were wearing the uniforms of the Lai Hot troops. Their 2 little faces were made up like the bottom of a black pot, and a few strands of beard were also stuck on. Bystanders who saw them would naturally not think that they were 2 young men. Li Qingxian was slightly worried. "Teacher, your excuse to lock me and Qing Ke up is a good idea. But I'm afraid that the palace maids will ask. If no one speaks in the room, won't it be very easy to be exposed?" Li Wangyu laughed and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Your teacher has a brilliant plan. There won't be any flaws." Li Qingxian and Li Tai looked at each other, not understanding what their teacher was going to do. However, due to their trust in Li Wangyu, they were too lazy to think about this matter. The 2 little ones had finally gotten rid of the palace guards and palace maids with great difficulty. At this moment, they were like birds that had been released from their cages, very happy. They constantly urged their horses to run faster, causing Qing Chumo and the group of wastrels to be extremely worried. However, they could only urge their horses to keep up and carefully guard Li Qingxian and Li Tai. After all, if something happened, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Li Wangyu also suddenly remembered that there was a rumor in the later generations that Li Qingxian had accidentally fallen while riding a horse and broke one of his legs. This caused his temperament to change greatly. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly called out to the 2 little ones, who were galloping happily on their horses, to stop. He also had the palace guards slow down their horses. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. At this time, in the Lai Hot, after Li Wangyu and the others left, Li Qingxian and Li Tai's personal attendants looked at each other and carefully moved to the front of the room. With Lai Hot's troops guarding the door, they naturally did not dare to push the door open and could only call out softly from the other side of the door. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the King of Yu, the Marquis of Huxian has left." However, Li Qingxian's voice came from inside the room. "Go away, don't bother me." "Yes, yes." The attendant did not dare to say anything else. Under the gaze of the Lai Hot's troops, he could only obediently retreat to the side and carefully guard the 2 princes inside the room. Li Qingxian and Li Tai were naturally not inside the room. Instead, it was the golden-haired beauty, Aphrodite. She was happily staying in the room, holding a book in her hands and reading it with great interest. From time to time, she would pick up the snacks next to her and put them into her mouth. At this time, the attendant's voice came from outside the room. "Your Highness, you've already stayed in the room for quite some time. Why don't you come out for a walk? The Marquis of Huxian really is no longer in the residence." Aphrodite smiled slyly and picked up the phone next to her. Her slender fingers tapped twice, and Li Qingxian's voice came from the phone. "Go away, don't bother me." "Yes, this servant understands." The attendant outside the room did not dare to say anything else and retreated again. Needless to say, this was Li Wangyu's idea. He had secretly used his phone to record Li Qingxian's voice and then deliberately reprimanded Li Qingxian and Li Tai, placing them in confinement. In reality, after the 2 children entered the room, they immediately left through the window at the back with Niu Wu and the others waiting for them. After the hot maidservants helped the two children change their clothes, they openly mingled with Li Wangyu's troops and left the Marquis of Huxian's estate. Since Li Wangyu was out with a bunch of good-for-nothings, the imperial guards guarding outside the residence naturally did not dare to stop them from inspecting. After Li Wangyu and the others left, Aphrodite jumped into the room through the window and used the recording function of her phone to pretend that Li Qingxian and Li Tai were still in the room. Ever since Li Wangyu handed his phone to Aphrodite, this golden-haired beauty had become rather proficient in using this modern digital product. That was why Li Wangyu had entrusted her with the important task of pretending that Li Qingxian and Li Tai were still in the room. Those attendants naturally racked their brains, but they would never have imagined that the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu, whom they served, would actually use the golden cicada shell escape and sneak out to play. They would also never have imagined that the Li Qingxian, who was speaking in the room, did not exist at all. Chapter 8:18. While Afro was covering for Li Qingxian and Li Tai, Li Wangyu and the rest had already arrived at Tong Pass. During the pre-Qin era, the most important pass in Guangzhou was Hanggu Pass. However, at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Hanggu Pass had basically lost its use, which was why they built Tong Pass at the west end of the road. During the Three Kingdoms period, Ma Chao had once stationed troops at Tong Pass and had a huge battle with Cao Cao. Cao Cao even left behind the story of cutting off his beard and abandoning his robe at Tong Pass, seizing a boat to avoid arrows at Wei River. However, the Tong Pass that Li Wangyu and the rest were heading to was not the Han Dynasty Tong Pass but the Tang Dynasty's Tong Pass at the south of the Yellow River. It was located at the Yellow River crossing and was at the crossroads of Jin, Shan, and Yu provinces. It was the key to entering and exiting the three Qin dynasties and had always been a place that military strategists would fight for. It was known as the most dangerous place in Jin, the throat of the four towns, and the 102nd Pass. Li Wangyu was naturally interested in the famous Tong Pass, but when they saw it for themselves, Li Wangyu could not help but feel disappointed. As a military base, Tong Pass County was even smaller than Huayin County and was basically just a long street. Furthermore, Tong Pass was just a pass and did not have anything special to look at. Li Wangyu could not help but feel disappointed. Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the rest were also disappointed. He had snuck out with great difficulty, only to see this. In the future, tourists would naturally be interested in Tong Pass, but in the Tang Dynasty, who would be interested in Tong Pass? Furthermore, it was just a newly built pass. With the identity of Li Wangyu and the rest, it was easy for them to climb up the city gates. Looking at the Yellow River below, they all felt really bored. This group of people was not here to enjoy the scenery at all. They were here to have fun. Li Qingxian and Li Tai's disappointment was even more obvious. The general in charge of guarding Tong Pass was a vice-commandant of Zhichong Mansion. Li Wangyu and a group of silk pants suddenly arrived at Tong Pass, so he naturally accompanied them with fear and trepidation. Seeing that everyone seemed to be dissatisfied with Tongguan, the sweat on his forehead was about to drip down. This humble one is truly ashamed. There really isn't much scenery to speak of in Tong Pass. If the Marquis is interested, how about this humble one go to Fenglingdu and find some singers to liven things up for the Marquis? The commandant pondered for a moment. Tongguan County was too small. Even the brothels in the brothels were too small. If he wanted to entertain these people, he would have to go to Fenglingdu. His words reminded everyone. Fang Yi-ai immediately pointed to the other side of the Yellow River and whispered, "Ziyu, why don't we take a boat and go to Fenglingdu on the other side?" Hee, Fenglingdu is much more interesting than Tong Pass. That's right, Brother Jiai's words make sense. Fenglingdu is prosperous, unlike Tong Pass. When the silk pants heard this, their eyes lit up and they all nodded in agreement. Fenglingdu was an important road that connected three provinces. As the main crossing of the Yellow River, it was naturally prosperous. To a certain extent, it wasn't inferior to Cheng and City. Because Fenglingdu was mostly populated by wealthy merchants, and it was also an important crossing of the Yellow River. As a result, Fenglingdu was one of the few commercial cities in the Great Tang. When Li Qingxian and Li Tai heard this, they looked at Li Wangyu with pleading eyes. Of course, Li Wangyu wasn't willing to return to Huayin County like this. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he immediately snapped his fingers and said, "Then let's go. Let's go find a boat. We'll go to Fenglingdu." Wahahaha, Ziyu's words are great. The silk pants all laughed and clapped their hands. When the commandant heard this, he felt a lot more relieved. He immediately ran to arrange an official boat to cross the river. It didn't take long for everyone to board a large official boat and cross to the other side of the Yellow River. However, even though the official boat was large enough, their horses couldn't board it. Thus, they all left the horses at Tong Pass and handed it over to the commandant to take care of them. Between Fenglingdu and Tong Pass, the water of the Yellow River was calm. Sitting on the official boat didn't feel shaky at all. After half an hour, the official boat docked at the pier of Fenglingdu. The captain of the official boat had already received orders from the commandant of Tong Pass and didn't dare to leave without permission. He respectfully said that his boat would be waiting for the nobles at the pier. After Li Wangyu and his group of more than 20 people got off the boat, they merged into the bustling crowd of Fenglingdu and didn't stand out in the slightest. This was in line with Li Qingxian and Li Tai's wishes. The two little ones felt as if they had been let out of the wind and found everything on the streets interesting. Fenglingdu was worthy of being an important crossing of the Yellow River. The bustle didn't disappoint. Not only were there many shops, but there were also many acrobats, plays, singing, fortune-telling, and divination. It was very lively. Although Li Wangyu and his group were wearing casual clothes, Niu Wu led a dozen strong guards to protect them. Thus, no one dared to provoke them. Everyone strolled along the way. When they saw good food and drink, they bought it. When the acrobats saw good performances, they threw out a lot of copper coins as tips. They were very happy. When they arrived in front of a building, Ching Chumo laughed. "Wahahaha, Zio, how come your Tang Dynasty Theater also opened a branch in Fenglingdu?" Li Wangyu raised his head and looked. He was so angry that his nose almost crooked. The building had the words Fenglingdu Theater on it. The sign in front of the door also had the words The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl written on it. F***CK, this is a blatant pirated copy. Did they pay the copyright fee? However, Li Wangyu didn't have the nerve to accuse others of pirating. After all, these things that he made were pirated copies of later generations. The Tang Dynasty Theater was popular in Chang'an City. The method of the stage play and the content of the performance were naturally copied by others. This was not surprising. After strolling for half a day, everyone was a little tired. Li Wangyu simply waved his hand. "Brothers, let's go in and have a look. If the performance is not good, then today we will smash his shop." Wahahaha, Zio's words are reasonable. If the performance is not good, then its reputation will be ruined. Ching Chumo laughed. Let's go, let's go. Hee, I want to see what the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl of Fenglingdu looks like. The playboys naturally laughed and surrounded Li Wangyu, Li Qingxian, and Li Tai to the theater. This pirated copy theater of Fenglingdu was much gentler than Li Wangyu's black-hearted marquis. There were more than 20 of them, and each of them only received 100 copper coins for the tickets. Zio, look, don't you feel ashamed? The Tang Dynasty Theater costs copper coins, but this Fenglingdu only costs 100 copper coins. You're really a profiteer. Wei Shuyu joked with Li Wangyu about the tickets. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. If Brother Shuyu thinks it's expensive, then you can come to Fenglingdu to watch the show in the future. You can also save money. When I go back, I'll tell Avro that Brother Shuyu will not be welcome at the Tang Dynasty Theater in the future. As soon as he said this, Wei Shuyu immediately gave in. Ha, Zio, what are you talking about? Do I look like someone who lacks money? It's just the usual. It's not expensive, not expensive. The words of the two naturally caused the crowd to burst into laughter again. The group of people laughed and joked as they entered the theater. When they looked up, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 8:19. What kind of theater is this? Aside from Li Qingxian and Li Tai, the rest of the group of more than 20 people looked at the Fengling Theater as if it was a brothel frequented by the rich. The brothels of the Tang dynasty were similar in structure, but the decorations were different. The hollow hall was decorated with gaudy decorations. The main corridor was about 100 steps long, and there were small pavilions on both sides of the north and south patios. With the rich experience of these rich playboys, they naturally recognized that those small pavilions were the rooms of the brothel. In the past, this group of rich playboys did not stay in these small pavilions in Chang and City's Ping Kong Square. The scene in front of them naturally made them dumbfounded. Did they go to a brothel or a theater? Damn, this theater of Fengling Du is really strange. Ching Chimo murmured. Li Wangyu and the others were also puzzled. Why was this scene different from what they had imagined? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw a middle-aged woman dressed as a brothel keeper sashaying over to them. She gave them a curtsy and said with a smile, "Greetings, noble guests. This servant is the matchmaker. You all look unfamiliar. May I ask if this is your first time coming to our Fengling Theater?" "Yes, this is our first time coming to Fengling Du Matchmaker. What kind of theater is this? What kind of prison is it? Why do I feel that it is not a theater, but a brothel?" Hearing this, the matchmaker covered her mouth and chuckled. "You have good eyesight. Is it really a brothel?" Li Wangyu and the others could not help but be stunned and quickly asked, "Doesn't the sign outside say that today's performance is the cowherd and the weaver girl? What's going on?" "Hee, naturally there is a performance. I dare to let you know that the performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl was learned from the Chang and City's Tang Dynasty Theater. But the difference is that the performance is performed by the young ladies of the brothel. If you are interested in any of the roles, you can naturally take them to the pavilion to have a good time, whether it is the 7 fairies or other roles. Noble guests, isn't this wonderful?" The explanation of the brothel keeper made Li Wangyu completely speechless. What AF * king talent? I wonder which genius came up with this idea. Thinking about it carefully, Li Wangyu had to admit that this move was really smart. It completely captured the psychology of men. After the audience finished watching a play, it was very easy for them to put themselves in the shoes of the characters. For a long or short period of time, they would be immersed in the emotions of falling in love with the characters. Under such emotions, one would naturally feel that the 7 fairies were incomparably beautiful. In this way, if they could go one step further and spend some copper coins, they could get close to the characters on stage. Naturally, there were many people who were willing to fork out a lot of copper coins. Brilliant, truly brilliant. After listening to Sister Bao's explanation, the playboys suddenly became interested. How could they let go of such a trick that they had never seen before? However, Wei Shuyu tugged at Qing Chumo and the others' robes and gestured towards Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Only then did the rich kids realize that there were still 2 minors here. Li Wangyu looked at the reaction of the rich kids and then looked at Li Qingxian and Li Tai. He also felt that something was wrong. The practice of this brothel was interesting, but bringing 2 little brats to a brothel didn't seem right. If Pai Lupi found out about this, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. In any case, if he had children in the future and they were brought to a brothel, he would definitely have the heart to kill them. Cough cough, that, Miao Wu, this brothel is filled with smoke. Have someone bring Dalong and Erlang out to get some fresh air. The titles of Dalong and Erlang were naturally to deceive others. They had already discussed it before. However, Li Qingxian and Li Tai shook their heads in unison. "We won't go. Hee, this brothel is interesting. We brothers also want to see it. Hee, it's more interesting than the palace. Oh, no, it's more interesting than the young ladies in the mansion." Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. Alright, sure enough, the Tang dynasty was open-minded. Even a 10-year-old brat understood the matters between men and women. He did not consider that the fathers of these 2 had married when they were 12 years old, while Li Qingxian and Li Tai had grown up in the palace. At any time, there were so many beautiful palace maids serving them. They had long tasted the feeling of these matters between men and women. They were not the innocent little boys he imagined them to be. Since even Pai Lupi didn't care, Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to care about this nonsense. In any case, he had already caused the Crown Prince and the Prince of Yu to run away. Bringing them to a brothel wasn't a big deal. As the saying goes, when you have too many lice, you don't itch. When you have too many debts, you don't have to worry. Then find a quiet place for us to watch the play. If we perform well, we'll naturally be rewarded, Li Wangyu said to the brothel keeper. The brothel keeper's matchmaker was naturally a shrewd person. She had already seen that the 20 or so people in front of her had extraordinary identities. She didn't dare to neglect them. She quickly and respectfully invited them to a private room on the second floor and had people bring in all kinds of fruits, food, and wine. After this private room was remodeled, the side facing the courtyard could be completely opened. Below was a small stage. Presumably, the performance would be carried out on this stage. Not long after, gongs and drums sounded. Amidst the sound of stringed instruments, today's performance began. Li Wangyu looked at it for a while and felt that it was ordinary. He couldn't say what kind of performance or acting skills it was, but there was one thing that was very different from the Tang Dynasty's theater. The young ladies performing on the stage were all wearing revealing clothes and were dressed seductively. They had a different flavor. Even the playboys, who had watched this play countless times, were all beaming with joy and commenting on the young ladies on the stage. Especially when the 7 fairies were bathing, the 7 beautiful young ladies hiding behind the prop stones actually began to undress, which immediately caused a wave of wolf howls in the painting building. Obviously, there were many people in the surrounding corridors and private rooms who were watching the performance. At this moment, everyone was very excited. Even Xing Chumo and the other silk pants were craning their necks and shouting excitedly. Li Qingxian and Li Tai, the 2 boys, also had a wretched smile on their faces. Their eyes were fixed on the stage below, staring at the performing prostitutes. Their faces were flushed red. Li Wangyu was speechless. Were the men of the Tang Dynasty so easily excited? If they were to watch the romantic action movies of the later generations, would they be so excited that they would have a cerebral hemorrhage? However, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't dampen their spirits. He just thought that he was joining in the fun and shouted with the crowd. While it was bustling with noise and excitement, a group of people in bright clothes came into this so-called theater, which was actually a brothel. Without waiting for the brothel keeper to receive them, they laughed and said, "Matchmaker, drive them out for this young master. Today, this young master wants to book the whole place." Chapter 820. These words naturally stunned Li Wangyu and the group of silk pants. They raised their eyes and looked down, wanting to see who had the audacity to speak so arrogantly. To be able to call himself a young master in the Tang Dynasty, it was reasonable to say that he was not an ordinary person. The term young master was not something that could be used by just anyone. Only young nobles with noble statuses could be called young master. The person who came in was a young man. He was holding a folding fan and wearing a pair of crystal sunglasses. Obviously, after Li Wangyu made the folding fan and the sunglasses, they were not only popular in Cheng and city, but also in the Tang Dynasty. Those who had a little status would try to imitate one or two. In this regard, Li Wangyu was very dissatisfied. This group of country bumpkins was blatantly plagiarizing. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about the business of making and selling folding fans and crystal sunglasses, so he didn't set up these 2 businesses in his mansion. The playboys stretched their necks and looked carefully for a long time, but they still couldn't recognize the identity of the young man. Who the hell is that bastard? How dare he call himself a young master in front of us? What a big tone. Xing Chumo scolded. Fang Yi Ai smiled and said, "I'm afraid he's a rich man in Fenglingdu." In Ziyu's words, he's a toad yawning. What a big tone. When the playboys heard this, they all roared with laughter. For them, the number of people in the world who could make them retreat was probably less than 2, but it certainly didn't include the unknown young man below. That young man seemed to have a lot of power in Fenglingdu. After he appeared, the originally noisy building suddenly quieted down. As a result, the laughter of the playboys became very clear and harsh. When the young man heard the laughter of the playboys, he suddenly became angry and said, "Where did this Tian Shaolang come from? How dare you laugh when this young master is talking? Are you tired of living?" Ching Chumo and the other playboys didn't think it was lively enough. They even poked their heads out of the elegant room and teased the man below. "What a bastard! What a big tone you have! We grandfathers are here, what do you want? Young master? Do you think you're worthy? Hurry up and scram as far as you can. Don't disturb our mood to watch the show." The debauch's words made the Fongling Theater quiet down again. The brothel keeper and the matchmaker were so scared that their faces turned ashen and their bodies trembled. However, the young man did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. Good, good. In Pu Prefecture, this is the first time this young master has seen such an arrogant and blind person. He turned his head and looked at the group of followers behind him, who were obviously his troops. His face was ferocious. "What are you waiting for? Go and capture those farmhouse slaves for this young master. This young master is going to break their dog legs today." "Yes, sir." The troops accepted the order and quickly ran to the second floor. The brothel keeper's matchmaker was so scared that she didn't know what to say. She directly knelt down in front of the young man. "Please forgive me, young master, please forgive me. I really didn't know the origins of those guests and allowed them to disturb young master. It's all my fault. I deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Please forgive me." The young man smiled obscenely and reached out to pull up Sister Bao, Er's matchmaker. In front of everyone, he directly put his hand into her chest and rubbed it wantonly. "Huh, forgive? That depends on your sincerity, matchmaker." The brothel keeper's matchmaker did not dare to resist at all. She obediently allowed the man to molest her. She just forced a smile and said, "Young master, you must be joking. I'm old and withered. How can I be qualified to serve young master? I'll go and call the people in the brothel." Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a loud slap. The man had slapped her across the face. "You bitch, listen to what I say. If you dare to talk more, I'll order people to put you in a sack and throw you into the Yellow River." Sister Bao, Er's face was immediately swollen after being slapped. However, she did not dare to argue and immediately crawled to the young man's feet. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Li Wangyu and the group of playboys, as well as Li Qingqian and Li Tai. They could not help but look at each other. They did not expect this person to be so tyrannical. They had also stayed in Chang'an for a long time. How could they know that these people in other prefectures were so unscrupulous and unscrupulous? Chang'an City was, after all, the foot of the Son of Heaven. Even a 1,000-year-old family like the Zheng family of Xingyang, the first son of the first wife, Zheng Konghua, had to take some things into consideration and did not dare to go too far. However, the young man below did not have any scruples in his actions. This caused everyone to frown. "Teacher, where did this person come from? He's actually so insolent. He's infuriating me." Li Qingqian's small face was full of anger. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. How could he know the origin of that person? But thinking about it, he should be from the Hedong circuit where Feng Lingdu belonged, or perhaps the son of some official in Pu Prefecture. As they spoke, there was a clamor outside the room. It was mixed with the sound of punches and feet and the sound of miserable howls. Obviously, it was the young man's troops downstairs. After rushing upstairs, they had a conflict with Niu Wu and the others. Li Wangyu and the playboys were not worried about Niu Wu and the others at all. After all, the troops in Li Wangyu's residence were all old ruffians who had retired from the Golden Guard. How could ordinary people be a match for them? As for Niu Wu, he came from the border army of the Sui dynasty and was a soldier king of the elite trampling white army. Back in the valley of the Jade Star Palace, although he had used the auspicious robes, he and his brother Niu Yong had been able to silently kill 10 of Ho Junji's troops while coming out unscathed. From this, one could see just how capable they were. Even military bigwigs like Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were full of praise for the Niu brothers' skills. Thus, when the young man downstairs had ordered his troops upstairs, not only had they not panicked, they had all been waiting to see a good show. A few moments later, there was silence outside the room. Only then did Li Wangyu open the door. In the corridor of the second floor, people were lying on the ground, groaning and wailing. Quite a few of their limbs were grotesquely twisted. It was clear that their bones had been broken. Although Niu Wu and the rest did not use weapons, they still dealt a heavy blow just now, beating up this group of guys not lightly. After all, these people had been beaten for nothing, and the Crown Prince and King Yu were also in the room. Niu Wu and the others didn't dare to hold back. If these idiots disturbed Li Qingxian and Li Tai, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Li Wangyu leisurely clapped his hands and said to the wastrels, "Brothers, let's go and see that idiot downstairs." Qing Chimo and the others naturally laughed and followed. How could they miss out on a show like this? They clustered around Li Wangyu, the Crown Prince, and the King of Yu. Behind them were Niu Wu and 10 some other troops. They marched down to the second floor and stood in front of the young man. His own troops had charged upstairs, but not a single one of them had returned. And now, this man was standing in front of him, completely unharmed. No matter how stupid the young man was, he could tell that something was wrong. Suppressing the panic in his heart, he pointed at Li Wangyu and rebuked, "Just who are you? You dared to injure the troops of my Shui clan in Puzhou. Are you tired of living?" Chapter 8:21. In addition to the troops, there were also a few young men in luxurious clothes who were traveling with this awesome young man. At this time, they were also a little panicked. However, they were still tough on the surface and jumped out to scold Li Wangyu and the other wastrels. "How dare you? Who are you? You dare to attack young Master Shui's troops in Fenglingdu? Do you want to rebel? How audacious of you to do that! Is young Master Shui someone you can provoke? Open your eyes. Young Master Shui is the eldest son of Puzhou's governor. Who do you think you are? Humph, they are indeed a bunch of ignorant farm workers." The words of these people made Li Wangyu and the other wastrels look at each other and laugh. Speaking of which, the governor of Puzhou was a top official in the Tang dynasty. He was a rank 3 official in the imperial court. In the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the governor of the Tang dynasty was the governor of the army. In the 7th year of Wuda, the governor's mansion was changed to the governor's mansion. During the Zhenguan period, there were 41 governor's mansions in the country. Under each governor's mansion were several prefectures. The governor's mansion of Puzhou had Jin, Jiang, Ci, Yi, and Qin under it. The governor's mansion was a high position in the beginning of the Tang dynasty. However, in the middle of the Tang dynasty, the governor was given the title of Jidushi. The Jidushi had more power and this led to the Enlushan rebellion. Of course, this was all in the future. When Li Wangyu and the others found out that the young man surnamed Shui was the son of the governor of Puzhou, they all burst out laughing. The current governor of Puzhou, Shui Gui, came from the Hedong Shui clan. Although the Hedong Shui clan was not as powerful as the 5 clans and 7 nobles, they were one of the 6 clans of Guanxi. The reason why they were laughing so happily was not because they looked down on Shui Gui, but because of another reason. Li Wangyu and the group of silk pants laughed heartily while winking at the Yuqi twins with mischievous expressions. Li Qingxian and Li Tai were stunned at first, but after they reacted, they also burst out laughing. Only the Yuqi brothers, Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi, didn't smile. Instead, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot as they glared viciously at the young man. The attitude of Li Wangyu and the others had stunned the young man surnamed Shui and the others. They looked at them in astonishment. Yuqi Baolin stared at the young man surnamed Shui and asked, "Are you Shui Lu? You know me?" Yuqi Baoqi and Yuqi Baolin roared at the same time, "I'll beat you to death, you disgraceful thing." After saying that, the two of them grabbed Shui Lu's lapels and raised their alms bowl-sized fists, ready to attack. Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic sons hurriedly stepped forward with a smile and pulled the twin brothers back. "Brother Baoqi, Brother Baolin, let's talk nicely. The child is still young. He doesn't know any better. Li Wangyu boasted shamelessly. However, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xue Lu had almost been beaten and was scared silly. The other hedonistic sons beside him didn't dare speak up for fear of being beaten as well. Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic sons didn't pay any attention to the Yuqi twins. They all rushed to Xue Lu's side and surrounded him like monkeys. One of them reached out to pinch Xue Lu's cheeks. "Good boy, call me uncle." The other ruffled Xue Lu's hair. "This child is still shy. Hurry up and call me uncle." Strictly speaking, Xue Lu's age was probably not younger than the silk pants, and he was much older than Li Wangyu, an 18-year-old youth. At this moment, after being tortured by Li Wangyu and the silk pants, he couldn't help but act like a silk pants again. He roared angrily at everyone, "How dare you bully me!" Before he could finish, he received a slap to the head. It was from Yuqi Baolin. "What the hell are you yelling about? These are all my brothers. Calling them uncles isn't a big deal for you." Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi grabbed Xue Lu's collar. "Why do I have such a disappointing nephew like you? Why aren't you calling me uncle? Do you believe that I won't beat you to death?" Xue Lu was on the verge of tears. He stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Li Wangyu held back his laughter and went forward to pull the Yuqi twins away. "Brother Baoqi, Brother Baolin, don't scare the child, huh?" His words caused the hedonistic sons to roar with laughter again. It was no wonder that Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons had such a reaction. They really felt that it was too funny. The current Puzhou governor Xue Gui married Yuqi Jingda's eldest daughter, Yuqi Shi. Yuqi Jingda's eldest daughter married early and gave birth to Xue Lu. Although Xue Lu was only 2 or 3 years younger than the Yuqi twins, they were truly uncle and nephew. It was just that the Yuqi twins had never seen this nephew of theirs before. They didn't expect that the first time they met would be in this brothel in Fenglingdu. Originally, if it weren't for this relationship, even if Xue Lu's father was Puzhou's governor, he would have been skinned alive even if he didn't die today. He would have been taught a good lesson by Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons. Of course, although Xue Lu wouldn't suffer any physical pain now, he still wouldn't have it easy. With great difficulty, Xue Lu finally understood that the two dark-skinned men who looked exactly the same were the uncles he had never met before. They were the twin sons of the Duke of Yi, Yuqi Jingda. At this time, Xue Lu only felt that he hadn't checked the almanac before leaving today, which was why he was so unlucky. With a sullen face, he properly bowed to the Yuqi twins. This nephew was young and impetuous and offended the two uncles today. "I ask for your forgiveness." Yuqi Baoqi slapped his head again. "And your uncles, come and greet them. This is the Marquis of Hu County, Li Wangyu, Li Zio. This is the little Duke of Duke Lu's residence." As the Yuqi twins introduced Xue Lu, they pressed down on his head and bowed. Actually, even without the twins pressing down on Xue Lu's head, he was already on the verge of crying. F***K, what kind of dog's hit luck did he walk into today? Didn't he just want to come to the brothel to have some fun? How come there was such a large group of ancestors that he couldn't afford to offend? The most popular person in Chang, and was the Marquis of Hu County, plus a group of young masters from dukedoms. Just now, he actually wanted his own troops to teach them a lesson. Xue Lu couldn't help but shudder, wishing he could slap himself. Wasn't this King courting death? After the Yuqi twins introduced everyone, Xue Lu greeted them one by one like a grandson. As for Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons, they all had the appearance of loving elders, properly trampling on this cheap nephew. Only the crown prince, Li Qingxian, and Prince of Yu, Li Tai, were introduced. The Yuqi twins didn't dare to introduce their identities, only vaguely saying that they were nobles. Then, they forcefully pressed down on Xue Lu's head and made him bow to the two of them. Xue Lu wasn't stupid. Thinking about Li Wangyu's identity as the crown prince's imperial tutor, and then looking at the two youths in front of him, he suddenly realized something. He was so scared that his body began to tremble. Heavens, what did he just do? Let his own troops teach His Highness the Crown Prince a lesson. Xue Lu's eyes didn't even know how to turn. His throat made gurgling sounds like a chicken being slaughtered, and his clothes looked like he would suffocate at any moment. Chapter 822. Fortunately, no matter if it was Li Qingxian or Li Tai, they did not care about Shui Lu. These two brats were still waiting to see the 7 fairies bathing play. The Yuchi twins felt that because of their disappointing nephew, they had lost face in front of everyone. They were very rude to Shui Lu and used their fists to let this guy know what was called uncle's love, and it was double the love. As for the supporting actors, besides Shui Lu, they were chased away by the playboys. This group of supporting actors were actually the children of Peugeot's officials. They were also playboys. However, there was a difference between a playboy and a playboy. In front of Qing Chumo and the others, this group of people did not even have the qualifications to call themselves playboys and boast shamelessly that, "My father is Li Gang." After sending away the supporting actors, Li Wangyu and the others did not continue to stay in the building to watch the play. After all, although this building was called a theater, it was actually a brothel. If it was only them, then it would be fine, but now there was the Crown Prince Li Qingxian and King Yu Li Tai. Now that their identities had been exposed, if they continued to stay in this building and this matter was spread out, it would not be good. On the other hand, Li Qingxian and Li Tai had a regretful expression. They were deeply regretful that they could not watch the 7 fairies bathing play. Li Wangyu did not care about the dirty thoughts of these two. The group left the theater and continued to stroll around Fenglingdu. Although there was no play to watch, the appearance of Shui Lu, this cheap nephew, made everyone find some entertainment. Along the way, if there were any errands that needed money, everyone would send Shui Lu to do it, saying that they were giving him a chance to show filial piety to his elders. Shui Lu wanted to cry but had no tears. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. He could only obediently lower his head and be a grandson. Eldest nephew, what other fun places are there in Fenglingdu? Uncles, when it comes to eating, drinking, and playing, although Fenglingdu is not as good as Cheng and City, it is the best in Peugeot. As long as uncle and uncle are interested, you can see most of them in Fenglingdu. Speaking of eating, drinking, and playing, Shui Lu's eyes lit up. In fact, Li Wangyu had no interest in the so-called entertainment projects of the Tang dynasty. It was nothing more than drinking and making merry. Compared to the various kinds of entertainment in the future, it was as lacking as a desert. If he hadn't been so bored in Huayin County, he wouldn't have dragged Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the other rich kids out to play. Li Wangyu was even less interested in the entertainment projects proposed by Shui Lu. However, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't dampen everyone's spirits. He still followed the group of silk pants around Fenglingdu. While strolling on the street, Fang Yai's body suddenly stiffened. He stopped abruptly and turned his head to look at the crowd behind him. His actions naturally attracted the attention of Li Wangyu and the other silk pants. "Brother Eai, what's wrong with you in broad daylight? Or have you taken a fancy to a young lady?" Everyone joked. Fang Yai turned his head and said, "Just now, a person came from the opposite side. I thought he looked very familiar, but when I wanted to confirm, he disappeared." "Huh, what kind of person can make Brother Eai so concerned?" "Hee, it's most likely one of Brother Eai's lovers." The silk pants joked with Fang Yai, but when they heard Fang Yai spit out 2 words, they were all stunned. "Luo Hui. Luo Hui? The Luo Hui who disappeared? Brother Eai, are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Qing Chumo asked. Fang Yai was also not very sure. "It's hard to say. I just glanced at him. When I wanted to take a closer look, that person was already gone. Maybe I saw wrong." When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but frown. It's hard to say. That Luo Hui's whereabouts were unknown. It's not impossible for him to hide his identity and come to Fenglingdu. Don't forget that his net worth isn't small. He might be a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows and set up a business in Fenglingdu. When I bought Luo Hui's house and rebuilt it into the Tang Dynasty Theater, I asked Chui Ming House out of curiosity. It said that when they searched Luo Hui's house, they didn't find much money. Qing Chumo and the others looked at each other. Damn it, I always thought that this guy was killed by Duke Lu. If what you said is true, then it's possible. That's right. That Luo Hui controlled the excrement business in Chang'an, so his income must be not small. Where did his money go? This Fenglingdu is the intersection of 3 provinces, and it also has the Yellow River irrigation system. If this bastard hides here, not only will he be free and unfettered, but if there is any trouble, he can also take a boat and go down the river at any time, disappearing without a trace. TSK, this guy really has a good plan. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and said, brothers, if Brother Yai is not wrong, we have to think of a way to dig that Luo Hui out. The group of playboys nodded. That's right, that's the reason. Li Wangyu looked at Fang Yai. Brother Yai, did Luo Hui notice us just now? Fang Yai thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. I'm not sure. I just met him face to face, but he didn't seem to show anything strange on his face. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Brothers, stop playing around. Today, we will think of a way to capture that Luo Hui. Hee, I still have some resentment in my heart. Ha, of course. When I catch that birdman, I'll definitely crush his balls. Ching Chimo laughed loudly. Li Wangyu looked at him with disdain. Brother Chimo, you have this kind of interest in men? TSK, I really can't see it. I should stay away from you in the future. The playboys were stunned for a moment and immediately understood the meaning of Li Wangyu's words. They all laughed. Ching Chimo pondered for a long time before he figured out the subtext of Li Wangyu's words. He was so angry that he shouted and chased after them. After a while of laughter, they finally began to discuss how to catch Luo Hui. Li Wangyu and the other playboys looked at each other and turned their eyes to their cheap nephew, Shuelu. If they wanted to dig out a person from Fenglingdu, it had to be this kind of local snake. In fact, Fenglingdu wasn't the capital of Pu Prefecture, but Shuelu couldn't bear the loneliness, so he didn't stay in Pu Prefecture. Instead, he followed a group of scoundrels and mingled in Fenglingdu, a bustling place. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that Shuelu was the local snake of Fenglingdu. Although Shuelu didn't know who Luo Hui was, he knew that this was his chance to show off. He immediately patted his chest. Uncles, leave this matter to me. As long as that person is in Fenglingdu, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I can find him. Chapter 8:23. The reason why Li Wangyu wanted to dig out Luo Hui when he heard that he had appeared was naturally not because Luo Hui had offended him back then. Although he was a cynical man, he wasn't someone who would hold a grudge. Luo Hui was just a minor character. Li Wangyu had originally thought the same as the other wastrels, that Ho Junji had silenced him long ago and had forgotten about him. But now that Fang Yai had seen Luo Hui, Li Wangyu couldn't stop his imagination from roaming. Just what was the relationship between Luo Hui and Ho Junji? Li Wangyu also thought back to Ho Junji's rebellion in the 17th year of Zhongguan, and he felt that this matter was extremely strange. Although Ho Junji had colluded with Crown Prince Li Qingxian to rebel, in truth, Li Qingxian hadn't had the courage to rebel against his father, mostly because of Ho Junji's bewitchment. Moreover, Li Jing had long ago asserted that Ho Junji had a rebellious bone in his bones. This meant that Li Jing had already noticed some clues from Ho Junji's actions. And when Li Wangyu thought back to the military system of the Tang dynasty, he felt that Ho Junji's rebellion was even more strange. The Tang dynasty had implemented a system of constabulary soldiers. Other than the imperial army and the crown prince's 6 commanders, the other constabulary soldiers were not under the command of any general. Only in wartime could Ho Junji and the other generals be allowed to lead the constabulary soldiers gathered from their various constabularies. The constabulary soldiers were under the command of the imperial court. Whenever an army was dispatched with more than 10 men, other than in an emergency, the emperor's imperial edict and copper fish talisman were required to be issued by the Shangshu Sheng and the Minxia Sheng. One could say that the constabulary soldiers of the Tang dynasty were normally trained by the imperial court and the emperor, but in wartime, the imperial court and the emperor would appoint generals to lead them. Thus, the authority to train soldiers was separated from the authority to command soldiers, preventing generals from being too arrogant. In this situation, Ho Junji had still been able to plot a rebellion. This meant that this rebellion wasn't something that he had come up with on the spur of the moment. Thus, if Ho Junji wanted to rebel, the first thing he needed to do was to have sufficient funds. Combined with Luo Hui's existence, Li Wangyu felt that this matter was rather interesting. Perhaps Luo Hui was the person responsible for helping Ho Junji raise funds. Rebellion wasn't something that could be carried out on a whim. If you don't have enough money to bribe the generals, who will work for you? Without funds to collect intelligence, how could they march and fight? Without funds to prepare logistics, where would the army's rations come from? So, in the end, it was still a matter of money. Moreover, the amount of money and grain required was no small sum, not something that Ho Junji could scrounge up through his own greed. Li Wangyu even began to think that Luo Hui might be someone who was gathering intelligence for Ho Junji. Luo Hui was originally in charge of the excrement removal business in Chang and City and did not attract any attention. However, those excrement removers could freely enter and leave the mansions of officials and nobles. Who would care about these lowly excrement pickers? These dung pickers were used to collect information from various places, and they seemed to be good intelligence personnel. Li Wangyu almost broke out in cold sweat at this thought. If it was really as he had guessed, Ho Junji had truly hidden himself well. If he hadn't known that this fellow was planning a rebellion, he really wouldn't have been able to find any clues. Even Pai Lupi had been fooled by him. Li Wangyu was even more determined to dig out Luo Hui. Patting Xue Lu on the shoulder, he said, "Big nephew, you must pay attention to this matter. This person is extremely important, so don't be careless. If you can capture this person, this marquis will ask for a reward for you." After saying this, he shot a glance at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian naturally understood what he meant and hastily coughed. "That's right. I will ask for a reward for you." Although no one had introduced Crown Prince Li Qingxian or King of Yuli Tai, Li Wangyu knew that Xue Lu should be able to guess. The Crown Prince's words were naturally even more effective, and Xue Lu immediately became excited. "Yes, I'll immediately go and find someone. Among the people who were with me before, one of them is the son of County Magistrate Feng Lingdu. I'll immediately go find him and mobilize the bailiffs of Feng Lingdu to search for that thief." Xue Lu asked Li Wangyu and the rest to wait for a moment, while he ran off to find someone to arrange this matter. Li Wangyu and the rest found a restaurant and asked for a quiet room. After ordering some food and wine, they waited for Xue Lu to bring them over. However, in this era, it wasn't easy to find a single person in a sea of people, especially in a place like Fenglingdu where crooks mixed in with the honest folk. Furthermore, when Li Wangyu thought about it, Luo Hui didn't seem to have any obvious physical characteristics. So it would be difficult to dig him out from Fenglingdu. After pondering for a moment, Li Wangyu asked for paper and charcoal from the restaurant's doctor. Then, he began to sketch Luo Hui according to his memory. Since ancient times, the wanted portraits in China were too horrible to look at. Even if the person stood in front of the portrait, they might not be able to recognize him. According to the records of the Grand Historian, after the Qin dynasty destroyed the 6 states, Qin Shi Huang issued a warrant for Zhang Er and Qin Yu. In the end, the warrant for Zhang Er and Qin Yu was posted all over the Qin dynasty, but it was useless. Zhang Er and Qin Yu concealed their identities and weren't caught by Qin Shi Huang. Until the end of the Qin dynasty, the two of them were still alive and kicking. They even ruled over a region. So Li Wangyu didn't expect that the wanted portraits would be able to help the bailiffs of Feng Lingdu to catch Luo Hui. In fact, since ancient times, most criminals were caught through the Baojia system. Since there weren't many people moving around, they were able to catch criminals who had escaped. But this wasn't applicable in Feng Lingdu. Feng Lingdu was an important trading port on the Yellow River. Countless ships and merchants came and went every day. So Li Wangyu planned to draw a few portraits of Luo Hui and give it to the bailiffs of Feng Lingdu to search for him. Li Wangyu didn't have a deep impression of Luo Hui's appearance. But fortunately, all the silk pants had seen this person before. So they all gathered around Li Wangyu and gave him suggestions. Finally, Li Wangyu was able to draw a portrait of Luo Hui. That's right, this is the Birdman. Ching Chimo nodded his head as he looked at Li Wangyu's portrait. The silk pants also agreed that there was no mistake with the portrait. Just as they were talking, Niu Wu led a few people into the room. The one leading the group was Shui Lu. Behind him was a supporting actor and 2 other bailiffs. The supporting actor and the 2 bailiffs entered the room. They didn't dare to breathe out loud as they respectfully greeted everyone. Uncles, this is the son of the Ming House of Fonglingdu. Those 2 are the bailiffs' leaders. If you want to find someone, just tell them. As long as that person is in Fonglingdu, they will definitely be able to find him. Yes. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will definitely find the person you are looking for. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and handed the portrait over. I'm looking for this person. Look carefully. Chapter 824. Fonglingdu, the county magistrate's son, and the head of the fast and strong class of the county government respectfully took the sketch from Li Wangyu's hand, but they couldn't help but be shocked. When had they ever seen such a lifelike portrait of a person? Ching Chimo and the other rich kids, as well as Li Qingxian and Li Tai, were all envious. Bastard, I haven't asked Zio to draw a portrait for me yet. This bastard is really lucky. Ching Chimo looked at Luo Hui's portrait with envy. The other rich kids, including Li Qingxian, all nodded in agreement. Ever since Li Wangyu had presented Yu Shernan's portrait as a congratulatory gift at Yu Shernan's birthday banquet, this portrait had become the most coveted item in Cheng and city by the nobles and aristocrats. However, Li Wangyu was so lazy that he didn't have the patience to draw portraits for people every day. Adding on his identity, there were very few people who dared to ask him for a portrait. In the past year, Li Wangyu had only drawn 2 or 3 portraits. On the other hand, Yan Liben was annoyed by the people who came to ask for a portrait, so he hid in the valley where Tsuiwei Palace was located. Ching Chimo's face was full of resentment. Zio, when will you draw a portrait for me? Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to him and looked at the 2 team leaders. This person is called Luo Hui, and he is a criminal wanted by the 2 counties in Cheng and city. He should be in Fenglingdu right now. Whether or not you can dig him out will depend on you. Yes. Marquis, don't worry. Leave this matter to us. As long as this person is in Fenglingdu, we will definitely catch him. The 2 team leaders puffed out their chests and answered excitedly. They were not stupid and knew that the people in the room were all nobles that they couldn't afford to offend. Especially this Marquis of Huxian. Even in Fenglingdu, they knew him well. To be able to work for Marquis of Huxian was their fortune. But in the next moment, the 2 of them looked at each other and carefully said, but I dare ask the Marquis to know that there are more than 10,000 families in Fenglingdu. Every day, there are tens of thousands of merchants, porters, laborers, and the like. But in the Fenglingdu County Yamen, there are less than 100 people in the fast and able-bodied classes. I'm worried that there won't be enough people and that it will delay the Marquis's plans. Li Wangyu himself was the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Although he wasn't in charge of the county affairs, he had a general understanding of the situation in the county government and knew that this was indeed the case. For example, in Huayin County, the 3 groups of bailiffs added together didn't even have as many as Fonglingdu. Li Wangyu looked at Shui Lu. Eldest nephew, can you think of a way to transfer some men from the surrounding counties? In this matter, Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic young masters naturally couldn't make an appearance. Otherwise, they would definitely be impeached. Li Wangyu was now the county magistrate of Huayin County. It was a mistake for him to go to Fenglingdu without permission, let alone meddling in local affairs. But for a hedonistic young master like Shui Lu, there was no problem at all. As the son of the Puzhou governor, if he asked the other counties to help him, no one would be able to find fault with him. Shui Lu immediately nodded his head without hesitation. He immediately had the innkeeper bring over a brush and paper. He wrote a few notes and had the bailiff immediately send people to the surrounding counties to send letters, asking them to send people to Fenglingdu to provide support. After arranging these matters, Li Wangyu thought about how Luo Hui was in Chang'an City as a dung picker. If he came to Fenglingdu incognito, would he also hide his identity? After all, the dung picker job was indispensable, but no one was willing to pay attention to it, so it was best to hide one's identity. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu quickly stopped the two bailiffs and ordered them to investigate the dung pickers in Fenglingdu to see if Luo Hui was hiding among them. Remember, investigate carefully and don't alert the snake in the grass. Don't let Luo Hui notice anything, Li Wangyu warned. Fenglingdu was accessible in all directions, and if Luo Hui ran away, there would be no way to find him. Today, they had been lucky. Fang Yai had just happened to run into this person. Otherwise, who would have thought that Luo Hui was hiding in a place 200 to 300 li from Chang'an City? After everything was taken care of, everyone waited in the restaurant for news. The hedonistic young masters all believed that Li Wangyu was just unhappy that he had been tricked by Luo Hui that day and wanted to vent his anger. Naturally, no one had expected that this matter would involve Marquis Lu Junji. The hedonistic young masters ate and drank in the restaurant, and when they were bored, they had their professors bring over mahjong and poker to kill time. It had to be said that mahjong and poker had spread so quickly that not even Li Wangyu had expected it. It was said that mahjong and poker had not only appeared in the various provinces of the Tang dynasty, but also in Goguryeo, Beach, Xinhua, and even the various countries of the western regions. Everyone waited until it was time to light the lanterns, but there was still no report from the county yamen. They couldn't help but feel a little anxious. However, Li Wangyu wasn't worried at all. How could it be so easy for Noda's Fenglingdu to find someone? He had even decided to stay in Fenglingdu for a few more days. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to catch Luo Hui. However, Li Wangyu hadn't expected that the capture operation, which he had thought would take a long time, would end so quickly. The head yamen runner of Fenglingdu happily knocked on the door and came in to report, "Lord Marquis, young dukes, we've found the person." Hearing him say this, Ching Chumo and the others stopped playing mahjong and stood up. "Bastard, you really found him? Where is he?" "He, just as Lord Marquis expected, that Luo Hui has changed his name to Lu Sanlang and has become a dung picker in Fenglingdu." Li Wangyu and the other wastrels looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This birdman really doesn't forget his roots. "Did you catch him?" "Not yet. I've already sent someone to keep an eye on him." "We can catch him at any time," the head yamen runner replied. Fang Yai excitedly rubbed his hands and laughed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and catch that birdman." Li Wangyu stopped everyone. "Brothers, wait a moment. I think it's best not to alarm him." Why is that?" The wastrels were confused. The reason Li Wangyu stopped them was because he suddenly thought that if this Luo Hui was really working for Ho Junji, he definitely wouldn't be alone and would have a group of people. Since Luo Hui was hiding in Fenglingdu, he had to be remotely controlling some people. If they recklessly captured him, and this fellow turned out to be a tough guy, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. In that case, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of toppling Ho Junji. Thus, Li Wangyu was thinking of using a long line to catch a big fish, keeping an eye on Luo Hui and digging out all the threads that connected him to him. But this matter wasn't easy to explain to the wastrels. After all, in their eyes, Luo Hui was just a petty and insignificant person. They also couldn't have guessed that this matter involved the rebellion of a founding duke. Chapter 825. Li Wangyu could only evade the questions of the profligate's sons and said, "Brothers, little brother feels that Luo Hui's disappearance back then was strange, and there might be some hidden story behind it." When Wei Shuyu heard him say this, he couldn't help but nod his head. Zio is right. Luo Hui is just a commoner, so how could he come to Fenglingdu from Chang'an? Back then, Chang'an and Wanyan sent out arrest warrants, but they couldn't find any trace of this birdman. If no one covered for him, how could he have escaped? The other silk pants nodded in agreement. When Luo Hui disappeared without a trace, everyone thought that he had been killed by Ho Junji. Now, it seemed like Duke Lu was the one who arranged for him to come to Fenglingdu. As for why Ho Junji would go through so much trouble to protect Luo Hui, it was worth thinking about. The silk pants weren't fools, and they quickly realized the crux of the matter and fell silent. This matter involved Duke Lu, Ho Junji, and it wasn't appropriate for the Puzhou bailiffs to know about it. Li Wangyu instructed Niu Wu, pick a few soldiers and follow the bailiffs of Fenglingdu to find Luo Hui. After finding him, keep a close eye on him. He then instructed the bailiffs of Fenglingdu, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. There's no need for you to interfere in the rest. Li Wangyu had Niu Wu take out 50 taels of gold. Take this money and distribute it among your brothers. Consider it a reward for your hard work. The bailiff didn't dare to take it. This is what we should do. We don't deserve such a reward from Lord Marquis. Just take it. Don't talk so much nonsense. This money isn't for you alone, so what's the point of talking so much? Li Wangyu glared at him, scaring the bailiff into kneeling down. He took the gold with both hands and thanked Li Wangyu profusely. Li Wangyu's reward was naturally generous. 50 taels of gold was equivalent to 300 strings of copper coins. There were less than 100 bailiffs in Fenglingdu, and including the bailiffs from the other provinces, there were less than 200 people. This meant that each person could receive a large amount of copper coins as a reward, which was equivalent to their monthly salary. After sending away the bailiff, Li Wangyu and the others temporarily put the matter to the back of their minds and ignored it. Li Wangyu was not the slightest bit worried that his mansion's top brass would not be able to keep Luo Hui under control. After all, those veteran ruffians were all old foxes within the Jinwu guards. Not only were they highly skilled in martial arts, but they were also very slippery. With them keeping an eye on Luo Hui, Li Wangyu refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to find a weakness between Luo Hui and Ho Junji. However, this matter was not urgent. Li Wangyu reckoned that he would need to keep an eye on Luo Hui for a long time before he could gain anything. Feng Lingdu, the legitimate son of the county magistrate, eagerly invited everyone to stay at his residence but was rejected by Li Wangyu and the others. Everyone had snuck out to play. If they went to the Fenglingdu County Yamen with great fanfare, it would be too inappropriate. In any case, he didn't lack money, so Li Wangyu had someone find an exquisitely decorated hostel. He spent some money to reserve the entire hostel and brought Li Qingxian and the others to stay. On this day, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were extremely excited. The two of them had never had such an experience before. They played with Li Wangyu and the others for an entire day, but they didn't feel tired at all. After staying in the hostel, they even chatted with Li Wangyu, causing Li Wangyu to yawn incessantly. Only when he was truly exhausted did he chase them off to sleep. Li Wangyu collapsed onto the bed in the inn and quickly went on a date with the Duke of Zhou's daughter. However, when he had just fallen asleep in the middle of the night, a series of thunderclaps suddenly rang out in the sky, waking him up from his sleep. In a few moments, a torrential downpour came pouring down as if a hole had been opened in the sky. The thunderstorm was mixed with the crackling of lightning and thunder, creating a truly frightening scene. Li Wangyu was worried that Li Qingxian and Li Tai would be scared, so he hurriedly put on his clothes and went to the two boys' room. Sure enough, the two boys had long been frightened awake by the thunderclaps. At this moment, they were also curled up on the bed, feeling uneasy. Seeing Li Wangyu come in with an oil lamp, the little fatty Li Tai hurriedly said, "Teacher, why is the rain so heavy? Nothing bad will happen, right?" Li Wangyu smiled and said, "What can happen? Hurry up and go to sleep. We'll return to Huayin County tomorrow." Although he said that, Li Wangyu faintly felt that something was wrong when he heard the thunderclaps. The rain outside was really too heavy. Li Wangyu had never seen such heavy rain in the 2 years since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. However, he was only worried that the rain was too heavy and he didn't know if it would stop after dawn. Moreover, because of the heavy rain, the water level of the Yellow River would definitely rise and become turbulent. He didn't know if it was safe to take a ferry to cross the river. Li Wangyu pondered these things while staying in Li Qingxian and Li Tai's room to accompany them. Not long after, the rich kids were all woken up and gathered around. "Damn it, is the sky leaking? Why is it raining so heavily? It was still fine during the day." Ching Chumo grumbled unhappily. Zio, tonight's rain is very evil. Nothing bad will happen, right? Fong Yai yawned. Hearing the sound of the heavy rain outside, he was also somewhat worried. At this moment, because the rain was too heavy, the courtyard of the hostel had already started to accumulate water. Niu Wuzheng led a group of troops and the hostel's workers to drain the water. Fortunately, due to the architectural style of the Tang dynasty, when they built the houses, they raised them by about a foot to avoid moisture. Later generations of Japanese architecture also learned from this point and raised the floor to prevent moisture. Therefore, although there was a lot of water in the courtyard, there was no need to worry about the rain seeping into the house. It should be fine, right? Li Wangyu was also somewhat uncertain. However, this rain made him feel that he seemed to have overlooked something. Another thunderclap sounded in the sky, but it made Li Wangyu suddenly shiver. A passage from the Tang dynasty appeared in his mind. In the 4th year of Zhengguan, the floods of Su, Dai, and Ji prefectures occurred. Dai and Ji prefectures, one was in Shandong and the other was in Sichuan. They had nothing to do with him, but Su prefecture was not far away. Could it be that the flood of Su prefecture was related to today's heavy rain? The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The flood of Su prefecture might have been caused by the heavy rain. Su prefecture was an upper prefecture. It had 59,717 households and 100 to 200,000 people. If there was a flood in Su prefecture, many places in Hunan province would be affected. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu almost wanted to call out to Niu Wuzheng to prepare a horse to return to Chang'an. This matter must be reported to Pai Lupi as soon as possible so that the imperial court can prepare for disaster relief in Su prefecture. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately closed it again. It was still the middle of the night and it was pouring outside. No matter how anxious he was, he could only wait until dawn to make a plan. While waiting anxiously, the sky finally slowly brightened. However, the rain did not stop. Instead, it seemed to be falling more heavily. Li Wangyu did not care so much. He stood up and ordered, Niu Wuzheng, prepare a straw cape and bamboo hat. We are going back to the ferry. Chapter 826. Li Wangyu's words stunned everyone. Wei Shuyu didn't understand and asked, Zio, it's raining so heavily outside. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? I'm afraid that the boats at Fenglingdu wouldn't dare to set sail today, right? Fong Yai also advised, that's true. We shouldn't rush and wait for the rain to stop before making any plans. Li Wangyu didn't know how to explain this matter. Was he supposed to say that he predicted that there would be a flood in Shuzhou? Li Wangyu could only answer vaguely, let's go to the ferry and take a look. I won't hide it from you brothers. My eyelids have been twitching and my heart is in a panic. I feel that something big is about to happen. Thus, if we can leave earlier, it's better to leave earlier. Hearing him say this, the silk pants glanced at each other and didn't continue to persuade him. With the evil nature of this rain, if they could go back, then there was nothing wrong with it. The rain continued to pour down. Li Wangyu was afraid that Li Qingxian and Li Tai would fall sick from the rain, so he asked the inn's owner to find a few carriages for them. Everyone sat in the carriages to avoid the rain and headed towards the ferry. At the ferry, the boat that had brought them across the Yellow River yesterday was still waiting at the pier. However, when the boatman heard that they were going to cross the river, he quickly shook his head. Noble one, it's not that I don't want to listen to your orders. It's just that we can't cross the river in this weather. Noble one, look at the river. Not to mention the rapid current, we can't see the situation in the river. It's too dangerous to cross the river in this situation. Li Wangyu stood under the umbrella and looked at the Yellow River. He could only helplessly admit that the boatman's words were correct. In the heavy rain, the Yellow River was filled with mist. Not to mention seeing the other side, one could only see 1 or 2 feet away. Moreover, the current in the Yellow River was much faster than yesterday. Originally, the river between Fenglingdu and Tong Pass was wide and calm. Thus, this place was chosen as the ferry port. However, after a night of heavy rain, the Yellow River showed a bit of a roaring momentum. There wasn't a single boat in sight on the river. The heavy rain that started last night showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it became even more intense. The heavy rain mixed with the strong wind blew the yellow river into waves several feet high, constantly washing the river banks. Even though the boats on the dock had long been fastened, they were still swaying non-stop. What made Li Wangyu even more worried was that after a night of torrential rain, even outsiders like them could clearly see that the water level of the Yellow River had risen a lot. Is there any other way to cross the Yellow River? Li Wangyu did not give up and continued to ask. Now that they were trapped on the north bank of the Yellow River, they had to cross the Yellow River if they wanted to return to Huayin County or Chang'an. For thousands of years, there was no bridge across the Yellow River. The only way to cross the river was by boat. The boatman opened his mouth and shook his head helplessly. Sir, crossing the Yellow River in this weather is like putting your head on your waist. It's a narrow escape. Who is so bold? Do they not want to live anymore? The silk pants also advised, Zio, it's better not to take the risk. Let's return to the hostel first. The rain might stop soon. Li Wangyu nodded, indicating for the debauches to escort Li Qingxian and Li Tai back first. He then went to call Niu Wu over. Niu Wu, bring a group of men from the residence to find the boatman at the ferry port. See if anyone is willing to cross the Yellow River and deliver a letter to Tongguan. Tell them that I'll reward anyone who helps me deliver the letter with 100 gold taels. As the saying goes, a generous reward is bound to attract brave men. 100 gold taels wasn't a small sum. 600 strings of copper coins was enough for these boatmen to earn a living on the Yellow River for many years. Li Wangyu didn't believe that no one would be tempted. Just as he expected, with sufficient incentive, Niu Wu quickly brought over 2 boatmen who had been making a living on the Yellow River for a long time. Li Wangyu didn't hesitate. He immediately had Niu Wu bring over 200 gold taels and gave it to them on the spot. He wasn't afraid that the 2 of them would take the money and run away. As long as they weren't like Luo Hui, who had the backing of a powerful figure like Ho Junji, where could they run to even if they took his money? Li Wangyu found a nearby shop and borrowed a brush and paper from the shopkeeper. He immediately wrote several letters, stamped them with his seal, placed them in bamboo tubes, and sealed them with wax. After doing all this, he called over the 2 boatmen and handed them the bamboo tubes. Give these 2 bamboo tubes to the commandant stationed at Tongguan. Once he's seen them, he'll deal with the rest of the letters. As long as you can deliver the bamboo tubes to the commandant, you'll have done a great service. Afterward, this marquis will heavily reward you. Do you understand? Yes. We dare not serve Lord Marquis to our deaths. Now that the 2 boatmen knew that the noble who had offered them a reward of 100 gold taels was a marquis, they naturally worked even harder. Riches and honor were sought in the midst of danger. It was no wonder that the 2 of them dared to put their boats into the water and attempt to cross the Yellow River in this weather. Li Wangyu stood on the shore, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. He watched as the 2 boatmen untied the ropes of the 2 wooden boats and rowed the oars to the other side of the Yellow River. Not long after, the 2 wooden boats disappeared into the dense curtain of water, without a trace. Li Wangyu could only silently pray that the 2 of them would be able to safely deliver the letters to the other side. He couldn't be blamed for being so ruthless as to use such a large sum of money to lure people into risking their lives for him. This matter truly could not be delayed. If Pai Lupi and the imperial court had ordered disaster relief a day earlier, a few more of the more than 100,000 people in Shuzhou would have been able to survive. Otherwise, under the torrential rain, Shuzhou would be flooded. With the current conditions, Li Wangyu could completely imagine what kind of hell Shuzhou would be like. Last night, Li Wangyu had already ordered someone to find a map of Shuzhou and roughly looked over it. Fortunately, Shuzhou was not near the Yellow River, which meant that this year's flood in Shuzhou was not the Yellow River bursting its banks. Of course, if the Yellow River were to burst its banks, the disaster would not be limited to Shuzhou alone. However, Shuzhou had the Ying River, the Shuangni River, and the Qinglu River. Among them, the Ying River and the Shuangni River were tributaries of the Huai River. In history, the Huai River had flooded many times and caused many large-scale floods. The phrase, heavy rain disaster, light rain disaster, and no rain drought, referred to the Huai River basin. Li Wangyu could almost conclude that the area affected by the unending torrential rain would be quite large. Even the Yellow River's water level had risen a lot, not to mention the Huai River basin. The flood in Shuzhou in the 4th year of Zhenguan was definitely caused by this torrential rain. After sending off the messenger, Li Wangyu helplessly sighed and returned to the inn with Niu Wu and the others, patiently waiting for the torrential rain to stop. No one had expected that this torrential rain would continue for 3 days and 3 nights without any signs of stopping. As for the 2 boatmen who had risked their lives to cross the Yellow River to deliver the letter, there was no news of them at all. Li Wangyu also did not know whether or not Pai Lupi and the imperial court had received his letter. On the 4th day, the torrential rain finally stopped, but it still did not clear up. Instead, it began to drizzle. Chapter 827. Li Wangyu looked at the sky and ordered Niu Wu to arrange for people to check the situation at the ferry to see if they could cross the river today. They had been trapped in Fenglingdu for 3 days, so Huaiyin County probably wouldn't be able to hide it any longer. He didn't expect that he would be trapped in the north bank of the Yellow River when he brought Li Qingxian and Li Tai out to play. It was really unlucky. Li Wangyu was more concerned about whether the letter he sent across the river had reached Chang'an City. The wastrels were already bored in Fenglingdu. They were trapped in the hostel every day and couldn't go anywhere, which made them very depressed. If they had known earlier, they would have stayed in Huaiyin County. However, what Li Wangyu and the wastrels didn't expect was that the troops who went to check the situation at the ferry hadn't returned yet. On the street outside the hostel, there was the sound of horse hooves. Ching Chimo listened and his face changed. Zio, why does it sound like the Imperial Army? Only the Imperial Army would be able to produce such an orderly gallop. The wastrels looked at each other and then at Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Why would the Imperial Army appear in Fenglingdu? Were they here to look for the Crown Prince and King Yu? Before Li Wangyu could send someone out to check on the situation, the innkeeper of the hostel stumbled in and reported while panting, Esteemed guests, there is a large group of Imperial guards outside. They have surrounded the hostel below. Are they here to look for esteemed guests? Li Wangyu thought to himself. It seemed that his letter had been delivered. But why didn't Pai Lupi send people to Shuzhou to provide relief? Why did he send the Imperial Army to Fenglingdu? Was he afraid that something would happen to Li Qingxian and Li Tai? Li Wangyu and the others hurried out of the hostel. The scene in front of them gave them a fright. The street outside the hostel was already blocked by the fully armed Imperial Army, chasing away all the onlookers. In front of the Imperial Army, there was a full set of honor for the founding Marquis, the Crown Prince, and King Yu. The person in front was actually Mitua, an old acquaintance. Li Wangyu couldn't help but rub his nose. What did Pai Lupi mean by this? What were they trying to do by showing off their honor with such great fanfare? Li Wangyu saw Aphrodite in the crowd. She stuck her tongue out at him embarrassedly and secretly pointed at Mido, implying that they had been exposed. When Mitua saw Li Wangyu, Li Qingxian, and Li Tai, he bowed and then took out a yellow scroll. Li Wangyu, Marquis of Hu County, received the imperial edict. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed and listened to Mitua reading the decree. It had to be said that Pai Lupi's decree surprised Li Wangyu. In the decree, Pai Lupi appointed Li Wangyu as Henan Circuit's imperial envoy and ordered him to immediately head to Shuzhou in Henan Circuit to inspect and deal with the flood disaster. What surprised him even more was that Pai Lupi actually wanted him to bring Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Li Tai along to experience the suffering of the people. As for the debauches, they were all arranged to be in the entourage of Li Wangyu, the emissary, and headed to Hunan province together. This decree caught Li Wangyu a little off guard. He never would have thought that after warning Pai Lupi about the flood in Shuzhou, the task of disaster relief would fall on his head. In his secret memorial to Pai Lupi, he shamelessly used the Tao ancestor's dream to make Pai Lupi believe that there was a flood in Shuzhou. In any case, he couldn't think of any other reason. Since he had already used it once, he might as well use it again. If Pai Lupi didn't believe it, he could ask the ancestor to verify it himself. Li Wangyu didn't know that only one of the two boatmen who risked their lives to cross the Yellow River successfully reached Tongguan and presented the letter. The other boatman's boat was washed downstream by the turbulent river. After seeing Li Wangyu's letter, the commandant of Tongguan didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately ordered people to speed up and send Li Wangyu's secret memorial to Chang'an. Even though there was heavy rain blocking the road, the messengers sent by Tongguan ran all the way. They changed horses every 20 miles at the post station. Before dark, they ran more than 200 miles in the heavy rain and sent Li Wangyu's secret memorial to Chang'an. Then, they put it on Pai Lupi's imperial desk. Pai Lupi half believed and half doubted Li Wangyu's secret memorial about the impending flood in Shuzhou of the Hunan circuit. As for Li Wangyu's words about the Taoist ancestors' dream, Pai Lupi didn't believe it at all. Last time, when the aristocratic families attacked and wanted Pai Lupi to condemn himself, he suspected that Li Wangyu was behind it. It was just that he didn't have any evidence. However, Pai Lupi couldn't completely disbelieve Li Wangyu's words. After all, although his nephew was mysterious, he had never joked about such an important matter. Pai Lupi thought for a moment, then ordered people to invite Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji over. He passed Li Wangyu's secret memorial to them and asked for their opinions. After Fang Xianling and the others read the secret memorial, they were still half doubtful. Your Majesty, from what I see, we have to be wary of what Marquis Huxian said. If Shuzhou really floods, within 4 to 5 days, there will be news from the Shuzhou provincial governor. However, no matter what, it is best to be prepared. Fang Xianling was a very reliable person, and his words were also very stable. Du Ruhui nodded his head in agreement. Zhang Sun Wuji thought about it, then said, "Why don't you appoint Marquis Huxian as the Henan envoy and order him to head there immediately? If there really is a flood in Shuzhou, Marquis Huxian can also make a prompt decision to save the people from the disaster." Zhao Guigong's idea is good, I agree. When Pai Lupi saw that his 3 trusted officials all had the same opinion, he immediately made up his mind to appoint Li Wangyu as the Henan envoy. Henan envoy was not an official position but an envoy. In the Tang dynasty, the bureaucratic system was split into titles, officials, and envoys. Simply put, titles and officials represented the rank of an official. Officials were the specific duties of an official. Officials were used to reward people with military achievements. Envoys were similar to special agents, they did not have a rank and did not have any benefits. However, they could directly deal with specific matters, which meant that they had power. Li Wangyu's title was the Marquis of the founding of the country. Officials were Inqing Guanglu Daifu, secondary grade 3. These were his benefits and status. As for his position, he was an official, which was Huayin County's county magistrate. The official rank determined Li Wangyu's position and official robes. Hence, when he was in Huayin County, he wore a purple official robe. How could this not make Shang Zimo and the rest, who were wearing green official robes, feel extremely frustrated? The Henan envoy that Zhang Sun Wuji suggested was the envoy position. Henan envoy was equivalent to the Tang dynasty's version of the imperial envoy, and its power was even greater. Henan meant to demote and abolish, while envoy meant to promote. Hence, Henan envoys had the name of patrolling, pacifying, and supervising. They were the representatives of the heavens and had the power to promote, reward, and punish the officials in the area they were patrolling. They could even act at their own discretion, acting first and reporting later. The reason why Pai Lupi accepted Zhang Sun Wuji's suggestion was also because he loved Li Wangyu. If Li Wangyu was right, then it would be great. It would allow Li Wangyu to make a prompt decision to deal with the flood. He still had a lot of trust in Li Wangyu's ability. If Li Wangyu was not telling the truth, then this matter would cause an uproar in the imperial court and cause people to accuse Li Wangyu of spreading rumors. Although he and Li Wangyu were not on good terms because of Chang'e's marriage, Pai Lupi was still rather protective of Li Wangyu. Chapter 828. Li Wangyu naturally did not know what Pai Lupi was thinking. He did not expect that his secret memorial to Pai Lupi, hoping that Pai Lupi would make preparations in advance and arrange for people to go to Shuzhou for disaster relief, would fall on his head in the end. How would he know how to provide disaster relief? Li Wangyu had not even been a formal official of the imperial court, so how would he know how to patrol and pacify a state? However, Pai Lupi had even issued an imperial edict, so he had no reason to refuse. He also did not expect that Pai Lupi would arrange for Li Qingxian and Li Tai to go to Shuzhou with him. In fact, this was very normal. In Pai Lupi's view, Crown Prince Li Qingxian and Li Tai still did not understand the suffering of the common people. Although these two had been returning to Dingzhou village and Cheng, and for a long time, how could they have seen the suffering of the common people in Dingzhou village and the academy? The original Dingzhou village was really poor. It was a mud-like village, a poor place where it was difficult to even marry a wife. But after Li Wangyu moved back to Dingzhou village, this remote and desolate village had, in just 2 short years, become the wealthiest village in the Great Tang. There was no other village that could compare. It was not an exaggeration to say that even in Cheng and the wealthy merchants in the west of the city, the quality of life was much worse than Dingzhou village in terms of quality of life. As the saying goes, one knows etiquette when one has enough grain, and one knows honor and disgrace when one has enough food and clothing. The current Dingzhou village not only did not have to worry about food and clothing, but it was also peaceful and well-mannered. The naughty children in the village were all sent by Li Wangyu to study in the academy, making the people in the surrounding counties extremely envious. If a family's daughter could marry into Dingzhou village, then her family would definitely hold a big banquet and celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights, letting the neighbors and friends know that their daughter had married into Dingzhou village. Therefore, Li Qingxian and Li Tai were more comfortable in Dingzhou village and the academy than in Taiji Palace. Naturally, they didn't understand the suffering of the people. Pai Lupi gladly accepted Zhang Sun Wuji's suggestion to appoint Li Wangyu as the appointed envoy. He immediately thought of having Li Qingxian and Li Tai, who were also in Huayin County, follow Li Wangyu on this trip. If there really was a flood in Shuzhou, he could let his 2 sons truly understand the living conditions of the common people. With over 1,000 guards by his side, he naturally didn't have to worry about his son's safety. Pai Lupi naturally didn't know that his 2 sons had been secretly taken away by Li Wangyu. They had already shaken off the imperial guards and sneaked out to play. In Li Wangyu's secret memorial to Pai Lupi, he did not dare to mention this. Otherwise, Pai Lupi, who loved his sons dearly, might personally run to Fenglingdu and hang Li Wangyu up to teach him a lesson. Mitua accepted the task of announcing the imperial edict at Fenglingdu and led the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs out of Cheng and city in the morning of the next day in the heavy rain, heading for Huayin County. Mitua had originally planned to pick up Crown Prince Li Wangyu and Prince Li Tai at Huayin County and meet up with the 1,000 imperial guards. Then, they would cross the Yellow River and head to Huayin County to announce the imperial edict to Li Wangyu. Who would have thought that the group would be stopped by Lai Hot's troops when they rushed to Huayin County? They said that the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wangyu had been grounded by Li Wangyu. They were punished to repent in the house and were not allowed to take half a step out. No outsiders were allowed to enter. Mitua didn't care about this and directly barged in. However, the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wangyu were nowhere to be seen. The beautiful blonde Avro looked at Mitua in horror. She was still holding a snack in one hand and stuffing it into her mouth, while her other hand was frantically hiding her phone behind her back. Avro didn't dare to let outsiders see such an immortal treasure. Mitua was also dumbfounded. He looked around the room and didn't see any trace of the Crown Prince or Prince Li Wangyu. He hurriedly asked, "Avro, where are the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wangyu?" Avro hid her phone. Seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer, she stuck her tongue out at Mitua and made a funny face. "Hee, the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wangyu went to Tongguan with you 2 days ago." She still didn't know that Li Wangyu and the others had already crossed the Yellow River and ran to Fenglingdu. Furthermore, they were trapped there due to the heavy rain. Avro's answer naturally made Mitua jump with anxiety. He knew that Li Wangyu wasn't at Tongguan. The secret memorial he wrote to His Majesty stated very clearly that he, Qing Chumo, and the others had run to Fenglingdu on the other side of the Yellow River. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. How could the Marquis run off with the Crown Prince and Prince Li Wangyu without permission? "Let's go," let's go to Tongguan now. Mi Tuo's forehead was covered in sweat. Mi Tuo was burning with anxiety. He gathered the imperial guards who were in charge of protecting Li Qingxian and Li Tai and scolded the commandant and lieutenant of the imperial guards. He didn't dare to act arbitrarily and could only order someone to report back to Cheng, and while he hurriedly led everyone to Tongguan in the rain. However, they still couldn't cross the Yellow River when they reached Tongguan and were blocked by the heavy rain on the southern bank. In his anxiety, Mi Tuo almost wanted to force his men to cross the Yellow River, but he was finally persuaded to stop. After all, Li Wangyu still had more than 10 Li family troops by his side. Coupled with Qing Chumo and the other foppish sons, the crown prince and Prince Li Wangyu's safety shouldn't be a problem. Mi Tuo was so anxious that his mouth was covered in blisters. However, he couldn't change God's mind and could only lead his men to wait at Tongguan for a day and a night. On the morning of the second day, the torrential rain that had been raging for 3 days finally stopped and turned into a drizzle. Mi Tuo couldn't wait any longer and urged the commandant to find a ferry. Thousands of people began to cross the Yellow River. Mi Tuo boarded the ferry first and led dozens of imperial guards to cross the Yellow River. He happened to meet the Lai hot troops that Li Wangyu had sent to check the situation at the ferry. He hurriedly summoned the Lai hot troops and asked about the situation. After learning that the Crown Prince and Prince Li Qingxian were safe and sound, he was relieved. He asked the Lai hot troops to lead the way and everyone rushed to the hostel to read the imperial edict. After Li Wangyu asked about the reason, he could only pretend that he didn't see Mi Tuo's sad expression. After all, he was in the wrong in this matter. His original plan was to secretly take Li Qingxian and Li Tai out to play for 2 days without anyone noticing. Who would have thought that God's plan would be different than man's? Because of the sudden torrential rain, this matter was exposed. Li Wangyu looked at the officials behind Mi Tuo, whose clothes were disheveled. Only then did he relax a little. It seemed that Pai Lupi wasn't completely unreliable and casually threw the disaster relief work to him. These officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs were the ones that Pai Lupi arranged to do the actual work. It seemed that he only needed to take Li Qingxian and Li Tai to Shuzhou to comfort the victims of the disaster. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with Pai Lupi's arrangements. Since he couldn't reject this matter, Li Wangyu ordered people to prepare to leave. The right thing to do was to get to Shuzhou as soon as possible. Just as he was preparing to leave, he saw another group of carriages coming from the end of the street. Chapter 829. Li Wangyu looked up and saw that the carriages were hanging the banners of the Marquis Mansion of Hu County. He was surprised. Why did someone from his mansion come? When the carriages came near, his beautiful boss came down from the carriage. Li Wangyu was shocked and quickly held up his umbrella to greet her. Changqing, why are you here? Su Changqing rolled her eyes at him and secretly reached out to pinch his waist. She whispered, you sent a letter to the Chou family, so Chou Kuan naturally informed me. I also heard that you were appointed as the Hunan Taoist envoy by Li Shimin. I guessed that you were going to Shuzhou for disaster relief, so I quickly followed to see if I could help. Li Wangyu suddenly understood, but secretly cursed Chou Kuan in his heart. He was unreliable. The letters he sent out, in addition to the secret memorial to Pai Lupi, were sent to the Chou family in Chang'an. In the letter, he told Chou Yuanliang that there might be a flood in Shuzhou, so he ordered Chou Yuanliang, a big grain merchant in Chang'an, to collect more food and prepare to send it to Shuzhou for sale. Li Wangyu was not a saint, so he had his own calculations. If there was a flood in Shuzhou, the food transported by the Chou family would be purchased by the imperial court and used for disaster relief. The Chou family could also make a small profit, and the people of Shuzhou would not starve. After all, compared to the government transporting food to Shuzhou for disaster relief, it was obvious that the speed of a big grain merchant like the Chou family would be much faster. This kind of thing was beneficial to everyone. At most, the imperial court would have to spend a little more money. Li Wangyu did not expect that the fat Chou Kuan would inform his beautiful boss about this. Hee, Changqing, it's great that you can come. It's good to have you to advise me. Li Shimin suddenly made me the Hunan Taoist envoy, I'm still confused. Li Wangyu was naturally happy about the sudden appearance of his beautiful boss. After all, his beautiful boss was a top student at the University of Pennsylvania. In terms of management ability, she was several streets ahead of him. There was no reason for him not to be happy when there was a beautiful woman giving him advice behind his back. It had been raining for 3 days and 3 nights, and Li Wangyu didn't know what was going on in Suzhou. He could only make the best use of his time and arrange for everyone to set off for Suzhou. It was rather convenient to travel from Fenglingdu to Suzhou. Nowadays, the waterways of the Tang dynasty were much more convenient. From Fenglingdu, one could take a boat and go down the Yellow River to Zhengzhou. From there, one could reach Suzhou through the Tongji Canal. The entire journey was more than 1,000 miles long. Following the river, it would take about 2 days to reach the Su province. After reading the edict, Mi Tuo did not return to Chang'an. He still had to follow Li Qingxian and Li Tai to Suzhou before returning to Chang'an. Li Wangyu, this freshly minted Hunan Taoist envoy, plus the imperial guards accompanying him, there were more than 1,000 men and horses. If they wanted to sail to Suzhou, it would take some effort. Luckily, there were many boats at Fenglingdu and Tongguan. Especially after the Crown Prince and King Yu's banners were brought out, how could the local officials not cooperate? After working for half a day, they finally gathered enough boats. Li Wangyu led everyone onto a large official boat and set sail to the east. As for the imperial guards, a portion of them boarded the various conscripted boats to protect them. Another portion rode their horses to guard the shore. The drizzle in the air had not stopped. The storm a few days ago had obviously affected a large area. Li Wangyu stood at the bow of the boat and could clearly see that the water level of the Yellow River had risen. Luckily, if the history books were correct, there would not be any floods along the Yellow River in the 4th year of Zhengguan. Otherwise, if the Yellow River burst, the disaster would be unimaginable. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, the fleet arrived at Guangqing County of Zhengzhou. This was also where Zhengzhou was governed. The officials of Zhengzhou had already received the news that the Marquis of Huxian, Li Wangyu, had been appointed as the envoy of Hunan province. He led the Crown Prince and King Yu to patrol Hunan province. These officials of Hunan province naturally did not dare to be negligent. They neatly ran to the dock of Zhengzhou Guangqing County to receive Li Wangyu and his group. When the official boat carrying Li Wangyu and the others docked, the Zhengzhou provincial governor led the officials and bowed. Greetings to the Crown Prince, King Yu, and Marquis of Huxian. No need for formalities. Provincial Governor Hu, is there any news of Suzhou? Li Wangyu did not know the provincial governor of Zhengzhou. He only knew his name. He did not have the time to be courteous with these Zhengzhou officials and directly asked about the situation of Suzhou. Zhengzhou and Suzhou were neighbors. If there was news, the officials of Zhengzhou would naturally know. Who would have thought that this provincial governor who would stutter for a long time without saying anything? Li Wangyu couldn't help but frown. How come the provincial governor of Zhengzhou did not know anything? He was annoyed, but he could only be patient and ask the provincial governor of Zhengzhou to quickly send people to inquire about the news. Marquis, this official has already ordered people to prepare a banquet. Marquis, the Crown Prince, and King Yu. Before the provincial governor of Zhengzhou finished speaking, he was impatiently interrupted by Li Wangyu. Enough, there is no need to arrange this. I am anxious to know the situation of Suzhou. Quickly send people to inquire about it. Provincial governor who was rebuffed and could not help but feel embarrassed. He cursed in his heart. He was the provincial governor of Zhengzhou, not the provincial governor of Suzhou. Why did Li Wangyu ask about the situation of Suzhou as soon as he arrived in Zhengzhou? Could it be that something happened in Suzhou? These days, other than a few days of heavy rain, he did not hear of anything happening. The provincial governor of Zhengzhou found it strange, but he did not dare to ask. He could only immediately send people to Suzhou to inquire about the news. However, before the provincial governor of Zhengzhou could send people, Suzhou's horses galloped over, bringing with them shocking news. Report. There is a sudden flood in Suzhou. 8 counties are trapped. The provincial governor of Shuzhou has ordered people to urgently request for reinforcements. This sudden news caused all the officials in Zhengzhou to be dumbfounded. The provincial governor of Zhengzhou was even more shocked. He looked at Li Wangyu with an expression of bewilderment. Li Wangyu was worried that he would not be able to see anything. He did not care about the shock of the officials in Zhengzhou and hurriedly sent people to report in detail. The Ying River and Shuangwei River in Shuzhou have already burst because of the continuous heavy rain last night. Currently, most of Shuzhou has been swallowed by the flood. Including Changxi County, 8 of the 9 counties in Shuzhou have been surrounded by the flood and are in imminent danger. When Li Wangyu heard this news, he was instantly stunned. In the history books of the future, there was only one sentence recorded. In the 4th year of Zhengguan, there was a flood in Shuzhou. He did not expect this flood to be so serious. Under the jurisdiction of Shuzhou, there were 59,717 households, 9 counties, and 117 villages. When Li Wangyu thought of these numbers, he felt his scalp go numb. Quickly set off to Shuzhou. Chapter 830. Li Wangyu did not dare to stay in Zhengzhou any longer. After hearing that Shuzhou had indeed breached the dam yesterday, he immediately prepared to set off. However, just as he was about to board the ship, he stopped and turned to the Zhengzhou provincial governor. Governor Hu, how much grain does Zhengzhou have? Marquis, Zhengzhou does not have much grain, but Marquis does not need to worry about grain. In Luoyang's Chongping warehouse, there are large amounts of grain stored in case of emergency. Marquis can give the order to transport grain from Luoyang's Chongping warehouse to Shuzhou. The Zhengzhou provincial governor was also a shrewd person. He immediately understood the meaning behind Li Wangyu's words and quickly replied. He was not lying. The Tang dynasty had Chongping warehouses in Luo, Xiang, Yu, Su, Qi, Ping, Qin, and Puzhou to store large amounts of grain. These grain stores were first to stabilize the price of grain and prevent the grain from being cheap and harming the farmers. Secondly, it was to prevent bad harvests. For example, during the locust plague in the 2nd year of Zhengguan, the local government relied on the grain in Chongping warehouse to save the victims. Secondly, it was to deal with national matters such as military expeditions or major construction projects. Luoyang was not far from Zhengzhou, only 200 miles away. Using 4-wheeled carriages to transport grain, one could reach in a day. Li Wangyu ordered people to summon the civil officials on the ship. After asking them and confirming this point, he was slightly relieved. With the grain in Luoyang's Chongping warehouse and his orders to transport grain to Zhengzhou, grain should not be a big problem. In his mind, for such a disaster, as long as there was enough grain to ensure the survival of the victims, there would not be any problems. Li Wangyu ordered the civil officials to leave a few people behind and immediately set off for Luoyang's Chongping warehouse to transport grain to Zhengzhou and then to Shuzhou through the Tongji Canal. He hurriedly boarded the ship and led the fleet toward Shuzhou. Zhengzhou was 200 miles away from Shuzhou. If they went with the flow, they could reach it in 6 to 8 hours. When the fleet entered Shuzhou, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Their fleet was originally going along the Tongji Canal. The Tongji Canal was a man-made canal that Emperor Yang Guang dug for the millions of men and women in Hunan. Due to the need for the dragon boat of Emperor Yang of Sui, the canal was dug very deep. It was 40 steps wide, which was about 60 meters. It could be considered very wide. However, when the fleet entered the territory of the Su province, everyone could hardly tell where the river was and where the land was. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast ocean. Although the Tongji Canal did not burst, the outside of the canal was completely flooded. The water even overflowed the embankment of the Tongji Canal and poured into the canal. On both sides of the river, one could vaguely see villages in the distance. At this time, only a few dilapidated walls were left. Corpses of cows, sheep, and pigs were floating in the filthy water. From time to time, one could even see the corpses of people who had drowned in the flood. In the distance, there were still quite a few commoners taking refuge in the trees and roofs. When they saw the fleet, they all cried out for help. It was a miserable scene. Li Wangyu did not dare to be negligent. He quickly ordered the fleet to lower the boats so that the imperial army could save the people. Fortunately, Li Wangyu and the others had more than 1,000 imperial army guards protecting them. Thus, when they set off from Fenglingdu, they also gathered a lot of ships. After the Zhengzhou provincial governor learned of the flood in Shuzhou, he also arranged for ships to follow them. There was a place to settle these people who were saved. Li Wangyu ordered for the rescued people to be sent back to Zhengzhou. He continued to lead the fleet toward Changxi County. Along the way, Li Wangyu's fleet had been saving the people on both sides of the Tongji Canal. When the fleet arrived at Changxi County, it was already evening. Looking from afar, half of the city walls of Changxi County were already submerged in the flood. It was obvious that the Shuzhou provincial governor was also surrounded by the flood. The tens of thousands of commoners within the city were also in danger. Li Wangyu originally wanted to immediately change to a small boat and head toward Changxi County. However, he was persuaded not to do so. At this moment, the sky was already dusk. The situation within the city was unclear, so it was best not to rashly enter the city in case something unexpected happened. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. Thinking about how there was no light at night and how his fleet did not bring any food for the rescue, it was indeed inappropriate for them to rashly enter Changxi County. As such, he did not insist. However, he still ordered the imperial guards to send people to take a small boat to Changxi County to gather information. If possible, he wanted to find the Shuzhou provincial governor and the officials of Changxi County to ask about the situation. Standing at the head of the boat, looking at the dozens of imperial guards slowly rowing the small boat toward the county not far away, Li Wangyu could not help but let out a long sigh. In this era, human lives were simply too fragile in the face of disasters. Furthermore, he felt that he had overlooked something, but he could not figure out what it was. At this moment, Su Changqing walked to his side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Looking at the city walls and the flood, she suddenly said, "Wangyu, there's something that I think you should make plans for." "What?" Li Wangyu did not understand her words. Su Changqing brushed aside the hair on her forehead that had been messed up by the wind and said, "Did you forget that after a disaster, there will be a plague?" Her words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Li Wangyu's ears, causing his body to sway. As expected, he felt that he had forgotten something. A plague. Since ancient times, due to the poor sanitation in Huaxia, it had become a law that after a disaster, there would be a plague. Especially after a flood, when the corpses of the livestock and people were soaked in the flood, the water would definitely be filled with the virus. If it was not treated, it would be strange if the livestock and people did not get sick after drinking the contaminated water. Furthermore, due to the poor medical conditions and the lack of experience in preventing epidemics, once an epidemic broke out, even the officials and doctors could easily get sick and die. Li Wangyu thought that if an epidemic broke out in Shuzhou after the flood, the scene would be too terrifying. Thinking about the scene of an epidemic, his back was covered in a layer of white sweat. At this moment, he saw a boatman at the head of the boat. He used a rope to tie a bucket of water and put it into the river. He lifted the bucket of water and was about to put it into his mouth. Li Wangyu immediately rushed over and kicked the boatman who was about to drink the water. The boatman staggered and the water in his hands spilled everywhere. That boatman was kicked into a daze, but he did not understand what mistake he had made to make the noble so angry. He also did not dare to argue and quickly knelt down, begging for forgiveness. Li Wangyu ignored that boatman and directly called Niu Wu. Niu Wu, pass down the order that no one in the fleet is allowed to drink the water. It must be boiled first before drinking. Every day, everyone must wash their hands at least 3 times. If there is anyone who disobeys, this marquis will severely punish them. Chapter 831. Li Wangyu's orders were basic knowledge that all future generations knew about, but in the eyes of the Tang, they were making things difficult for them. Although the boatman who had been kicked by him admitted his crime, he was inwardly cursing the marquis for meddling too much. Wasn't this how boatmen always lived their lives? Who had the time to boil water when they were sailing? In his view, it was purely because a noble like Li Wangyu had nothing better to do that he even cared about how they ate and drank. Of course, the boatman didn't dare to say this out loud. He wasn't the only one with such thoughts. After Li Wangyu's order was passed down, the entire fleet was filled with complaints. After Li Wangyu discussed it with his beautiful boss, he issued even stricter orders. They forbade drinking unclean water, eating unclean food, defecating, spitting. A series of detailed rules made everyone complain incessantly. Let alone the boatmen and imperial army soldiers, even the hedonistic scions, Li Qingxian and Li Tai didn't understand why Li Wangyu had issued such an order. But Li Wangyu had no intention of explaining. After all, in this era, only Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei understood the concept of bacteria because of the existence of microscopes. No one else understood these things. He also couldn't slowly explain to everyone what bacteria, pathogens, and viruses were. He could only use high-pressure measures to force everyone to accept. Anyone who disobeyed would be locked up or whipped. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was the founding marquis of the county and the Henan Circuit's envoy, so no one dared to disobey his orders. No matter how much the boatmen and imperial army soldiers complained about Li Wangyu, they could only obediently follow his orders. After issuing his order, Li Wangyu turned to Su Changqing. Changqing, after daybreak, you will take Aphrodite, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Qing Chimo back to Zhengzhou and Chang'an. Since Shuzhou could become an epidemic area, Li Wangyu couldn't bear to let his beautiful boss take this risk with him. Even he couldn't help but tremble at the mention of an epidemic area. The virus didn't care who he was. With the current medical conditions in the Tang dynasty, once he was infected with those messy viruses, except for the penicillin in Sun Simiao's hands, which had a certain probability of saving his life, he could only wait for death. Were it not for the fact that Pai Lupi had conferred him the title of Bonji Shi of Hunan province, he would have immediately ordered his men to turn the ship around and return to Zhengzhou. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was a coward. It was human nature to cherish life. Su Changqing immediately understood Li Wangyu's intention. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Li Wangyu and said, "I'm not leaving. Don't even think about driving me away. If we're going to face the epidemic, then let's face it together. Back then, you and I agreed that we would live and die together in the Great Tang." Obviously, when faced with this kind of situation, women were always more emotional than men. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly and said, "Changqing, listen to me. You have a reason to go back. I don't care. I don't have a reason. I won't leave even if you want to. Besides, don't forget that I'm different from you. My body was transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and I've already been vaccinated with countless vaccines. But your body hasn't been injected with any vaccines. If you ask me, even if we have to leave, it should be you. I'll stay to help you with the disaster." Su Changqing didn't listen to Li Wangyu at all, and what she said was not wrong at all. Later generations had all been injected with various vaccines since childhood. Many viruses that were a disaster in the Tang dynasty, such as smallpox, had long disappeared in later generations. Li Wangyu was naturally moved by his beautiful boss's words. He didn't care whether other people on the ship would see them or not. He directly reached out and put his arm around his beautiful boss's shoulder. "Changqing, listen to me. You have to go back to Chang'an. There's one thing I need you to go back and immediately organize the female workers in the underwear shop to help me make it." "What is it?" "A mask." When Su Changqing heard him say so, he also came to a sudden realization. Indeed, in the face of the possible outbreak of the epidemic after the flood, it was impossible to do without protective equipment. Although they couldn't make a real medical protective mask in the Tang dynasty, it was better than nothing. Masks had been in China since ancient times. It was recorded in the etiquette, cover the mouth for fear of offending people. It was also written in Marco Polo's travels. In the palace of the Yuan dynasty, the people who offered food covered their mouths and noses with silk cloth to protect their breath. They didn't touch the food. But that kind of silk cloth covering the mouth and nose was actually meaningless, at least it couldn't protect against the virus. "Wangyu, that kind of mask made of cotton cloth, I'm afraid it's useless, right?" Su Changqing asked doubtfully. She was right. The medical masks of later generations seemed to be made of non-woven cloth, but in fact, there was a filter material in the middle of the mask to block the virus in the air. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't make that filter material in the Tang dynasty, but it was not that there was no other way. Changqing, do you know about activated carbon? Adding activated carbon in the middle of the mask can also block the transmission of the virus. Su Changqing couldn't help but nod. That's a good idea. It's not difficult to make activated carbon. So you must go back to Chang'an City and get people to start making the masks. The sooner you make the masks, the safer I will be in Shuzhou. But, Li Wangyu gently kissed the beautiful face of his beautiful boss. No buts. It's a deal. Tomorrow morning, you go back to Chang'an with Li Qingxian and Li Tai. Be good and listen to me. Su Changqing pondered for a long time, and could only silently nod his head and agree. In addition, you have to help Sun Simiao get more penicillin as soon as possible and get people to send it to Shuzhou. If an epidemic really breaks out in Shuzhou, I'm afraid only penicillin can save lives. Li Wangyu was just trying everything he could. If an epidemic like smallpox really broke out, penicillin would be useless. He just wanted to comfort himself. That night, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing talked for a long time and almost didn't sleep the whole night. It wasn't until dawn that Li Wangyu called Mi Tuo and asked him to immediately escort Li Qingxian and Li Tai back to Chang'an City. Mi Tuo was puzzled and didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning. Li Wangyu could only whisper in his ear, after a disaster, there will be a pandemic. We must be prepared. Mi Tuo's face suddenly changed. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the swamp around him. His body couldn't help but shiver. He immediately understood Li Wangyu's words. If an epidemic really broke out in Shuzhou, who would dare to put the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu in such a dangerous place? Marquis, you should also withdraw. Why don't you go back to Zhengzhou first? Mi Tuo still had a conscience and still thought about Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu shook his head and looked at the wall of Changji County not far away. He said, I'm the Hunan Taoists' envoy. Chapter 832. When Li Qingxian and Li Tai heard that Li Wangyu wanted them to return to Chang'an, they shook their heads and refused to leave no matter what. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about that at the moment. Using his authority as a teacher, he forced the two to board the ship back to Zhengzhou. On the other hand, Qing Chimo and the other wastrels refused to return to Chang'an no matter what Li Wangyu said. Zio, don't say any more. If we turn around and return to Chang'an, how can we face others in the future? Not to mention that the current situation in Shuzhou is unclear. Even if there is a pandemic, as long as you are in Shuzhou, we will accompany you. Brother Chimo is right. Zio, what do you take us for? If you continue to speak like this, be careful that we don't cut ties with you. Fang Yai also threatened. In the face of the wastrel's insistence, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and let them be. However, he was still very grateful to the wastrels. Staying behind at the risk of danger wasn't something that could be done just because of loyalty. After daybreak, his beautiful superior brought Aphrodite and the reluctant Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the others back to Zhengzhou. After returning to Zhengzhou, they could change carriages and use the official road to return to Chang'an. If they hurried, they could return to Chang'an in about 3 days. At the insistence of the two wastrels, half of the imperial guards guarding Li Qingxian and Li Tai were left behind for Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu didn't refuse this. After all, he didn't know what he would face after the flood receded. It was always good to have an armed force by his side. Standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the sailing ship slowly disappearing into the distance, Li Wangyu didn't know if his beautiful superior could make the masks in time and send them to Shuzhou. After all, even if they rode at full speed, it would still take 6 to 7 days to travel from Chang'an to Shuzhou. In addition to the time needed to arrange for the craftsmen to make the masks, Li Wangyu estimated that it would take at least 10 days to half a month for the masks to be sent to Shuzhou. He didn't know if they could make it in time. As the sky gradually brightened, an imperial guard immediately came to report that they saw several small boats rowing out of Changji County. It seemed that the people who had entered the county to scout for information yesterday had returned. Li Wangyu hurriedly stood at the bow of the ship. Sure enough, a ship was rowing out from Changji County. Looking from afar, other than the Imperial Guard, there were several people dressed in official robes. One of them was dressed in a crimson official robe. Su Province was Central Province. The only person who could wear dark red official robes in Su Province was the governor of Su Province. It was clear that the Imperial Army that entered the city yesterday evening had already found the Shuzhou provincial governor and brought him back. This official greets the Marquis. Greetings to the Marquis. This lowly official has no face to see the Marquis. As soon as the Su Province provincial governor boarded the ship, he bowed and begged for forgiveness. He had already learned from the Imperial Army that the young Marquis in front of him had been appointed by the Emperor as the Hunan Dao envoy. It could be said that he could decide his life and death with one word. The Shuzhou governor could not be careless. Following the Shuzhou provincial governor on the ship were a few other officials. Looking at the color of their robes, they were all rank 5 or 6 officials. They were probably Su Province's special attendants. Li Wangyu raised his eyes. The Shuzhou provincial governor's robes were also covered in dirt. It was clear that after the river burst the night before, even though the Shuzhou provincial governor was in Changji County, he did not have a good time. That's enough. Let's talk about forgiveness later. First, what is the current situation in Changji County? Is there any news from the other 8 counties in Su Province? Replying to the Marquis, because it was night time when the dike burst, the county's city gates were tightly shut. This is also a blessing in disguise. After receiving the warning, I immediately gathered the people of Changji County and used sandbags to block the 4 city gates. Although the county is surrounded by water, there is only knee-deep water within the city. There have not been any casualties. As for the other counties, there was news yesterday. The situation is similar to Changji County. The Shuzhou provincial governor's words made Li Wangyu feel slightly more at ease. Of the 59,717 households in Su Province, most of them were gathered in the 8 counties. Due to the protection of the city walls, the disaster was not too serious. However, based on the scenes he saw along the way, the situation of the 117 villages scattered around was not optimistic. However, in this short period of time, Li Wangyu really could not gather people to help the victims. The only good news was that the heavy rain had stopped. According to the Shuzhou provincial governor's report, he had sent people to the Ying River and Shuangni River to check. The amount of water gushing out was slowly decreasing. If the heavy rain did not continue, the raging water would recede in a few days. How is the grain storage in Changji County? How long can it last? Li Wangyu continued to ask. In the face of a disaster, grain was the most important thing. As long as there was grain, there would not be any major problems. However, the Shuzhou provincial governor gave a bitter smile and gave him a piece of bad news. Marquis, although I did my best to order people to save the grain in the granaries, I only managed to save a portion. It should be enough to last the people of Changji County for 4 to 5 days. Li Wangyu was not surprised by his reply. The granaries of the Sui and Tang dynasties were mostly dug underground to store grain. When these granaries were being built, they would use fire to dry the surrounding soil. Then, they would place the ash and wooden planks one by one. In addition, the grain would be placed layer by layer, with straw mats separating each layer. If it was under normal circumstances, there would naturally be no problem with storing grain like this. However, when the flood outside the city reached the knees, these granaries would easily be flooded with dirty water. However, Li Wangyu was not too disappointed. The grain in the city could last for 4 to 5 days, which should be enough. He had already ordered officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to go to the Luoyang granaries to gather grain. In terms of time, it should not be a big problem. Since there were no major casualties in Changji County, Li Wangyu's focus shifted to the most important matter of preventing the epidemic. He gave the orders he had given to the fleet before to the Shuzhou provincial governor, the other officials, instructing them to do as they were told. In addition, he quickly sent people to the other counties besieged by the flood to pass on his orders. If any of the county officials failed to carry out his orders, then don't blame him, the Henan circuit governor, for settling accounts and stripping them of their official robes. After the Shuzhou provincial governor and the other officials heard Li Wangyou's orders, they were all dumbfounded. This Marquis of Huxian did not make use of the time to provide disaster relief. Why did he care about these sentimental things? What about forbidding drinking water, forbidding eating unclean food, forbidding urinating and defecating, forbidding spitting? What was the use of these things? Why didn't they hurry to gather the food and the soldiers of the various Ziyong mansions in Hunan province? What was the meaning of all these messy things? Everyone cursed in their hearts, but they did not dare to refute him. They could only agree. As for whether or not they would carry out this order, only the heavens knew. Chapter 833. After Li Wangyu finished giving instructions on how to fight the epidemic, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Only then did he remember that he had forgotten two very important things. Lime. Alcohol. After the flood, mosquitoes and viruses would inevitably breed, and a large amount of disinfectant materials would be needed. Lime and alcohol were the best disinfectants. However, these two materials were far away in Chang'an City. The lime mine that he and Qing Yaojin worked together with the other dukes had already started to produce limitless lime, making the dukes' houses very rich. The alcohol needed to be refined in the wine workshop in the Qinling Mountains with high alcohol content. Li Wangyu hurriedly ran back to the cabin and hurriedly wrote a memorial for Pai Lupi, as well as a letter for his beautiful superior. He gave it to Niu Wu and asked him to immediately arrange a fast boat to chase after Su Changqing's boat. If everything went smoothly, these materials would be transported from Chang'an to Su province in 10 days. After arranging these matters, Li Wangyu also asked the Su province provincial governor to immediately arrange boats to search and rescue the people who were trapped by the flood. Most of the 500 imperial guards were also sent out by Li Wangyu to search for survivors. Let's go, we will also go to Changji County to see the situation. Li Wangyu said as he ordered people to prepare boats. The Su province provincial governor and a group of Su province officials hurriedly dissuaded him. Marquis, at this time the flood has not receded, and the situation in Changji County is not very optimistic. Marquis, why don't you wait on the big boat? It won't be too late to enter the city after the flood recedes. Enough, don't say any more. I am now the Hunan province governor. How can I sit by and do nothing to the people in Changji County? If I don't personally see the situation in Changji County, when His Majesty asks, how can I answer? Should I tell His Majesty that I was afraid of an accident and did not enter Changji County? Li Wangyou's words made it difficult for the Su province officials to continue persuading him. They could only obediently board the small boat again. Qing Chimo and the other silk pants naturally had to go with them to Changji County. In addition to Niu Wu and Lai Hot's troops, as well as the imperial guards protecting them, they rowed 4 or 5 small boats and headed for Changji County. Because the city gate of Changji County had long been blocked with sandbags and mud, when the small boat reached the city wall, it could only let the government soldiers and bailiffs on the city wall drop down ropes and hanging baskets to bring Li Wangyu and his group up to the city wall. The city walls of Changji County were originally about 6 to 7 meters high, but at this time, nearly half of them were flooded. Li Wangyu estimated that the depth of the water was at least 3 meters. Changji County was the administrative area of Shuzhou, and its city walls were considered the highest. As for the other counties that were surrounded by the flood, according to the Shuzhou provincial governor, the height of the city walls was no more than 5 to 6 meters. They were only able to block the flood. If the torrential rain continued for a few more days, it was likely that even the city walls of those cities would be destroyed. The city walls of these counties of the Tang dynasty, including Chang'an City, were mostly made of rammed earth, and the outer layer was covered with green bricks. The city walls of Changji County were temporarily isolated from the flood and protected the tens of thousands of people in the city. However, there was also a great danger. If the city walls made of rammed earth were soaked in water for a long time, they would easily collapse. If the city walls of Changji County collapsed, then the tens of thousands of people in the city would have nowhere to run. Fortunately, the torrential rain had stopped. According to the observation of the Shuzhou officials, the flood outside the city walls had decreased a lot compared to yesterday. Li Wangyu could also see this. The highest mark left by the flood on the city walls of Changji County had already receded by 2 to 3 feet compared to the current level of the water. When he got on top of the city walls of Changji County, he looked up and saw a scene of devastation. The city was filled with muddy water with all kinds of filthy things floating on it. Of course, this was normal. Back in Chang'an City, it was because of the torrential rain that Li Wangyu couldn't bear it anymore and had the idea of building a public toilet. The situation of Changji County was almost the same as that of Chang'an City. Not to mention that there were no public toilets, most of the people were used to relieving themselves everywhere. If it was in the past, it would be fine. However, when the flood hit, the situation in the city became abnormally bad. The Tang dynasty was different from later generations. Most of the buildings were one-story wooden houses, and even the provincial governor's mansion was the same. The 1-foot-deep water had already made the people in the city cry, but there was nothing they could do. The officials of Shuzhou accompanied Li Wangyu and his group to patrol around the city walls of Changji County. Even Li Wangyu didn't have a better solution for the current situation of Changji County. After all, it was impossible to move tens of thousands of people to other places. Before the flood receded, the water in the city couldn't be drained. Now, the only thing he could do was to let these people continue to endure for a while. When they got on top of the city walls of Changji County, it was already noon. If it was in the past, the city would be filled with smoke at this time, and every family would be cooking. However, due to the influence of the flood, Li Wangyu could only see a few wisps of smoke rising from the city walls. How is the food of the people now guaranteed? I have already ordered people to count the food in the streets. For the people who have difficulties in life, they will be given a daily quota of corn to maintain their livelihood. As long as the food arranged by the marquis can be transported in 5 or 6 days, there won't be a big problem. Fortunately, the marquis came in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Wangyu nodded. Only then did he feel relieved. At the same time, he also felt very fortunate. Fortunately, when he was at Fenglingdu, because of the heavy rain, he remembered the flood of Shuzhou in the 4th year of Zhengguan. That was why he urgently reported to Pai Lupi. He wanted the imperial court to prepare early. He just didn't expect that this disaster relief job, after going around in circles, would fall on his head in the end. But then again, if it was someone else, they might not be able to do better than him. At least in the prevention and treatment of infectious diseases, although Li Wangyu was not a doctor, he knew more than the doctors of this era. He was not a saint, but he was also not a person with a heart of stone. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now that he was the marquis of the founding county of the Tang dynasty, he naturally had to do something for this era, for the Tang dynasty, and for the people of the Tang dynasty. Brothers, how about we live in Changji County today? Li Wangyu turned his head to the playboys and said with a smile. Ching Chimo laughed and said, "Great. I have never lived in such an environment." Ziyu, you are not afraid, how can I frown? Of course, Brother Chimo was shot in the stomach by an arrow, but he didn't even frown. Fang Yi Ai joked. Ching Chimo couldn't help but fly into a rage. He began to chase after Fang Yi Ai with his big iron fist, causing everyone to laugh. When the officials of Shuzhou saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. This marquis, as well as those incomparably honorable dukes, were truly magnanimous. Chapter 834. Li Wangyu and the wastrels wanted to spend the night in Changji County, which made it difficult for the officials of Shuzhou. There was no other reason other than there was no place suitable for Li Wangyu and the others. Even the Shuzhou provincial governor's mansion was soaked in dirty water. If Li Wangyu and the others wanted to stay in Changji County, where to stay was a very specific problem. Li Wangyu's brain was hot. After he said that he wanted to stay in Changji County, he regretted it a little. He really couldn't stand those messy things floating in the dirty water. But since he had already said it, how could he immediately change his mind in front of everyone? Li Wangyu looked around and smiled. The city wall of Changji County was a good place for camping. Thus, he immediately ordered the imperial guards to bring over the tents and set up camp on the city wall. During this period of time, he and the wastrels were prepared to be stationed here and supervise the disaster relief in Shuzhou. Although this action was suspected of putting on a show, Li Wangyu didn't care so much. Although he wanted to help the people, he really didn't have the courage to throw himself into the dirty water and soak himself in it. Li Wangyu led a group of wastrels and moved to the city wall of Changji County. How could the others be negligent? Thus, including the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, they all ran to the city wall of Changji County to set up camp. They made the city wall of Changji County look like a refugee cave in the future. Li Wangyu didn't care about this. Every day, he arranged for people to search and rescue the victims. He asked the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to come up with practical disaster relief measures and urged them to transport food. He was also very busy. 5 or 6 days after he arrived in Changji County, the flood finally slowly receded. The water in Changji County also gradually disappeared. However, after the flood, Changji County was in a state of devastation. The streets and alleys were littered with all kinds of filth and garbage. At this time, the weather was clear after the rain. The sun that hadn't been seen for many days also showed its face. However, it made the entire Changji County emit an extremely unpleasant smell that made people want to vomit. However, including the officials of Su Province, no one seemed to feel that there was anything wrong with this situation. The commoners turned a blind eye to it and didn't find anything wrong with it. Instead, the citizens of the city took the opportunity of the sun rising and began to take out all the things that had been soaked in water from their homes to bask in the moisture. The originally dirty and messy environment became even more congested. In Li Wangyu's view, the filth piled up in Changji County was simply a hotbed for viruses that could erupt at any time. He immediately gave the order for the Shuzhou provincial governor and the Changji County magistrate to immediately arrange for the bailiffs, soldiers, and civilians to work together with the citizens of the city to begin a thorough cleanup of the city. Everyone found it hard to understand and accept Li Wangyu's order. The flood had just receded and there were many things waiting to be done. Yet, the first thing they wanted to do was to ask the government to lead the people to clean up. In the eyes of the crowd, this was simply a bullsh*t decision made by the nobleman from Cheng, and who did not know the hardships of the people. Marquis, this city is truly filthy. This official feels the same way. However, there are many people affected by the disaster in the city. There are also many houses that have collapsed due to the flood. In addition, the disaster victims outside the city are constantly pouring into Changji County. This official thinks that it would be better to postpone the cleanup for the time being. Before the Shuzhou provincial governor finished his words, he was directly interrupted by Li Wangyu. No, we must first clean up the city and get all the filth out of the city. We must dig holes and bury them. I have already ordered people to transport lime. When the lime arrives, we must sprinkle lime on the soaked roads and corners. In addition, we must pay attention to killing mosquitoes and flies. This matter is very important and cannot be sloppy. But the Shuzhou provincial governor still wanted to persuade him. Li Wangyu waved his hand. No buts. This matter is urgent and must be carried out meticulously. This marquis will let the imperial army patrol around the city. If any house is not cleaned up, then the owner will be punished. If the streets in the city are not cleaned up, then the Changji County magistrate will take off his official robes and get lost. This matter is not negotiable. Also, what I said before, forbidding drinking unclean water, forbidding eating unclean food, forbidding urinating and defecating, and forbidding spitting, must be carried out. If you can't do it, then don't blame this marquis for holding you accountable. Li Wangyu's words had already reached this point. No matter how much the Shuzhou provincial governor grumbled in his heart and criticized Li Wangyu in his heart, he could only obediently nod his head and arrange for people to carry out the orders. Following the Shuzhou provincial governor's mansion's order, Changji County immediately became restless. The county government's bailiffs, scribes, and strong people all went to the streets, beating gongs and drums to call the people out to clean the streets and carry the garbage. For a time, the people of Changji County were full of complaints. In the eyes of the people, Li Wangyu's order was purely a matter of eating and having nothing to do. Even in Changji County, the people on the street secretly called Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Hu County, Dirty Marquis, to express their dissatisfaction. These words naturally reached Li Wangyu's ears, but he only smiled and ignored them. In truth, the wastrels did not understand Li Wangyu's decision. Zio, why are you making the people clean the streets now? You're provoking all these unreasonable curses. Ching Chimo directly asked. Li Wangyu bitterly smiled and explained, brothers, you don't know. The so-called, after a great disaster, there will be a great epidemic is actually caused by these filthy things. How is that possible? The wastrels looked at each other in dismay. None of them could understand Li Wangyu's words. Li Wangyu also felt a headache from the wastrels' questions. It was difficult to explain. In terms of hygiene and epidemic prevention, China had been good since ancient times. Compared to other countries in the world at the same time, China was definitely a top student. But even so, in the eyes of transmigrators like Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, they still felt that it was dirty and unsightly. Even in the Ming and Qing dynasties, because of hygiene problems, epidemics were often caused. Dysentery, cholera, plague, smallpox, as long as they appeared, a whole street would die. During the reign of Chongzhen, a plague first broke out in the Shaanxi Gansu region. It traveled all the way to the capital. Everywhere it passed, it was like a ghost town, with corpses everywhere. According to incomplete statistics, the epidemics in China's history were once in the Zhou dynasty, 13 in the Qin and Han dynasties, 17 in the Wei and Jin dynasties, 17 in the Sui and Tang dynasties, 32 in the Song dynasties, 20 in the Yuan dynasty, 64 in the Ming dynasty, 74 in the Qing dynasty. These statistics were shocking. Especially after a great disaster, when large numbers of people and animals died, if the corpses were not dealt with in time, bacteria and viruses would multiply and cause epidemics. Li Wangyu could only try his best to prevent an epidemic from breaking out in Shuzhou. Therefore, even if the officials and people of Shuzhou did not understand, he had to be firm and confident. Even if he had to mobilize the imperial army and force the people to clean, Li Wangyu would do it. As for the infamy that would come with this, Li Wangyu did not care at all.